Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and for the next 24 hours, we will be interviewing a series of guests talking about homelessness, its factors and consequences, plans to address it, and the current status of it. We'll also talk about programs we have here at the mission to address homelessness and to transform lives. We have the special honor right now as our first guest of having Juan Rocha, who is a full-time
Can you turn it up to see if you can hear?
director of all our facilities.
Put it up to your ear.
And is a graduate of our program.
Other way.
Juan, welcome, buddy. So, tell us about your experience, your childhood, where you grew up, all that kind of stuff.
So I'm originally from the country of Mexico. Born there, I was raised at the age of 10. We came to the States in 1993 through NAMI offered to us. We lived a great life in the area of Lake Okeechobee until the age of about 14, 15. Then we moved around.
And
Thank you, Ryan.
and it was a great childhood. I had great parents. My father was a hard worker. My mother was a great homemaker, also a hard worker. I'm a child of 6, all sisters. Lost a brother to negligence. But yeah, so that's.
All right, so did you graduate from high school down in Okeechobee?
No, I actually, back in 2011, when I joined the program, I was offered the opportunity to go into our GED / diploma course, and through the NOVA program. And I was actually able to get my diploma. It took me about 15 months, but by the grace of God, I was able to graduate. So I now have my diploma through that. Yes,
so if I remember correctly, you weren't living down in Okeechobee in South Florida when you moved down to Orlando,
No,
is that right?
so no, I moved around a lot. Like I said, and we ended up north within the area of Indiana and Chicago area. I roamed around the streets for many years. I got involved in addiction, selling drugs, using. That's kind of one of the reasons why we ended up in Florida, trying to get away from a lot of the things that I was involved in doing. Yes, sir.
And if I remember correctly, you had some issues about your security of you and your family, the safety.
Yes. So in 2010, I found myself not just dealing drugs, but also using heavily. I was addicted to alcohol. I had heavy dependency on pain pills, and cocaine. I moved to the state of Florida because I had a lot of issues in the streets with enemies, and also issues with the law. So I decided to move state. Decided to start fresh. We found ourselves homeless in December of 2010. We did what they call hotel hopping for about 2.5, 3 months, and then by the grace of God, we reached out to it's like an emergency contact 211, and they gave us information about the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. So we took in consideration coming to see it. We went out. We had a meeting with the intake coordinator at the time. We prayed on the fact if that was the place for us after we took a tour and they showed us the facilities. But one of the main reasons of us choosing to stay there was the security, was the fear of being in the streets, and the fear of the people that was trying to cause affliction to us.
So I gather you had gotten crossways with some of your former business associates when you were dealing.
Yes, I actually dealt with very dangerous individuals that were linked to the cartels. I dealt with them for many years. There was a miscommunication, and it's what they call green light was set on my head, on my wife, and on my son. So they were out to kill us. It's kill on sight, literally.
And this was up in the Chicago area?
Yes, sir.
So you come down to Orlando.
Yes, sir.
And what did your family consist of?
So when we moved to Orlando, it was my wife that was pregnant at the time, my 6-month-old baby boy at the time. We now have 4 children, 3 boys and 1 girl. Yes, sir.
All right, so when you moved into the mission, you had a wife, a 6-month-old son,
Yes, sir. And she was
your
pregnant.
wife was pregnant.
Yes, sir. She was
So-
pregnant with my daughter.
When you entered the mission, what was your perspective about the mission? Were you excited about moving into the mission? Did you move into the mission kind of under duress with your wife, or what?
So we made the choice to give it a shot. That was mostly my wife pushing me. I wasn't too stoked about the whole scenario. It was hard for me to realize the difficulty that we were going through and the pain that I was putting them through. But she had more of a clear conscience and saying, "Hey, we need to give this a try. We have to give this an opportunity." So I went because of her. But when I walked through those doors, it was different. I was kind of blown away because I was expecting more of a warehouse, gymnasium looking scenario where you had floor mats, people were just kind of laid out. That was not what I seen. One, I was greeted with love and much kindness and respect. And that kind of blew me away because I was not expecting that. I was expecting something totally different. It literally looked like a home. It felt like a home. And the people were just gentle and gave me dignity, to be honest, because while you're in the streets and, you lose a lot of your dignity, you lose a lot of who you are, you start acting in ways that are not normal to a regular human being. So, but these people did not see that. They see the need that we had. They see my family. They had, I don't know if they had high hopes for us, but they sure showed that, and they showed much kindness. So as we walked through the facility and they showed us what was there to offer, I mean, my heart just kept melting and melting little by little, and until it became softened, and we chose to give it a try. Yes, sir. So, but I still had my mindset of a 3-month period, and then we can move on. But it lasted 18 months. Yes.
All right, so I gather you went to high school at the mission in their Career Learning Center.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what was that like?
It was.
First off, what grade had you completed in school before you dropped out?
I dropped out in 9th grade.
Okay.
Because of heavy drug use, and I was affiliated to a gang, so I kept getting suspended. I kept having a lot of issues with the authorities in the town, to the point where I was just fed up. I had no peace going to school. It was constant issues, so I wasn't even focused on my schooling. So I made the choice to just drop out. My mother, God bless her soul, man. She knew no better, and she said, "Well, if you can't go to school, you have to figure out a way, but you can't stay here," because I was destroying the household too, So she made the right choice. She made the best choice for my little sister in that time, and I had to toughen up, and I made the choice to move out, and started working at the age of 16, and been working since then.
All right, so you get your high school diploma. What else did you experience at the mission when you and Yadi and the kids moved in?
So again, the mission was not just a program, was not just a place, not a shelter. It was truly a home. It was truly our home. We experienced love, care, respect, like I said, dignity. They took care of every need we had. Again, my wife was pregnant at the time. She needed to rest a lot. Her pregnancy was very difficult. It was a very difficult pregnancy for her. I would say the most difficult she had. And they cared for us. They provided our meals. They provided clothing. They provided hygiene. They provided, when the baby was born, they provided a crib. They provided bedding, diapers. Every need we had was taken care of. So, and I believe that was the key ingredient to us being able to focus on the program, because we had no concerns, no needs, at that moment. So,
And
yes,
I
sir.
gather you weren't allowed to be idle. They put you to work.
Yes, they did.
Tell us about that.
Yes, so I come in the program in March 17 of 2011. within 2.5 weeks, I started 2 weeks. I started what they call um, it was a Bible class. It's called
Victorious, yeah.
Victorious Life class. I started Victorious Life class. It was about a week and a half at the time, but the class was in the mornings, and then I did school. I did the class, and then I did work. So I was allowed to join the maintenance team. Um, I had some maintenance background, some home improvement background, so they gave me the opportunity to serve in to that capacity, which I felt very grateful for because being idle was very difficult for me because I was struggling with my addiction, struggling with my alcoholism. So staying busy was helping me, you know, literally to break the cycle, to wing myself off of it, and because I didn't take any medication to be able to get off of drugs, so that was a big key ingredient for me there. Yes, sir.
So, what was your relationship with God like when you've moved in?
So I'm not going to say I was an atheist because I didn't really believe in religion or anything. I just I heard about the one named God. I heard uh, you will hear people about talk about God. I I had a concept of God like a genie. Whenever I was in need, I would make deals with him. I'll do this if you do this for me. So I truly had no concept of the God of the Bible. Through the Victorious Life class, one of the things that sparked my understanding was as we read the scriptures, and the brothers showed me love, respect, and care, and they gave me time because I had many questions, I had many concerns. Um, the Lord kept opening my eyes and kept making the scriptures live for me. So as I read, things were just becoming vivid, and it was like it was painting a picture, to be honest. And again, it took a week and a half until one day, while I was in my room, the Lord brought all those things together and allowed me to understand that I was lost in my sin and I was separated by His grace. I needed to repent of my sins. I needed to turn to Him, and that's the day I gave my life to the Lord. Prior to this, the practice that I had was I was doing what they call Santeria, which is it's a mixture of Middle Eastern stuff and Buddhism. It's a lot of people from the islanders are associated with this religion. That's kind of what I practiced for about 7 to 8 years. But now, this day, I realize that it's satanic. It's not a true religion, and what it was doing, it was separating me from God.
So, you said you spent about 18 months at the mission.
Yes, sir.
And so, your second child was born while y'all were living there?
Yes.
All right.
My daughter Aixa, she was born in July 10th, June 10th. I'm sorry, June 10th of 2011, um, and and my wife got pregnant, and my third child was born the 5 days after we left the mission in 2012 in November. Yes, sir.
All right. So, and you worked on the maintenance team your whole time while you were
Yes, sir.
living at the mission?
Yeah, I was given the opportunity to be in the program as a disciple, which is you participate in different departments. I was given the privilege to work in the maintenance department. I was able to do grounds work, interior repairs, carpet work, flooring work, and then by God's grace, in November 2011, the mission offered me a position, and I took the position.
So, did you begin working for the mission while you were still living there, or as soon as you moved out?
No, the mission made a big exception for me, and they allowed me to stay there for an extra year before moving up. Yes, sir.
And during the course of your working there and living there, did you? I presume you had to save some money. What's the
Yes.
procedure there?
So one of the things that the mission does is they help you save 75% of your earnings. So they have a program where you make a deposit weekly or bi-weekly, depending on how you get paid. They help you save for the future. They allow you to use that 25% for expenses like gas, cell phone bills. We had barely any expenses, so we actually tried saving more than 75%. we were saving up to 80, 85%. Um, One of the things they also allowed me to do was pay debt that we had from the past. They helped me write letters to debtors and credit cards, and I was able to get my license. Once I was in the program, I was able to get a lot of things cleared up through the steps they allowed me to. They helped me do. Yeah, it was great. The time we moved out, we had a couple thousand saved up, and we were able to rent our property and paid several months ahead. So if hard times came, we were safe.
That's fantastic.
Yes, sir.
So, describe for us now your career working at the mission since
Yes, sir.
2011.
So I started as a disciple in May 2011. In November of 2011, I was offered a job. I started just as a grounds guy. I was doing everything and anything. You get to wear a lot of hats in an organization like this. But then I was moved up to a supervisor position about 6 years ago. And by God's grace, about a year ago, I was given the opportunity to step into the position of
The director.
a director of the facilities. So, yes, sir.
And tell me about your family currently.
So we are.
How long have you and Yadi been married?
We've been married since 2008, but we have been together for 26 years.
Wow.
Yes, God has been
Congratulations.
very gracious to keep our marriage together. Yes,
So she endured some difficult times with you.
very much so. God has given her a lot of strength, brother, a lot of patience. She's a beautiful woman, not just exteriorly, but inside. She loves the Lord. She loves her family. Um, she works extremely hard. Um, she's she has a part-time job, but she's also a full-time homeschooler and a full-time housemaid. She works her butt off every day. So yes.
And tell us about your children.
So I have a 16-year-old, Jameer. I have a 14-year-old, Aixa, 12-year-old, Giselle, and a 5-year-old now, Jadair. Yes. So, yeah, I have beautiful children.
And what is your relationship with Christ like now?
So while at the program, in 2011, I met two pastors at a Sunday evening chapel service. It's an English and Spanish. It's a bilingual congregation that was based here in Orlando. They're now based in Altamont Springs, and I felt a special connection to the teaching. It was almost like I knew that that's what I needed. It was straight out of Scripture. It was nothing special. It was just the Word of God, but I felt a need for that, and I connected with them. And I now been a member since 2011. I I'm also a deacon at the church. I'm part of the board of the church, and I run our security team. And we're serving there until the Lord calls us somewhere else. Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. So, as director of facilities now, do you work with current guests who live there, the disciples?
Yes, sir.
Tell us
So,
about that.
One of the great benefits I have is to be able to work with our guys that are in the program. I, by God's grace, got the opportunity to experience being a disciple, being in the program, having to deal with guidelines, rules, and structure that I greatly needed. So now I'm able to implement that when I work with our guys, whether they're from the family home or from Project Hope, our men's center. I work side to side with them, whether we're doing grounds work, whether we're doing repairs. So yeah, right now we have 6 people in our team. I have a great helper, Andy. He's our supervisor for maintenance, and we get the opportunity to work day in and day out with our guys. God has been very gracious, and I will forever be grateful to the opportunity the mission gives me to be able to speak to our guys on a day-to-day basis. I have no limitations. I have no time frames. I have no. They don't hold me to no. You cannot do this. I have full freedom to speak to them when they need it. So there's many times that we have to sit down, counsel them a little bit. Guide them, instruct them, encourage them. I thank God for that opportunity because this is my home. This is a mission field that the Lord has given me, and I take that with much encouragement and and much appreciation.
So looking back on it now, did you have any specific difficulties when you were living at the mission? The parts of the mission program that were the most difficult to accept or to accomplish?
I, I would say, like I said before, my mother was a great mother. She did the best she could with what she had. But I grew up without structure. I grew up without rules and guidelines and time frames. That was one of the biggest, I would say, difficulties for me. But I was very good at adapting. I had a good concept of this is what it is. We have to deal with it, you know. But at the beginning, it was very difficult. It was very difficult having to submit to, you know, you have to eat at a particular time, you have to wake up at a particular time, you know. When you live in this, when you live in the world, in the streets, you make your own time frames. You live however in the world you want to live. So that was the most difficult, but I believe that that was the most essential for me. That created an initiative in me to have time frames, to have an idea that I can't do this if I have to get up at a particular time in the morning, or you know. And I think that in itself shaped me to understand that if I was going to do this thing called Christianity, I was going to have to be invested into it, and I was going to have to put everything I had to keep moving day in and day out. You know, so I think that prepared me for it. So I'm grateful for that. Yes, sir. But I would say that was the most difficult thing for me. But you know, God was gracious and He kept me. So
Working now, what's your favorite part of being at the mission?
I would say working with our guys.
You mean the guys in the program now?
Yes, I would say working alongside of them is not just joyful. It's, to me, is necessary.
Mhm.
I find it necessary to work alongside of guys who have great needs like the ones I have. I find it necessary to hear their needs so I can see the bigger picture and forget about my tiny little issues. You know, because my issues are this big compared to the things that are happening in their lives. So you know, just being invested into them, I think it keeps me grounded. It keeps me focused. Um, it keeps me desiring to grow so that I can serve them better. Um, and I think the other part would be being able to serve the community that is in need by being able to repair the rooms, get the rooms put together, get the property looking nice, you know. But I would say the greatest is just being with the guys day in and day out, you know.
So how does your experience in life, the addiction, the dealing, all the difficulties you had, how has that helped you deal with them and
Well,
mentor them?
you know, um, I can come to their level. Um, I know what they're going through, especially when you're winging yourself off of drugs. I know what it feels like. I know the struggle of thinking that there's people out there that are in need for you. So you want to stop the program, you want to dip out, you want to leave, and these are moments where we constantly tell our guys, take a break, slow down. This is just for a period of time. This is the best time that you would ever have. This is the time to actually dedicate time for yourself. Get yourself right, so then you can invest in others. You know, and I think going through the program step by step has helped me to develop that understanding that I can come alongside of them and lift them up when they feel down, when they feel weak, and also the communication that we have with our case managers, with our directors from the other facilities. That time frame that I was in the program also helped me develop the better relationship. So, just the communication that we're able to keep, you know, and it helps a lot.
Right, so is there anything that you'd love to do with the mission that you're not able to do right now, that we need additional resources or you need additional training? Is there
Yes.
anything you'd like to expand at the mission that you think would allow you to help our guests overcome homelessness more efficiently or effectively?
Yeah. So yes, to be honest, we we need more facilities. We need bigger buildings. We need better better machinery, um, you
Better
know,
equipment
better equipment.
to
You
help
know,
you do your job
yes,
better. Okay.
more staff. Yeah, there's many things, but it goes back to encourage those who are already part of part of the people who donate to this organization to continue to faithfully give of their time, and if they're able, to give of their resources. The mission works day in and day out to make the best use of their money. Um, I believe that every department works hard to stretch that dollar as much as we can, but there's always much
Yeah.
more need for more. Um, you know, in our department, we have several staff members, but we definitely would need at least another two or three. But it's not within the budget at this time, you know. So if our budget grows, then we would able to be hire more people. We're looking at expanding our facilities, as we know, and you know that's going to need more staff members. So I encourage those that are listening or are hearing, to consider investing in this organization. We've been around since 1948, and I believe the Lord has it planned for us to continue to grow and continue to move forward. So your money will not be wasted, and your time will not definitely be wasted. Give us a try.
Awesome. Um, what do you see with respect to your leadership of the guys who work with you, our guests, your leadership as a spiritual guide for them?
Ask that question again.
How do you see your obligation, your calling as a leader, a spiritual leader for our guests, the guys who work under you, our disciples?
Yes, sir. I take it very seriously, um, because I believe that working alongside of them can either break them or make them. So I see a great need of, one, restraining myself, constantly analyzing myself, making sure that I don't dishonor the Lord, making sure that I'm walking an upright path, making sure that I'm staying above reproach, and loving them, caring them, showing dignity. I believe it's very important because, one, we have to be account to the Lord. You know, that's truly the main focus here, knowing that we do everything for the glory and the honor of the Lord, and it just kind of spills over to those around you. You know, I used to tell someone that I care for a lot. We're here to make you look good, right? But in the midst of making you look good, we're honoring God. So I tell the guys the same thing. You're here to make us look good, but in the midst of this, you're honoring the Lord. So continue to push forward.
Amen.
Yes,
So,
sir.
do you see the development in your either your guests, the guests who work with you, or other guests around, in becoming um, functional in life, in developing good habits, in overcoming addiction? What kind of differences do you see the mission making in the lives of those folks?
Yes, sir. So we give our guests an opportunity to slow down, because when you're out in the streets, you're under an addiction, you have no time to think. So we give them the opportunity to come down. We provide for their needs so they don't have that bearing, that overweight, that's holding them down. So when we provide that opportunity, we give them a place to sleep, a place to eat, a place to get taken care of. It just allows for their heart to soften. So I believe that we're making a great impact. And I believe through the courses that we have and the opportunities of the Word, explaining and teaching the Word, it allows their heart to be turned toward the Lord Jesus Christ, which that is the key ingredient in each one of these people's lives. The fact that whether we give our life to Christ or we don't, that's what changes us actually truly. So I give God the praise and the glory that this is a Christian organization and allows us to speak of His grace and His mercy, and truly that's what impacts their lives at the end of the day.
Awesome, awesome. Well, Juan, thank you, brother. God bless you. Love you.
Appreciate you. Thank you
Glad
for
you're
the
here,
opportunity.
man.
God bless.
All right. I would like to introduce. This is a. I'm being indicated there's something wrong. My
Good
mic.
mic.
You're gonna have to tell me. I can't hear you. What? Was my mic not on? Oh. Oh, okay. You got it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Thank
You're a free
you.
man.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to introduce y'all to Camille McCaslin, who is the director of Light Orlando, a spectacular organization that works really closely with us here at the mission. And she's become a great friend of the mission, of our team at the mission, and our guests, and especially me. She had no idea she was going to be invited on camera.
But I'll do anything for you.
Yeah, love you. Great to see you.
Good to see you too.
Have a seat on the bench.
I just came over to see this amazing work you're doing and to watch. What an inspiration you are to this community.
You are very kind. So, tell everybody about yourself. Where'd you grow up? How'd you end up in Orlando? And then we'll get into Light Orlando.
Okay. So I grew up in Pocatello, Idaho, which is in the southeast corner of Idaho, and had an amazing childhood and was very blessed with goodly parents. And then I moved around the country a little bit and ran into a wonderful friend by the name of Carmen. Yes, who you know very well. And a couple of years ago, she called me and said, hey, why don't you move to Orlando and help us do some great work here and work with some amazing friends.
Now, at that point, was moving to Orlando on your career plan?
Not at all. Not at all. I was working for the state government at that point.
Up in Idaho?
Up in Idaho. I'd spent 19 years working. I was working in the Office of Drug Policy, working on meth and marijuana prevention efforts and underage drinking efforts. And she said, you know, why don't you leave all that red tape behind you and come on down here.
So why don't you tell our audience a little bit about Carmen and Scott Moscript?
Okay, so Carmen and Scott Moscript are an amazing individuals that have always given back in the communities that they live in. They have always tried to make a difference and make other people's lives better and bring them closer to our Father in heaven is one of their main messages. How do we bring them the gospel of Jesus Christ? And so, yeah, they've been richly blessed in their life.
They started a very successful company.
They did, a couple of,
Yes.
multiple different things. And they are firm believers that if they give back and handle the resources that the Lord has given them correctly, that they'll continue to be blessed, so they can continue to do that.
Okay, so and they started a foundation.
They started a foundation. And they originally started working in Papua New Guinea on education and some other issues over there. But wherever they live, they always give back to the community. So when they moved to Orlando, they started giving back in the community and realized that there was so much they could do here that they actually hired 2 individuals.
You and Troy.
Me and Troy to work here in Orlando. They have other staff elsewhere as working on stuff as well. Steve and Cindy are working on stuff in Papua New Guinea. But yeah, they hired Troy and I and came down here and said, hey, get to know all these amazing people and see what we can do to help them. So
okay, the name of the foundation.
Akahand Foundation.
Okay.
But in Orlando, we go by a call to action, which is Light Orlando.
Awesome.
And that is bring your light together. The more lights we get together, the more that we can do, and the world can't ignore us.
Okay, so what are the range of activities that Light Orlando does? We only have a half an hour,
okay.
So you're not going to get through the list.
I was like, wait a minute, I know you have another guest who's coming. So we do 5 events ourselves per year, and we had a lot of fun with you this year at our very first one, which is Love Week, which is Light Orlando Volunteer Experience. And that's where we invite the community to come out and volunteer alongside of us with many of the great organizations we work with. And it's the entire week of Valentine's Day. So
describe what we did at the mission.
So at the mission, we had the wonderful opportunity to put on a lake day. Yeah. And that was one of your dreams, was to all of these individuals that are here at the mission, they don't necessarily get a chance to go out and have fun. They are working to trying to make ends meet. They're trying to raise their children. They're trying to get jobs. Fun goes out the window when you're in that crisis mode and you're trying to make things work. And so we wanted to give them an opportunity to have fun with their kids, to have fun with each other, to just enjoy each other. So we came in. We had bounce houses. We had a barbecue.
Water slides.
We had a water slide. We had a lot of yard games. We had one of your good friends who came out with a boat. Yeah. And was taking them out on the boat, which many of them had never even been out on. I mean, we were surrounded by all this water and all these, and some of them had not even been out on a boat. Yeah. So they had a chance to go out on the boat. We brought in a picture booth, so that people could have pictures taken of themselves and actually get hard copy pictures. Something else that we found out that a lot of them had never done. So that was fun. We fed them a great lunch, and just had so much fun with them. So earlier in the week, we had been in Winter Garden, and we had gone door to door on Valentine's Day and handed out flowers with little notes that some of the kids from 8 Waves had written that said, we love, we love you. Oh my gosh, to watch some of these people open their doors and have these kids hand them flowers and say, you're loved. Absolutely needed to hear that.
Very cool.
Absolutely. So different events through Love Week, and then we move right into our clothing drive, which is where we ask the community to clean out their closets and to donate their clothes to us. And then we get together on the last Saturday and we sort through all of the clothes. We categorize them by men's, women's. Your guys come out every single year and help us put all of that together and sort through clothes. And then we donate those back to almost 35 different organizations come in. We have an unwritten rule in Light Orlando that you should have your own name in your underwear. And so we make sure that that new underwear, new socks, new bras, hygiene items go out with those donated clothes so that people are receiving new items as well.
I don't know if you're even aware, the mission's first introduction to Light Orlando and the Moscrips was, I think it was the first clothing drive.
Yeah, probably.
Where we showed up and worked with Scott unloading a tractor trailer that a bunch of your churches had collected goods, and we then brought them to the collection point and then helped distribute them. So it started a great relationship.
It was. So Scott and Carmen, as well as all of the staff at this point, are all members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which through our faith we give. We're taught to give back, and so we work alongside of the church a lot. Just to clarify, we are not the church. We have to clarify that. We are not the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, but we're all members. And so we work alongside of them a lot. And that's, so you came in and everybody had donated clothes. And I think that year Delta had also donated a lot of stuff. We were coming right out of COVID. So they had a lot of blankets and pillows from first class that they hadn't used because there was nobody flying.
And we took them all.
Yeah, took them all. And so that's our clothing drive that we do in the last Saturday in April.
Okay.
And then we go April, May. We do back to school items for different organizations in June and July, where we put all those together to help schools out. We also work with a couple of organizations to provide supplies directly to the schools, and copy paper and different things. And then in August is our biggest event. And
it's a big one.
It is a big one. This last year was a blast. We work with U.S. Hunger, and we put together 1 million shelf-stable meals. This year we did veggie pasta.
In 6 hours.
It's actually 4 or 5. Troy and I were just talking about that. We kick off at 9 and we wrap by 2. Yeah. And so we had 2,500 volunteers at the fairgrounds over 2 shifts that made these meals, and the community came out. I mean, it downpoured in the middle of the 2 breaks. I hope you don't get that same weather tonight in this while you're out
here.
You're
going to prevent it.
I'm going to prevent it doesn't happen to you guys, but they still came in the rain and took part, and were amazing to be involved with that. One of our videos actually went viral on TikTok.
Oh, did it really?
It did, of one of the volunteers dancing at the front of it, and so we had a lot of fun. I was looking to see if your other guest was here. We had a lot of fun with that one, and we'll continue to do that one.
And I want to tell all our audience out there that if you want to get involved in something that is really profound and fun, it is the what do you actually call it?
That one's the U.S. Hunger Build.
U.S. Hunger Build.
Yeah.
And we had 22 of our men who live at the mission. We take them out and work as volunteers, and our guys are so enthusiastic about it. They work both shifts.
Yeah.
And
it's a lot of fun.
I think primarily it's because they serve pizza in the middle of the shifts.
Yeah, we had 75 dozen donuts and 300 pizzas that we served. A lot of water. We ran out of water.
It is spectacular. It was what was it, 1.2 million, 1.2 million?
Troy needs to be in the seat to give you the exact number. It was more than 1 million, but
it is unbelievable, and the entire pavilion at the Central Florida Fairgrounds is full of volunteers.
Yeah.
Over 2,000 this year.
Yeah. And the great thing is those boxes go out to those organizations, and some of them they immediately go into families receive those. But then some of those organizations took pallets and they then distributed them to other organizations who gave them, and they gave them, and the finger work of it just goes out amazingly to watch how they all work together and make sure that gets into the homes and the individuals who need them.
And I have to admit that the mission got one of those pallets.
Yeah.
And Julio, our director of food, beverage, turned them into a bunch of awesome meals.
Yeah.
It was pretty spectacular.
It's fun. So
Right, so that takes you through August.
That takes us through August. And we're coming up on September. No, coming up on Christmas now.
Yeah.
So we have, well, actually that's not true. We have Thanksgiving. So on Thanksgiving Day, we work with the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Salvation Army, and Valencia College. And we put together on Thanksgiving morning 4,000 hot individual meals that then any of our charity partners can come out and get and take those out and distribute those to those that are shut in, those that are on the streets, those who may not receive a hot meal that day, then they can come and get those and take those out to them.
That's fabulous.
So that goes out on Thanksgiving Day, and then at Christmas, the second Saturday in December, we have our Christmas service project. And this year we're going to be making 2,000. We're going to be stuffing 2,000, possibly stockings. We don't know. They sold out of the stockings. We got to figure out what we're going to do. But items for seniors, for those that need different items. So, along with a lot of other things.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. If
Well,
anybody wants to join us, they can go to justserve.org and sign up.
It's
Or
justserve. One word.
Yeah,
justserve.org.
.org, and look for Light Orlando, or they can find any of the other amazing organizations out there to serve, or they can go to lightorlando.org and find out about
And
it.
now you didn't tell them about the bed build we've done
Oh
twice.
yes, the bed build.
We worked with y'all.
Oh my gosh. So the bed build is part of Love Week.
Yeah.
And sometimes it falls during the week and sometimes it falls later. It kind of depends on how things are going. But we do that with Sleep in Heavenly Peace. And Sleep in Heavenly Peace's motto is no child sleeps on the floor in our town.
Yeah.
And it actually started in Idaho.
Did it really?
Just down the street from where not just down, a couple towns over from where I was raised. And it was a gentleman who saw a need in his congregation that was like, I have tools, I can make this happen. And he just started putting this together, and it's now franchised all over the country, where families can get online, they can sign up, they can say, my child's sleeping on the floor, and sign up, and organizations make these beds. So I think the last 2 years we've made 100.
Yeah, 100.
100. I don't know. I'm always somewhere else when they're doing a registration or something. Anyways, yeah. So they did 100 beds, and it's assembly line style that you just put them all together. It was a lot
impressive.
of fun.
It's and again, our guys love coming
Yeah.
out. One of the really cool things about the mission is that our guys, all our guests, but specifically the guys here at Project Hope, they understand that they live through the good graces and charity of individual donors who give the mission resources, and they want to give back when they can. So they love going out to the U.S. Hunger meal build, and the bed build. We participate in all those, and it is a spectacular opportunity for our guys to get a sense of dignity and accomplishment from helping others. And as a practical matter, these aren't the guys who can donate funds, can't give money to anybody, but they can give their time, and they love doing it. And Light Orlando has given us fabulous opportunities to do so, to get them involved. So again, thank you for everything
Absolutely.
you do. All right, so so you're preparing for Thanksgiving.
We're preparing for Thanksgiving. We are preparing for, so one of the other things that we always do that you've supported us in is we like to bring all the charity partners together, because we want to learn from you, but we've discovered that you guys learn from each other.
Absolutely.
And you don't often have time to get together to do that, to hang out with one another. And so, so we're getting ready. Actually, we're going to host our next one at our office.
Are you really?
Yeah, so in November, it's going to be at our office, and we want to have all of you guys come and talk with us about how you're doing, what you're doing, how you're serving the community, and how we might be able to get involved even more in that.
And this is monthly lunches.
Monthly lunches.
And they are spectacular events. They are great for the host. We got to host the second one.
You did.
And we met a church, Action Church, which became a very active partner with the mission. In
Yep.
fact, we often talk at the mission about the NOG, the networking of God.
Yeah.
How God puts people, circumstances, and events in your life that you didn't foresee and couldn't have predicted, and awesome things happen. And in that case, I don't know if you remember that Action Church had just received, without asking, a shipment of about 500 pairs of new Nike sneakers, and they didn't know what to do with them. But they had what they wanted to do. They said they had the restriction. They didn't want to give the shoes away to somebody who wasn't going to let Action Church participate in the distribution. And so they didn't want to ship the shoes to anybody. And we, during that presentation, we talked about our Easter banquet, where
so cool.
right where we are right now, we set up a giant tent. And after we provide an Easter service where we tell the Easter gospel to the guests, we have 500 to 1,000 people show up who are not participants in our program. And after they eat, after they get a chapel service and they eat, we wash their feet and give them all brand new shoes. And it is for me, it's the most fun, coolest event we do every year. And it is so popular now that we have to limit the number of people any church can bring. Because what has happened in the past is that we'll get 5 or 10 volunteers from a church, and then they go back and talk it up and tell everybody what a profound experience it is. And then the church wants to bring a bunch. Well, Action Church last year, they donated their 500 pairs of sneakers to the Easter foot washing. And we ended up giving away 487 pairs of brand new sneakers. And Action Church offered to bring, tonight, we have one of their pastors coming. They wanted to bring 200 volunteers.
Action Church shows up in force. When you connect with them, they're there in force.
And we had to negotiate with them how many people they could bring, because we have a bunch of other churches that are partners with us in the event. So they actually brought 50 volunteers.
And you always know them by their red shirts.
Yes.
They always have on.
The Reach team.
Yep.
Anyway, and it's always a fabulous experience. And Light Orlando has shown up for it as well, and it's a spectacular event. And I will tell you that working with Camille and Troy Wright and the Light Orlando team has been just a spectacular blessing for me personally and for the mission. It has enabled us to touch a lot of lives and transform those lives for Christ. So thank you. God bless you.
That's you. You bring that light and bring all that, and are so easy to work alongside, that anybody in this community needs to be working alongside you.
Well, you are very kind.
You're making a huge difference.
Partner in transforming those lives.
Well,
so God
we
bless
have
you.
fun. We have fun. You shine a great light.
Amen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Love
hey,
you.
Thank you. Love you too. Excited
God
to
bless
see about
you.
this. Okay.
Thank you, Camille.
Yep.
Giving away 487 pairs of brand new sneakers. Action Church offered to right now we're going to take a quick break, and you'll please watch the video we have. It tells a really cool story about
tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be there.
Thank you.
When you
Lord
connect
willing.
with them, they're there in force.
Yeah.
And we had to negotiate with them how many people they could bring, because we have a bunch of other churches that are partners.
What in the world are we doing? This is awesome.
We'll see. Great. We're an hour in.
Yeah, really. And how many to go?
23.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape.
Nick, this is Dr. David Youth from First Hour.
But hope is powerful.
Nick, right?
It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed.
Okay, still on.
Hope is being honest,
Is it on?
finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight.
He went to a commercial.
At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we
We'll turn
transform
back all over and get
lives.
back.
With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us, give hope, and a new beginning.
Well, we'll see.
Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
It's an and I have no
3:30.
You're live streaming.
Live streaming. Live for 24 consecutive.
Freddie.
24. No
Freddie.
breaks, except when I gotta
Freddie.
leave.
10 seconds.
Thank you. All right, and we're back. Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. Right now, I have an extraordinary blessing and honor. One of the superstar pastors in Orlando and one of the pastors who leads a church that is a wonderful partner with the mission. Dr. David Youth from First Baptist Orlando. Dr. Youth, thank you, buddy. And
Freddie,
welcome.
what an honor to be here.
Yeah.
This is
Okay,
a great place.
So I need to tell everybody starting off, I mentioned a little while ago that my favorite event that the mission conducts every year is our Easter banquet and foot washing extravaganza.
Yep.
The first year we did it 8 years ago, the folks at the mission, when we had the idea, the folks at the mission said, are you sure you can find enough volunteers who want to wash homeless men's feet? And I said, I don't know, but we'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
And I happened to run into Dr. Youth's assistant pastor, Dana DeArmas, and told him what we were doing. And he said, we are in because this is exactly the kind of thing that David Youth wants to participate in. And they made it happen that first year. And ever since then, they did such a wonderful job that ever since then, we have had to limit the number of volunteers any one church, even his church, can bring.
That's right.
Because Dr. Youth, from that Sunday that I first mentioned it, they began recruiting at their church every Sunday volunteers, and they showed up with over 100 volunteers that first year and made it a gigantic success. So that, as I mentioned, last year we gave away 487 pairs of new shoes to homeless men, women, and children. And I will tell you, one of the most heartwarming visions I have seen in my 10 years at the mission was that first year, Dr. Youth, who is a very prominent pastor of a wonderfully successful and a homeless guy washing his feet.
Hey,
God bless you. Okay.
that's what Jesus would do.
That's what.
Isn't it, Freddie?
Amen.
Yeah. And I saw some of our people that day. It was life-changing for them. I saw one of my good friends who runs a company that's multi-million-dollar company, and he's on his knees washing feet. And there's so many of our people that they walked away from that day saying, we've never done anything that felt like we were really doing what Jesus would do. Thank you for creating the opportunity. That's what so many of us need in churches like ours. We have a lot of volunteers. They're ready to do something, but we don't always have access to the places and to the things we need to be doing. But your partnership has given us so many opportunities.
Well, you're incredibly
help
kind
people.
to say that. It is a wonderful opportunity every time we get a chance to work with you and the folks
thank
folks
you.
at First Orlando.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
And-
so tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah,
Where you grew up,
yeah.
how you ended up in the ministry, and how you ended up in Orlando.
See, Freddie, my dad, before I was born, he was an alcoholic and a gambling addict, and in Memphis, Tennessee. And he would get his paycheck and he'd ride down to Bill Street on his Harley, rode a Harley, and he'd lose everything. And my mom was about to leave him when she found out she was expecting. And I was the baby that she was carrying at the time. When I came into this world, about that time, the Lord changed him. But he never forgot where he came from. He never forgot about those people. So I grew up in a home of a father who loved to meet needs. And he loved to meet the needs of everyone. It didn't matter the color of skin. It didn't matter where you were from. It didn't matter what had happened to you, because he'd been on the street. He knew what it was like. And let me tell you, I forever will be thankful God allowed me to get to experience that as a child and to be a part of doing something. So I grew up doing that. Now, you know, I wandered. I had my own moments like we all do. I went through a little period of rebellion, and there was a season where I was chasing anything that involved the ball, a sport, and then I got hurt, and in college, and when I got hurt, I was yelling at God. I was screaming. I was laying on my bunk, my dorm room, just screaming at the ceiling, God, why did you do this? What do you want with me? And this is what I heard the Lord say. He said, I just want to love you. When are you going to quit running from me? So that was when my life really took a turn. I had already come to know him when I was his child, but I wandered. I came back and I said, God, I'll do whatever you want me to do. And the first thing he opened the door for me to do as a college student was to serve at a children's home, to meet the needs of kids that had been taken away from their families because of drug abuse, because of prison time for a mom or dad. And Freddie, it was life-changing for me. So I said, I want to do more of this, God. I'll do whatever. Well, it just so happened the Lord opened the door for me to pastor. And so I'm in my 49th year as a pastor.
God bless you.
Yep.
So where did you go to seminary?
I went to, I did my undergrad at Ouachita Baptist University. Then I went on down to Fort Worth, Texas, to Southwestern Baptist Theological Seminary. Did a master's and a PhD in New Testament. And then I taught New Testament for 3 years for Southwestern.
All right.
Yep.
And then you found a church to pastor at that point?
Oh yeah, as soon as I got there, I left the church I was pastoring in college and I went straight to Fort Worth, and within a matter of weeks, I was in another church as a pastor. So it's been continuous for 49
God bless
years.
You. Thank you for that. All right, so where were you immediately prior to coming to Orlando?
Before I came to Orlando, I was in West Monroe, Louisiana, the northeast part of the state, over toward Vicksburg, toward the Mississippi River, and loved it. I mean, we had the best time. We just built a new worship center. We were reaching, in a community of about 15 to 20,000 people, we were running 3,000 people in worship.
Wow.
So God was just giving us favor, and he was blessing us with lives being changed. And I started getting a phone call from a 407 area code, and I didn't know what it was. I told my wife, don't answer it. That's probably somebody selling siding or something. We don't need it. And I finally answered it, and it was one of the members here who was chairman of a search committee. And Freddie, it was tough to leave. I told him no a few times before we finally came to believe that it was God's will. But once we did and we got here, I began to see what God was going to do here. And it's been amazing.
And that was, if I remember correctly, right at just over 20 years ago.
A little over 20 years.
Because you had a magnificent celebration
at
First
a little
Orlando.
over 20 years. That's right. 20 years.
God bless you.
Yep.
So you come to Orlando, and how do you get integrated into the community? Because you are as well integrated as any pastor in the city. So
well, for me, that's always been my style. Let me tell you a story of my first church. I was in college, and this church called me, and there were 21 people in that church. What I didn't know, 10 of them hated the other 11. It was a big church fight, man. It was held together by grace, and that's it. And I started pastoring them, and I'd been there 6 weeks. And the main deacon, asked me if I would eat lunch with him. I said, well, sure. I was single. I was a college kid. I was hungry all the time. And I went home with him, and he looked at me and he said, one of us is leaving. And I said, well, you've been here 60 years. Am I right? He said, yeah. I said, well, I've been here 6 weeks, so you're probably talking about me. And he said, yeah. And I said, why? And this is what he told me. He said, you don't love us. I said, well, of course I do. He goes, you came and you talk about projects we're going to do. You talk about a building we're going to build. You talk about programs we're going to do. Do you even know us? Do you even know who we are?
Wow.
And let me tell you, in that moment, God took me to school and taught me how to love like Jesus, how to minister like Jesus. I said, would you give me another chance? And he said, I think I will. And I said, could I go to work for you? This man built houses. So he's a house builder. And I started working for him. I started building houses. I was on roofs. I was doing all kind of crazy stuff, but I was learning how to love people. From that church until now, it's the greatest lesson I ever learned about pastoring. Is you do it one at a time, one person at a time. So for me, Freddie, The gravitational pull in my life is toward the community, toward people. It's not inward, it's outward.
Yeah.
And most churches left to their own will stay inward. But we can't allow that to happen. So I just think God kind of put that in me so that I could help churches begin to see opportunities out there. So I forced myself, man, I wanted to come down here, I met Don and Patricia Moody back in the day. I would meet whoever was doing whatever. I wanted to see what they were doing, how we could help them. And it's just kind of been the way that the Lord taught me to pastor.
Well, you certainly do a magnificent job of it in Orlando. So thank you, and thank you for
You're
letting
welcome.
the mission be a beneficiary of a lot of your efforts.
Yes.
So you need to know, I won't tell you who it is, but one of the staff members at First Orlando said one of the most difficult jobs they do is reminding you can't say yes to every ministry opportunity
Yes.
that comes along.
That's right.
That the resources
Yeah.
aren't quite infinite.
Yeah, yeah, that is a problem for some. It's a problem for me when I do say yes. But you know, I've learned, Freddie, I guess, you know, years and experience teach us a lot if we'll listen. One of the things I've learned is I can't do everything, but I can do something. And I want to know what that something is. And that's when I ask the Lord to help me know. What are the things? So when I get a call from you, or we get an invitation from the rescue mission, or even what we're doing right now, it didn't take me 5 seconds to tell my assistant, you call them and tell them I'll be a guest with Freddie. I'll do whatever he wants me to do, because I know the places where God is doing a great work. And this is one of those places.
So you're kind to say that. Thank you.
He's moving here.
So y'all are the primary volunteer source for our foot washing. Patrick Barrett does a spectacular job, and it's always and y'all participate. You at the mission, you put on back to school days. You put on. We have a big block party every year.
Yep.
Y'all have folks come preach at chapel for us. It's remarkable. So as we try to help God transform the lives of our guests, as you probably know, we bring a busload of guys out every Sunday to First Orlando.
Yep.
Do you know of any ways in which we can improve what we do so that our guys are better prepared to leave the mission and become both effective disciples in the community and folks who are active participants in local churches?
Oh my goodness. If you're asking me how you could do better, I'm overwhelmed you would even ask. In fact, Freddie, to be quite honest, it's that question and that spirit that draws us here and draws us to you. You've never treated volunteers here like a means to an end. You've always treated us as a partner, as an equal, as man, hey, join me in this. We're trying to do this. You guys, let's talk about how we can do it. The very fact you would ask that question. Whereas a lot of places, they want to sit down and have this conversation on the bench, but it's really more about telling me what I need to be doing and what our church needs to be doing, not asking, what do we need to be doing? I just want to commend you, first of all. I can't think of a single thing to tell you, because, Freddie, I've watched this, and my goodness, my wife and I remember when we adopted a family in the family units, in the family facility, most incredible family. I remember when we invited them over for Thanksgiving. I can remember moments of being over there and serving a birthday party, having a birthday party. I remember coming down on Thanksgiving morning and serving with some guys that I meet with every week, and I can't tell you the number of times, even back in the old day when you were, I forget where was the men's location.
Over on Central Boulevard.
On Central Boulevard, I remember it so well. And we had the Thanksgiving thing right beside it.
Right.
Yep. And I can remember being there, and I can remember so many things happening that were life-changing for me. There's not any way I could express as a pastor on behalf of our church, because I'm really representing our church. Thank you enough to you and to the mission for allowing us to help. You know, the only thing I would encourage you that you're already doing is keep asking us. Don't ever hesitate to ask. If you dream a dream and you guys have an idea of how you could make even a greater difference, but you're like, yeah, but man, we don't have the people, the resources, the money, you make sure you give us a call.
Yeah, thank you.
Because you might be surprised. The Lord may already have that waiting on you and ready to go.
Well, thank you. You're kind to say that. In the email you wrote me, I think it was yesterday, you mentioned for Orlando.
Mm-hmm.
Would you tell
Yep.
the audience what For Orlando
Yeah, so
is?
for Orlando, we, as a big church, you know, sometimes we get the attitude that we're here in the city to take care of all these needs the city has, and so we're going to figure out how to do it. And we woke up one day and said, you know what? There are people really doing a good job out there. Why should we turn around, as we say, reinvent the wheel? Man, let's just partner with them. And let's partner with those that are like-minded in terms of the gospel and the witness of Jesus. And let's just work with them. So we made that decision strategically years ago. And Freddie, now we love to refer to that as For Orlando. And so we tell our people, it's one thing to say we believe in the gospel, we believe Jesus changes lives. But our community needs to see the evidence of that. And so what's the best way for us to show this community that Jesus really is risen, he's changing lives, and he can help anybody, anywhere, anytime? The best way to do that is through partnering with those who are meeting those needs head on. You're right here, I mean, you're where everything is tough. As we say, the rubber meets the road. You're right in the trenches of life with people. Why would we not want to be there with you? And we do. So For Orlando is our way of saying we're for this city and everyone in this city, and our partners are called For Orlando Partners. I mean, we're going to work with you. We're going to use everything we have to help you do what God's called you to do, because you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the way we think about it.
Well, you do a superb job, not only with the mission as a For Orlando partner, but all those other organizations y'all support and advocate.
Yep.
And it is a marvelous partnership for us, and I know for all those other folks.
Yeah, some of them you work with, like
Absolutely.
Our Dignity.
Yes.
You know, we're a big part of what's happening there, the Christian Service Center. I mean, there's so many places now. Matthew's Hope, you know, working out on the west side of town, and everything that we have found in the partnerships is that we're multiplying our effectiveness, rather than us trying to figure out, okay, how can we house people? How can we rehabilitate? How can we reform and transform? Just join the mission. They're already doing it. And I think that's something that sometimes churches and Christians need to recognize. I guess for me, Freddie, it would be a kingdom mindset versus a church mindset. You know, we are a part of a kingdom, and the kingdom is not First Baptist. The kingdom is the kingdom of God. So we want to be a part of that kingdom, and we want to walk with others who are a part of that kingdom. And that's what makes this relationship so valuable, is because that it's a lot bigger than just one church.
Yeah.
You got churches you work with all around you. I mean, you got so many people that in this city that love what you're doing, and they're a part of it. And even this idea, I mean, as crazy it is as it is, and it's crazy.
It is, yeah.
And I hope everyone heard the rain a minute ago and know that, hey, we're sitting out in it, right?
In the elements.
Yes, in the elements. But it's a dream that God gave you, and you are going after it. And man, what we love in this place we call the church is that we get to be a part of it, to join you. And that's been fun.
Well, it's been fun for us. So I got a big question for
Yep.
you. We know that the admonition from Christ is to take care of the least of these, my brothers and sisters.
Mm-hmm.
What obligation does the Church of Christ, both locally and worldwide, what obligation does it have to participate in doing that?
Yep. In my opinion, it is the obligation of the church to demonstrate the life-giving love of Jesus by the way we care. And that's all throughout Scripture. the brother of our Lord, wrote a book. His name is James. And James says, what good is it if you tell me you have faith, but you see a brother in need and you do nothing? What good is that? Faith without works is dead.
Yeah.
This is the evidence of what James was trying to say. And what James did in that book, I'm telling you, I taught this book in seminary, and it was one of the most refreshing things for me to really work through that book. You realize in that book, James says, Abraham, the reason he offered up Isaac was not to gain the love of God or not to gain the justification. He already had it. He offered up Isaac because he was already justified. Now, what that means is this. We're not helping you and helping those in need to try to earn the love of God or to earn our salvation. No. We're doing it because we already have salvation. It's the outflow rather than trying to earn something. That really changes your motivation. And I'll explain it this way. For me, the Christian community's got to wake up and realize is we get to love the world around us because Jesus loved us. And if we think we don't need to love them, you need to back up and say, but didn't God love you? Didn't He forgive you? Didn't He minister to you? I had a truck. I bought a truck when I was 16 years old. Paid $300 for it. It was a 1950 Chevrolet pickup. And I was in high school. It was in 1975, but the truck was a classic. All right. My dad.
Was it known as a classic, or was it a classic to you and just an old beat up truck?
No, at that time it was actually a known classic. I promise you. This truck, if you see it, it was beautiful. It had the deluxe cab model, which was the corner windows.
Yeah.
I put shag carpet in it. I put an 8-track in it. I mean, it was, and my dad told me, he said, now that's your responsibility.
Yeah.
Okay, now watch this. He also said, it's your responsibility to mow the yard every week. I hated mowing the yard.
Yeah.
I would get out there with that lawnmower, run over bushes, run over my mom's plants. I mean, it was a wreck. But when it came to that truck, I loved it. I shined it. I did everything. Now, what's the difference? Both of them were responsibilities.
Yeah.
But one of them, I loved doing it. It was my honor. The other, it was my job. Taking care of this world and those in need is not a job. It's our honor because Jesus took care of us. So for me, it's just the outflow of what He did for us. And the day I can look at a man on the street and say, like, oh, he doesn't move me, that doesn't move me at all, he doesn't need my help, or whatever we say. The day I say that is the day I've forgotten what He did for me. And may we never forget.
Amen.
We are here by the grace of God.
God bless you.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, my friend.
I'm
Thanks
with you,
for
man.
all this
I love
time.
it.
You're a saint here and a hero here.
Well, Freddie, I almost wore a bow tie for you today, and then I thought,
you look a lot better in it than I do.
We're gonna be outside, and it's gonna be hot, so I can't do that. But thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. And great is your reward in heaven, my friend.
Well, it's here.
Great is your
reward. It's a reward just to be with you.
Oh, no.
Thank you, brother.
Bless you. Thank you, Freddie.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for your time. All right. We have another opportunity, a quick break here, and then we'll have another guest. I want to thank Dr. David Youth from First Orlando. He's a magnificent partner with the mission and a magnificent leader in our community. Thank you.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench, and I have another massive blessing right now. I get to talk with Commissioner Shan Rose, Commissioner in the City of Orlando, District 5. Commissioner Rose, welcome.
Thank you,
and thank you for doing this.
Thank you for having me. This is amazing.
It's our pleasure. So, tell us about your childhood, where you grew up, how you ended up running the City of Orlando.
Man, that's a pack. Thank you for having me. Thank you. Hi, everybody that's listening. So I am District 5 Commissioner Shan Rose. So I started in a while back in Brooklyn, New York. So I was born in Brooklyn for me, third generation immigrant. So my family's from St. Lucia. And so in Brooklyn, back in the late 90s going to 2000, they had these big billboards of these big houses in Florida, and that's how they were soliciting people. So you see this big old house and it'd be like 200,000, and you know, up north it's expensive to live, right? So buying a big house, you're looking at a couple million. So that was how they were selling the dream of like, go live a different life. So we moved here. I've been here 24 years in Central Florida, graduated Poinciana High School. Went off to Valencia College. I got a bachelor's degree in business management. I have a master's degree in public administration. So I guess that you would say that's my childhood. My grandmother used to work for government. So when I was growing up, I always said, like, when I grow up, I want to work in government. Did not want to be a politician. Never thought of it. Not said, oh, when I get up, I want to be like that person on TV. It was the household, like watching my grandmother talk about some of her clients and how she helped them, and she said that. I was like, okay, and then learn about the benefits. So it's like, okay, good benefits, and I get to talk to people and help people. Okay, great. So that was my whole drive when I was younger. Just wanted to work for government and continue to help people. Went through
Okay, so what's been your career? Has it been with the City of Orlando the whole time, or?
So as an adult, yes. Yeah. So I started working in the City of Orlando in 2013. So over the last decade, I have been working in government. Started at the City of Orlando in 2013 in the Community Redevelopment Agency that kind of oversees downtown and Paramore. And then that was when I got my bachelor's. I went to the permitting office. And then in the permitting office, I decided to get my master's degree. Freddie, who told me to study government? So I'm working government, I'm studying government. I'm like, this is how like the government should function. I got fortunate while I was working in the permitting office that, you know, government does vision plans, and we were doing a vision plan. And part of the vision plan, so for those that don't know, what's Creative Village today, it used to be single family homes decades ago. And so one of the staffers were like, hey, what if we put it in our vision to bring back single family and home ownership opportunities? So we're like, okay, you know, that could be a cool thing. That could be a cool item. So I got fortunate when the City of Orlando decided that, the CRA decided that they owned a couple of lots in the Paramore community they were gonna build. And I said, okay. I was praying to God and I said, I want to move and I want to own a home, maybe a little closer to home. Did not think it would be Paramore. Be really transparent. And I've been living there since 2018 and I love it.
2018. That's awesome. Okay, and how did you end up being our city commissioner?
So a situation happened in 2024 and there was a special election and the people voted and said they wanted to give me a chance, and here I am 18 months later.
Awesome. So what's been the biggest challenge since you became a commissioner?
The biggest challenge for me has been, I think, being the new kid on the block. You know, so like I wasn't born and raised here, right? So I'm not an alum of any of the local high schools. I didn't grow up in, you know, District 5. So it's like the unknown for some folks. It's like, well, who is she? Where did she come from? But I would say, with every bad, there's a good. Yeah. So those who get to know me get to say, well, she's a good person, right? Like her heart is in the right place. She's pure in her intentions. And so I think like that's the good and the bad that I would say. For me, I used to work at the City of Orlando. So I had good relationships. When I left the City of Orlando, it was an unfortunate situation that I'm not afraid to talk about. But when I left the City of Orlando, I was running my nonprofit Change for the Community. So the work that I would do as an employee at the city, I was able to do in the community, from COVID vaccination events to COVID testing to hurricane cleanup, food distribution. I was able to do them with my nonprofit. So that's how the folks who did decide to give me a chance as commissioner last year, that's how they got to know me. They got to see the work that I've done, how active I've been in creating a good community.
Wonderful. All right, so I presume you would agree that we have a significant issue with homelessness in Central Florida.
We do.
Okay, so what programs currently exist with the city to address the issue, and where do you see the successes and needs for improvement?
So, homelessness is a packed situation. I want to thank you for your work here at the
You're
mission. And you're not just like housing individuals, you're very active in the community. So I want to first start off there. I've experienced homelessness, and what I've been intentional on, even when I was an employee, is wherever I felt there was a gap when I was homeless, others may feel that same way. So a couple of years ago, I won't say which entity, won't say where, we had a nonprofit, one that was at the city, had a nonprofit reach out and say, hey, we'd love some funding. And one of the things I said was, I told staff, I was like, hey, my perspective as a taxpayer, because I'm working for the city, but I'm a taxpayer because I live in the Paramore community. As a taxpayer, I want to see that we're not just giving this person a shower, or we're not just giving this person a bed to sleep in, but we have full wraparound services. So
explain to our audience what wraparound services are.
So wraparound means I don't just give you a meal. I give you I sign you up for case management. I find out what are the root causes of your homelessness and what can we do to get you out of homelessness. So whether it's alcohol, it's drugs, it's addiction, it's mental health, it's finances, what do we need to do? And so when they said that, I was like, let's do wraparound service. Like, that's the only way we should be giving money, is if we could say, like, we're not just giving this person a bed, even down to even down to funding. This week we just increased funding for overnight emergency services for individuals experiencing homelessness with the coalition. But it's not just a bed, right? I want to make sure that we give this person a bed tonight, that we're helping them, that we can reduce this. Like we can get them out of this and into what we call permanent supportive housing, where they're sleeping somewhere and they're off the streets and we don't have to worry. We've given you the tools and resources. Do things happen? All the time. But can we reduce the barriers of you experiencing homelessness again? And so that was something that I could say we looked at, and staff was like, well, never looked at it like that, right? Like, it's just, they said they're gonna deliver on this, that's what we do. And I said, no, because, often I don't wanna just give you something. I wanna make sure that you can, after I give this to you, even if I have to give it to you 100 times, even if for 100 days I have to give you a meal, am I helping you out of the situation that caused you to be homeless? And so we've done that, and now there's like, here, you gotta be able to deliver on these things. So we give true deliverables for the money that we give towards homelessness. As I mentioned, most recently this past week, we gave increased money for beds, and then we also gave funding for mental health services. Most recently, we gave funding for those individuals experience substance abuse and alcohol abuse, to be able to provide them a bed space. So we basically pay for the full wraparound services with one of our community partners. For those who don't know, 407 Connect is the new mobile homeless bus, where we take total 42 individuals with 21 in 2 different buses, and we take them off the streets. And so when people think about like this bus, and I'll just stay on the 407 Connect for a little bit, people are like, that's so inhumane. And it's like, but a person's sleeping on the streets, right? And so we're giving them an opportunity, because we're not just giving you a bed to sleep. There are like a lot of metrics. You have to have some sort of income, and it's not just putting you in a shelter and putting you on a bus and shipping you off, so to speak. We're making sure you have an income. So whether you're working or you get a check or you're retired, or, for those that are watching, don't know, our seniors are our highest growing homeless population in this country, not just in Central Florida. While it's rising here across this country, seniors are not having anywhere to sleep. So do you have income? Do you have the opportunity to sustain if we just take you off the streets and give you a bed to sleep at night? And so people are like, oh, that's inhumane. Because let me tell you, Freddie, and you may not see it as much as social media can make you go crazy if you allow the comments to, okay? If you let the comments and you read some of them, and so like you read that and it's like, okay, would you like a person to sleep on a hot concrete, because it's hot here in Florida, hot concrete, or a bed where we're going to ensure that we're helping them get into housing. And so like that was one of the things that, you know, we've had a lot of backlash and people heard the dollar amount and didn't understand the full program. So we not only have a bus, but one of the things that you have to do is reduce all of the barriers to put someone in housing. So when people heard, oh my God, they're giving $3 million. Well, one, $3 million is for 3 years. It included outfitting 2 buses, the security, the case management, and then we also have funds in there. So if a person, when we do find somewhere for someone to live, typically deposit and the first month's rent are required, plus turning on lights, right? God forbid you move into a place and the person behind you had high light bill, because that falls on you.
Right.
Like they base the deposit amount for utilities, they base that off of the last person, typically the last person and maybe your credit, right? And so we don't just, it's not just a place to sleep, it's not just a wraparound service, it's how do we help you into housing? So we help reduce the barriers. So like, that's I think our most recent large ticket item, so to speak, of addressing homelessness in our community.
Okay, so to explain to our audience, how do you use the buses? Where do they park? Where do they stay there all night? And what's the composition of the guests who sleep in the buses?
So the bus is, so if you are a Christian Service Center client, so currently you have said, okay, I just need help to get off these streets, and I want whatever help and whatever services, I just need a leg up. So if you're a client at the Christian Service Center, 808 West Central Boulevard, for those who are asking and want to know more, if you're a client and you are going through the process again, you have to have some sort of income and you just need some help. And so sometimes, and the bigger issue that we're having in the community right now is we may have the funds to place you, but there are typically 2 big barriers that we're having as a you know, for me as a commissioner, I have a couple ideas and I'll share them with you. Good. That I think we need to really look at, and that's conviction and eviction. Those 2 evictions are really, really detrimental in our community. Yeah. So individual may typically, if something happens and they fall on some kind of hard times and they're evicted, that becomes a problem. So one of the things I am going to look at doing this upcoming legislative session is really talking to our legislators to see if, like how we do criminal expungements, we could look at doing some sort of eviction expungements, right? Because again, things happen. And when people get evicted, they think like they're just irresponsible. I'll give you the simplest one. Domestic situations are normally one of the biggest ones you see, whether someone is married, they're in a relationship, and they live together. Well, if one decides I'm gonna pick up and leave, and we were splitting the bills, or you were paying your portion, I was paying my portion, if I just can't manage if we were living, you know, even in a divorce, right? Even if a man say, okay, the wife was paying the utilities and bringing in the food, when there's a gap in funding and a gap in finances, people feel that. Right? And so you find yourself in a situation, we you know, divorce, and I get stuck with the apartment. I can't afford to pay it, right? Because you were helping me with the bills, you were helping me with the rent every month. And so it's things like that. It's the little things that folks don't pay attention to. People think that because someone has something bad on their record, they're just a bad person, and that's not what it is. And so we're having to find opportunities, what I would classify as second chance. So eviction expungement is something that I want to talk to legislators about to see how we find a happy medium balance of getting there where people have, you know, redeemed themselves, right? Like once upon a time, I was staying somewhere and this is what happened. Can I explain it, right?
So let me ask you, do you want to prohibit the landlord from knowing about the eviction?
So we may get there legislatively, but I think where I would like to start, it would be if we could do some kind of judicial process where I can show good faith and good cause. So example, like the breakup or the divorce situation where the girlfriend gets stuck in the house or the ex-wife gets stuck in the house. I just can't afford it anymore. But here's what I can afford, right? Like, because let's say for instance, it was a 2-person household and the rent every month was $2,000. But I can, by myself, I can afford $1,500 in bills. Well, I can show good faith, I can show good cause. So we are lucky and fortunate in our community. We do have some landlords, but that's not the majority. And so how do we get to a place in a space where individuals, their past situations don't dictate who they are as a person? Because you're judging me, right? Like in the moment that eviction is in my name, you're judging me and don't even know who I am. Don't even give me the opportunity. So I think being able to legislatively look at, you know, what's the time span? So same thing with the conviction expungement,
Right.
right? They look at what was a just cause, what happened, was it violent, was it, they have their list of what you can expunge. And so looking at some sort of creating a program like that, I think it will take time, but I think being able to look at it and start it, I think individuals who got evictions during COVID, and there are different time frames and different situations that happen that I think people deserve second chances.
Okay. All right. So go back to the 407 Connect.
Mhm.
All right. So describe, you got to have income.
Yep.
Okay. Is there a minimum income they have to have that you know of?
No, there isn't a minimum income because there's all kinds of places to rent. So just having a set, steady income is what classifies and qualifies you to be eligible to participate in the program.
Okay.
So then there's a set time that you get on the bus. The pickup location and the drop-off location are the same. For protection of individuals, we don't talk about where the bus is parked,
Okay.
but it is out of sight, out of mind, so no one can't drive by and say, oh, there goes the 407 at 10 o'clock at night. You're not going to drive by. Oh, there goes the 407 Connect bus. So individuals agree. So that's the person. We're not just putting people on a bus and
Right.
saying, so you agree that you're going to get on this bus and you're going to sleep. What the rules are, so it's a fully outfitted bus. Sheets, pillows, everything come with it. Each station has their own charging station, so you can charge. We take families. We take everyone. So families can stick together. They don't have to worry. It's one person per bed unless you have an infant. So if you're a family of 5, you would take up five bed spaces.
Right.
We try to say every person should sleep by themselves.
Sure.
So you agree. You have to sign the paperwork that you agree to get on the bus, and you waive. So one of the things that's important is that you cannot get off the bus at any point. If you get off the bus, you forfeit your night sleeping on the bus. So that's just for our safety purpose, because we don't know what you could have went and done, especially if we're in a space of where if you're recovering, right? We want to make sure that we're helping you and when you're doing the right thing. So there's if you need to go get a breath of fresh air, that's different. The buses do come with kennels, so we do accept people with individuals with pets. So we're not saying, hey, no pets on the bus. No pets on the bus that you have, because that's the thing with some of the shelters, they don't take in pets.
Right.
So there's a kennel underneath the bus for you to put your the pet to sleep at night, and the pickup location and drop-off location are exactly the same. So it's at the Christian Service Center.
Okay.
And for those individuals who maybe get on the bus who have to go to work, so it comes early in the morning in time for what would normally be the breakfast that's served at the Christian Service Center. So you get there in the morning, and then if you have to go off to work, you go off to work. If not, then we will help you with whatever services through the day to help you get out of homelessness. Understanding that some individuals may have a set, steady monthly income. Right. So your day-to-day would be coming in and kind of doing case management, looking for a place, calling around places and seeing available places to stay.
Are the other programs, the wraparound services, are they mandatory if you're staying on the bus?
Yes.
Do you have to? Okay.
We want to make sure we're helping people out of homelessness.
Sure. Okay, good. All right. Other than that, and you mentioned the new funding for the beds and services through the coalition, is that right? Okay.
Yes.
How much is it costing, and how many beds are they adding? Do you know? And if you don't, that's all right.
I'm not.
No, I'm not
1,000% certain. I will look.
Okay.
How many beds they're putting aside for the emergency service?
Okay. All right. Is it new construction on the exterior, or are they putting beds in existing facilities?
They're putting existing beds there. Yeah.
Fantastic. And do you have any kind of time frame on when you think that'll be ready?
I think Monday when we approved the funding. It was just a matter of so anytime you add anything additional, it's the additional services,
Sure.
whether it's security or being able to create a space. So it was just the additional bed space.
Okay, fantastic. All right. And are you aware of any other programs that the city's looking to initiate or expand to resolve the homelessness issue or reduce it?
I think we're exploring options and opportunities.
Are there any you can share with us?
Here's what I would say.
It's just a secret between you and me and 10,000 other people.
I would say we are actively, I would say, pushing our colleagues in the other municipalities to do some of the programming that we do. So I think that's where we are right now. For those that don't know, the coalition is building a brand new state-of-the-art women and children's facility across the street from their current. So they will be adding additional beds, and they will also be adding transitional housing. So that's in the coming years. And actually, I would say within the next 24 months, the new facility will be there. But we are exploring options and ways to make sure that we end homelessness collectively as a community.
Okay, so I know you're aware of this, that we have increased the funding through the local governments, and I understand it really flows from HUD typically, over the past 5 to 8 years significantly. At the same time, we've experienced a doubling in the number of homeless people. So how do you answer someone who says, wait a second, we're spending 3 times as much money, getting twice as many homeless people. What are we doing that's going to change that over the next 5 years?
So I would say one of the underlying factors is the cost of living, and I would say is why we're seeing such an increase in homelessness. And so what we're going to continue to build is affordable housing as a city. And I guess that probably answers your question, right?
Okay.
How are we addressing it? We are looking at building more affordable housing and subsidizing more affordable housing. In fact, on Monday, we just approved 137 more senior units. So that's how we are as a municipality, how we're addressing it, because so it's a completion, and we're putting it together. So we're providing for the services, but we're also building affordable housing. So that would be the answer to your question. When we provide subsidies for affordable housing, we kind of can dictate the percentage and the AMI, which is your average median income. We can kind of dictate from there, like, okay, we know exactly what our community can afford. And so we would like your developer, you want to come in, this is how much our community can afford, this is what we're asking you and seeking you to build.
Awesome. And are you confident that those kind of programs and expenditures will bring down the homelessness issue eventually?
Yes, and so with that, with the wraparound services, making sure we help individuals uplift. And so giving you training opportunities to get paid up paying jobs is going to be the key to it. So it's not just giving you an apartment, not just giving you some assistance to get into a place, but am I giving you the tools and resources, which just includes job training, which includes let's look at how much you make, financial literacy classes. And so that's the key to it. Like, how do I make you, I could give you all the money in the world, but if I don't give you the tools for success, it won't mean anything. Right. So giving you the tools for success is what's key and what's critical in what we're doing to make sure that we're reducing our number of homeless individuals that are sleeping on the street.
All right, well, God bless you.
God bless you.
Thank you for coming by.
Thank you for having me.
This was delightful.
Thank you for having me.
Love you and love your work.
Love you too.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Let me take he'll take the microphone off you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Rose.
Appreciate it very much.
Good seeing you.
Great seeing you, Commissioner Rose. All right, we got another break coming up.
The quick mic,
Stay with us and enjoy the video.
Oh, look at you.
Thank you.
How you doing?
If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
The Orlando Union Rescue Mission. Now we have a special treat. We get to talk with Orange County Commissioner Michael Scott. He'll tell us what the county is doing, but first let's hear a little about his personal history. So Commissioner Scott, thank you, brother, for being here.
Thank you for the invitation. I appreciate it.
I saw you the other night at the Orange County Farm Bureau.
Yes, sir.
We ate a lot of what do we have? Barbecue
good
and
barbecue.
chicken. Yeah.
And good chocolate chip cookies.
That's right.
Yes,
well,
sir.
thank you for being here.
Yes, sir.
We're glad you came by. Okay, so tell us a little bit about where you grew up, your childhood, and how you ended up being on such a leader on Orange County Commission.
I lived here my whole life, 43 years.
Where in Orlando did you grow up?
West Orlando, so this area, Pine Hills and Tangelo.
Yeah.
Went to Hiawassee, Oak Hill, Michael McCoy elementary schools, and Tangelo Elementary. I went to Gotha Middle School and West Orange High School in '01. Politics came from my community work. I've always been a mentor for the past 21 years, working with Public Defender's Office, Sheriff's Office, and a number of organizations, and that kind of led me to public office.
Okay, so how long ago did you run for county commissioner?
It'll be 3 years next month.
All right, fantastic. Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, so I'm sure you've noticed that we have had a significant increase in homelessness in Orlando over the past 5 years and stuff like that. Do you have a comprehensible explanation for why that's occurred? And I'll tell you, I don't know anybody who has a really good comprehensive one, but go ahead. What do you got?
I think it's not any one factor, right? It's so many different things. It's the availability of jobs, it's the cost of housing, how it's continued to increase, and not a one or two-fold, but in some cases tenfold for a lot of folks. And so it is a collective problem that needs a collective solution. When you think about politics, whether you were on the left side or the right side of the conversation, whether you were this party or that party, we agreed on what the problem was. A lot of folks and a lot of the challenges, we don't even agree what the problem is. We can agree with the problem, have differences on the solution. Now we can't even agree what the problem is. And so I think from a political conversation, we need to focus on the problem and have conversations about what the solution is that includes everybody.
Okay, so how would you describe the problem of homelessness in Central Florida right now?
I would describe it as chronic, and I would describe it as folks don't know how it impacts them. I think the most important thing about the homeless conversation is letting folks know it could be you, because it really can. You know, you're one or two paychecks away from not being able to pay rent. And so making sure people understand the homeless conversation is a conversation about community, it's a conversation about neighbors and even family. You know, we all have those family members who may have lost their jobs, or the ones that always call and say, hey, can I borrow some money? I'll pay you back, and then they don't pay you back. But really making sure that we have different types of housing. Not everybody needs a big house. Some people need smaller units. So looking at what we have from a housing inventory and figuring out how we expand that, looking from a services standpoint and figuring out how we address that holistically across the board. I've always thought that the homeless solution doesn't lie in one community. I feel like we should have regional shelters, because people move from different cities and counties if they are homeless or housing insecure to the services. You know, if I'm living in another county and I have a friend, oh, go over there. They will give you free food. They'll put you up in a hotel. And so really just underscoring the importance across all communities and all levels of government, but really starting that conversation in a meaningful way and putting deadlines on it.
So what kind of programs and services does the county provide right now for homeless men, women, and children?
So we have what is called the Mental Health and Homelessness Division, and they do a number of programs. Some of those programs are direct services to families, and some of those programs fund things like the Homeless Services Network. Recently, and I don't know if this is necessarily a homeless program, but it's a homeless prevention program. We had a program that prevents women from being evicted, women with children. Before, if you applied for assistance and you were in the court system, you're out of gas, can't help you. Now we have a program that if you are in the court system, we work with them to pull that back and ensure they're in the home and in their home safely. So I think it's just really looking at different ways on how we address it. We also provide short-term and long-term housing. I had a young man who was dealing with some challenges. We were able to put him in a hotel for a couple nights, and now he's in a long-term solution at the Coalition for the Homeless. He's at Valencia taking up welding. And so it's really letting folks know, not just the folks who are housing insecure or homeless, but the families, anybody know, hey, these are the programs that are available should you come upon hard times. Because I feel like everyone who may not have a house to play once had some type of stability and something happened. They lost a job, they went through a divorce, or maybe they suffered a loss in the family that they could not recover to, and they didn't know who to go to help them do that challenge.
Okay. To what extent do you think, let's take the issues one at a time, to what extent do mental illness issues contribute to homelessness?
I think, I don't like the term mental illness.
Okay.
I think it's mental health. We go to the gym,
okay.
Just like we exercise physically, we exercise medically. I think it's more about mental health and mental toughness. everyone is going to have those days where I'm sad.
Yeah.
Or I'm really, really happy. I mean, it comes on a spectrum, but not everybody has a counselor to talk to, or a best friend, or a big brother, or a dad, or a grandma. And I think that plays into the conversation about, you know, what we do when people are struggling with those tough moments, breakups, loss of life, loss of job. But I think mental health in the larger part of the conversation is people are afraid of it. You're yelling, screaming, you're maybe having a conversation with yourself. I don't know how to approach you. I don't know if I need to talk to a medical professional to get you medicated, or a counseling, or a combination of the two. And so really teaching the larger community about mental health and about homelessness. I think a lot of the challenges in finding solutions is ignorance. Oh, I don't want a homeless shelter in my backyard, or I don't want that here, or I don't want a group home. Why? Because if it was your family member or someone you cared about, you want to make sure they had what they needed to get through that challenge. Everybody doesn't have that.
So, as you know, there's been a little controversy on a couple of recent occasions where the city of Orlando has sought to open large emergency overnight shelters for homeless folks.
Right.
And nearby neighborhoods rose in opposition. Ultimately effective opposition.
Right.
So when you say that you think it might be lack of understanding for those neighbors, do you think the neighbors ever have a valid reason for objecting to, and let's talk specifically, the mission, as you know, we have 2 facilities in the city's District 5, in your district in the county.
Right.
Those neighbors, because we deal with them literally all the time, and they become good friends, those neighbors say that their district bears the burden of all the major homeless services facilities in the city, and that if the city's going to build another shelter, that they should do it elsewhere. They should have some of that burden borne by other districts. Do you agree with that, or do you think that they're being overly sensitive?
I don't think they're being overly sensitive. I do agree that the burden needs to be shared. I've been talking to different decision makers about regional shelters across the county. I mean, I feel like one should be in every district. Because the needs are different. And then it also takes away from the burden of traveling from one part or another, whether that's them paying for travel or an entity paying for travel. In terms of the conversation around the Work Release Center, which you know wasn't designed to be a shelter but could be repurposed as such, I think the conversation happened in reverse. I think the duty of anyone who lives in any community should have concerns, any questions about any conversations that impact them that don't include them. It should have been a conversation with the community prior to, hey, this is what we're going to do. Hey, can we talk to you about what we'd like to address? And here are some options about how we want to address it. What do you think? And what would you be comfortable with? I think from a community standpoint, while their concerns about crime and people wandering to the garage were valid to some extent, to say that it would bring down their values, I don't think so. I think it would add to it, because we had inmates there working and there weren't any challenges. And so I think the conversation should have started in and inclusive of the community before there were press releases saying what the government, specifically the city and the county, were going to do. I think that's what happened. Is we didn't have the conversation the right way.
So my impression is the same miscommunication occurred with the Washington Street proposal.
100%.
Now, do you think the city's learned their lesson, and that next time they propose or think about developing a shelter, an emergency shelter, that they'll go, before they have any kind of significant plans, go talk to the neighbors? Because I presume that's what you're proposing they should do, go get a better result.
I'm a fan of there's always lessons learned when you have successes, but particularly when you have failures, right? For me, the conversation doesn't start with the news or with the cameras on if it doesn't start with your neighbors. And ultimately, that's what it's about. It's about being a good neighbor, having those conversations about what challenges those neighbors face and how any given decision is going to have a negative or positive impact on them. You know, we all pay tax dollars to some degree. Some of us pay more or less, but we all contribute into the organization or institution that is local government. And so, rightly so, you want to make sure that folks are having a meaningful and sometimes inconvenient, because it happens a bunch of times. You may want to happen. It doesn't matter how many conversations I have with you. I need to have them with you, even if it takes me longer. I may want to do this project tomorrow. But if doing it tomorrow is inconvenient to you, then I need to delay that until I have a conversation with you because your voice is important. I mean, I work for you.
Okay, so what programs does the county offer now that you know of that address homelessness? You mentioned several of them. Are there any, or are there any that you think are imminent in being designed and implemented?
So we're working on a few things. We're mixing things, so I don't want to put the cart before the horse. But we do have the what they call crisis assistance program.
Right.
And that happens. Whether it's a car repair, a loss of income, or something where we can help family. We have the eviction prevention program that would help women with children, pregnant women who are facing homelessness.
Excuse my ignorance. Explain the eviction prevention program.
So it's I'd say the acronym wrong, but let's just say I'm a single mother.
Right.
I'm at home, or I'm pregnant and I'm facing an eviction, and that eviction is likely happening because of an income loss or maybe a car repair or something. They can reach out to the county, work with the case manager, and submit all their documents and things like that,
sure.
and then we will take care of those bills.
Okay. So you can bring them current,
bring them
like
current.
you said, to prevent the eviction itself.
Prevent the eviction,
Okay.
so they're not homeless, because they're going to need services at one point or another. So it's like, hey, how do we prevent this? It's a lot easier to keep someone in a home than to try to find a home for them. And then the other thing is that there's so many different programs, but people have to tell their story 100 times. And so we have a new software that if you tell your story once, you won't have to tell it again. You've told your story once, so if you're now you have your rent taken care of, hey, let's talk about your light bill.
Yeah.
Hey, let's talk about some furniture. Let's talk about any number of things that you may need, because we know when you help somebody with one thing, that's not the only thing they have challenged with. That's the only thing that's pressing right now. And if you have just a little bit longer of a conversation, you'll know, okay, well, wait a minute, you don't have any furniture, you don't have any food, you don't have a job, or maybe you have a job, but it's not a well-paying job. Let's get you into some education. And so it's really taking that holistic approach to deal with the crisis or the emergency at the time and figure out what that long-term goal or long-term and short-term goals over the next 3, 6 months or a year that will help that family or that individual get to where they want to be.
Right. So what programs do you see expanding or creating from the county or in conjunction with other jurisdictions?
I think everything that we're going to do it together, and we need to do it together. We're for sure going to expand in the program as it relates to women and children. That's probably the most important thing. I mean, everything we do for our families, particularly our women and our children. In terms of the shelter needs, that is an ongoing conversation with the stakeholders to figure out, not only what we do, but when we do it and how do we sustain it. It's a lot easy to get money to do something. Right? I got the money, we built it. Okay, well, hey, we need these staff members need to be paid. Light bills, utilities, just the operational costs. How do we sustain that over a period of time? And in my mind, it's like 5, 10 years, 20 years. How do we sustain that as a community? There are some things that I'm thinking of that I can't say just of yet that I think may address that piece, but it's going to require many community conversations, all the stakeholders at the table, and buy-in for the long-term solution. Because the long-term solution is everybody having skin in the game and everybody being a part of the conversation.
All right. So, as you know, about a year ago, the Florida legislature passed a law that went into effect October 1 of last year that prohibited public grounds camping.
Right.
What do you think of that? What consequences have you seen? And is it going to cause a change in local jurisdictions' response to homelessness?
No, I think I won't say it causes a change. It may change in how we approach it.
How would that be?
So, in talking with our sheriff's deputies, our sheriff and senior leadership, it's an education piece. We are not trying to arrest people, right? But you get those 911 calls or those non-emergency calls. And so in that instance, the deputies and their supervisors and their leadership are empowered to not only educate the individual who's
camping.
Yeah, who's camping or taking a nap, but also the person that made the phone call and say, everybody's going to have a challenge. You never know someone's story, whether it could be a divorce, it could be a job loss, it could be a death of the family. There's so many things that lead to someone not being able to provide for themselves or their family. And so really showing a lot of compassion and love, and that's what we've done. We've minimal arrest. I don't have the exact numbers, but I know in engagement with at least the sheriff's office, it's a conversation, sometimes a couple of conversations. Yeah. And usually when they make contact, they're making contact with the individual or group of individuals, and then they're engaging our Orange County services to have our staff come out and work with them to get them. And so that's happened for me In the Holden Heights area, we had a couple of crimes, specifically murders. It's happened on just over OBT, and so in the areas where there were some public camping, we were able to meet with them, but it took a couple months, and it took maybe 3 or 4 different interactions between the county mental health and homeless services staff and the sheriff's office behavioral response unit. But in none of those conversations, hey, we're going to take you to jail. Yeah. Hey, we want to help you if you allow us to help you. And it was education and conversation, and so those areas are better than they were in terms of folks not having to sleep there. But it's a conversation.
So, do you think the statute is beneficial or detrimental to?
Absolutely not. There's no. We're criminalizing homelessness, and I think that's just, it's not right. Again, everybody in this world, no matter where you're from, how much money you have, you're gonna have a challenge. But not everybody's gonna have someone to help them through that challenge. You know, we all need a bridge at a time or two. And so, you know, if that challenge is, I lost my job, I lost my family, I'm homeless, I have no place to stay, I should go to jail for that? No, absolutely not. I don't agree with the law, but I think that the law enforcement agencies that I've worked with and the officers I've talked to, it's, hey, how can we help you through this challenge, not how can we put you to jail because you're breaking the law.
Okay. You probably are aware that the Department of Housing and Urban Development issued a proposal that is not in effect yet. It talks about significantly changing the funding for mental health, homeless services.
Right.
Are you aware of that, and what do you think about it?
I am not aware of that change.
Well, you'll need to,
I got to do some research on that one.
Because it changes it significantly. It removes the focus on housing first and shifts it to what they say they're going to fund, shifts it to transitional housing.
Wow.
Overall.
Okay.
And you obviously need to talk to the folks, and the good thing is you have access to a lot of experts who can help you address that.
Yes, sir.
All right, so how do you answer the question, and we get it regularly, that we know we have increased dramatically local spending, primarily spending HUD funds for homeless services over the past 5 to 8 years. We've roughly tripled it.
Right.
And at the same time, we've experienced a doubling in the number of homeless people.
Right.
So how do you answer somebody who comes up to me and says, hey, we're spending 3 times as much money to reduce homelessness and we've doubled the number of homeless people? Something's not working. What do you do? What do you say to them?
I said, there's growth. Everything's going to cost more, right? So there's the larger economic challenge of just, cost for housing, utilities, all that stuff has gone up, right, since COVID. But independent of that, the approach has shifted to not just, hey, I found a place for you to stay, but hey, how do I help you long term? And that is the education piece. That is having those more intentional conversations beyond going through a checklist. Let me talk to you. Let me really learn what your story is. Because in learning your story, I may see my story, my neighbor's story, my family's story. And I think it builds more buy-in for the person who's the frontline worker providing the service. But it also gives points that you can communicate to the larger community about why this work is important, why the cost has increased. But you have so many people who are struggling that people will never know about, And some people are struggling, but they have family members who they can maybe stay in their guest room or sleep on their couch, and so they're not counted. And so I think it's a larger trend or a larger pattern where you can see, hey, this is not unique to Orange County or Florida, but it's across our country, and knowing that it's going to take kind of everybody having skin in the game to address it.
Well, thank you.
For sure.
You're
Thank
a local
you for having
hero.
me. I appreciate
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Appreciate your being here.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Michael Scott, Orange County Commission.
Do I bow? Stop. Pastor, how are you? Good to see you. Twice in a month, man. How you doing?
Okay, thank you.
Michael, nice to meet you.
My hero.
Good to
God
see
bless you, my friend. Great to see you. Thank you for doing this. Oh, man.
There we go.
Well, it's an honor for us, that's for sure. Okay, so I need to ask.
Thanks
What's
for
this?
coming out. What is your,
Okay.
Okay, that's all right.
But hope is powerful.
Sit right here.
It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives.
We have to have people
With
do
your
this.
help,
I am
we provide the
massively
foundation for a
in all
brighter
things
future.
technical.
Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
It rained really hard, gosh, about 45 minutes ago, and it's amazing. We stayed dry and continued.
Okay, we're
Ready?
good.
You tell me, count us down. Thank you for joining us again on Conversations on a Bench. We're here now with Dr. Robert Spooney. Dr. Spooney is the pastor at Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Institutional Church. He is both a philosophical and a geographical neighbor of the mission. He has been involved in Orlando and its issues for years and years. He has been a spectacular leader of his flock at the Mount, they call it, and he's been a great friend of the mission and me. So, Doctor, thank you for being here.
My pleasure. Thank you
God bless
for giving us the opportunity. It's an honor on my part to be here, so thank you for inviting me.
Well, y'all need to know that when we opened this facility and dedicated it, Dr. Spooney gave the dedicating prayer.
I sure did.
It's very cool, very cool. And I think we met primarily through Miss Vinnie.
Miss
didn't
Vinnie,
we?
right, exactly.
I'll tell you a story real quickly. When I had begun, literally just begun working at the mission, and the mission was looking to move its men's home in downtown, we faced significant opposition from a bunch of neighbors, and some of them were less than friendly in their opposition. The most effective opponent we had, who was both thoughtful and reasonable and calm in our discussions, was Miss Vinnie Kennedy, who at the time was president of the Carter Street Neighborhood Association, and probably most impressively, a member of the congregation of Dr. Spooney's church. And she introduced us. In fact, we had a meeting with her and a bunch of her neighbors and some other neighborhood leaders, and she turned to me and she said, "Mr. Clayton, I don't think you really know about the problems that our neighbors face because of homeless men." And I said, "Miss Kennedy, I think you're probably right." So I asked if she would show me, and she and her husband took me around, driving around in downtown Orlando, primarily Paramore, for 2.5 hours on that Saturday. But she wouldn't do it until they had completed, this was in December of probably 2015, I think. And they were busy in the first part of the day because they were putting on a Christmas party for children whose parents were incarcerated. And I asked her if she needed some unskilled labor, and she said she was married to Lonnie and that's all she had. So I worked at their Christmas party and got to know Dr. Spooney through that, and then took a tour with Miss Vinnie and Mr. Lonnie, and it gave me a real appreciation for the difficulties that our neighbors face with respect to homeless individuals in the area. And Dr. Spooney and I have been partners ever since. He feels comfortable enough with me that he calls me sometimes at night when he has a homeless man sleeping on the grounds of his church, and we go down and we'll pick him up. But he's also the kind of leader in our community who was chosen by Mayor Dyer to chair the think tank 2 years ago to address homelessness in downtown Orlando. So it is a real honor and blessing for me to welcome Dr. Spooney to Conversations on the Bench. Thank you, my friend.
You're quite welcome, and the honor is indeed mine.
All right, so will you start us off by telling us a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, how you ended up being a pastor, all that.
All of that. It's a long story. I don't know if we have enough time, but I grew up in Orlando. I actually was born in the office of Dr. James R. Smith on South Street.
Oh my God.
And when I was born in Orlando, I grew up, the first 6 years of my life was in 1020 and a half West Bentley Street in the Paramore District. and then my family moved out into Washington Shores, which was beginning to grow into the westernmost part, a great community of African Americans. And so I like to say that because the year that I was born, we had to go to Dr. Smith to be, the mothers had to go. The following year, my younger brother was 18 months behind me. He was born, but he was born in Orange Memorial Hospital, which is now Orlando
Regional.
Orlando Regional.
So
right.
what year were you born? Look, I'm older than you, so you don't need to worry.
I was born in 1951.
Okay.
Okay. And,
so in Orlando in 1951, African Americans couldn't go to Orlando.
Right.
Orlando Health, whatever it was
whatever
called.
it was called.
Orlando Regional.
Back then it was called Orange Memorial Hospital.
Orange Memorial. I'm sorry.
Right. And then they had a they could go for certain things.
Right.
But it was they had a basement, as I can recall, or as it was told to me, there was a basement. They had to go down into the basement. They had everything was segregated.
Right.
So nurses, they had African American nurses and things of that sort. And Dr. Smith would if you got, I guess everybody had to go to his office, and either a midwife or Dr. Smith delivered the child. And I think the mothers had to go home, you know, to make room for the next batch because he only had a few beds in his clinic. But it improved immediately because, like I said, my brother was born in Orange Memorial Hospital. So, yeah.
All right. So you did you grow up in Washington Shores
Grew up
area?
in Washington Shores.
Okay.
Washington Shores Elementary School. Did all the things a young man would do growing up. Played baseball, played football, Boy Scout, Cub Scout, Boy Scout, all of those type of things. Washington Shores Elementary School was adjacent to First John Episcopal, the Episcopal Church of First John, which was pastored by Father Pender.
I know Canon Pender.
And so Father Pender at the
Great
time,
man.
he was a great man, but he was kind of like one of the guys, one of the individuals who groomed a lot of people. So we were influenced. I played baseball for his church's team.
Oh, did you really?
Okay, right. And now Mount Zion had his team. I played for them as I got a little older, but I started out playing for the Episcopal.
Oh my gosh.
And so growing up in Orlando was different. Certainly it was segregated. I remember very distinctively that my mother and father would not allow us to catch the bus because in the earlier years we had to go to the back of the bus. And she would not allow that, so she either took us everywhere we went or we walked. And so,
wow.
So during those years, and then went to Jones High School, and certainly great influence. Teachers back then were a little different. All your teachers was in the neighborhood, and so I had a lot of mentors and a lot of teachers who paid attention to me. I was a pretty good student, pretty good athlete, and all that kind of stuff. And Coach Knapp Ford, who became a city commissioner, kind of took me under his wing in high school and et cetera. And so ended up, going to Jones High, graduated, and went off to Florida A&M University. While in high school, was always pushed by my teachers to excel, to do the best we could. So we were president of the student council and all of those type of things. Sang in the choir, ran track, played baseball, just a typical kid stuff. But it was during my formative years. I remember when I was 11 years old, my mother's mother, my big mama as we called her, lived in Summerfield, Florida. She was visiting us one December. I remember this vividly because it was during a time when Billy Graham was doing his crusades. While my big mama, my grandmother, who was the mother of her church, I was called to the ministry, and I was 11 years old, and I actually had an epiphany, a vision, I won't go into the details of the vision, but it was one that was truly mind-blowing, and for a young man, 11 years old, and my grandmother said, if you call to preach, it'll come to pass. Back in those days, they didn't have a lot of child prodigies. And so certainly we went to Pastor N.G. Staggers, who was the pastor of Mount Zion Missionary Baptist Church at that time. And Pastor Staggers was also the president of the NAACP, which got me involved in that piece of my life from that standpoint. But and certainly, there were no child prodigies, so to speak, from a preaching standpoint. So, you know, I always tell people, so I was goody two shoes for about 90 days. Then I went back to being a kid, you know, and actually, but the Holy Spirit revisited me in my later years, brought all of that back to my memory. And on this time, I answered the call because it was, I can't say that I was ready, but God was ready for me to do what he wanted me to do. And so on the second call, it was another vision. And on this particular vision, the Holy Spirit visited me, and I actually felt his presence in his hand on me to calm me down because I was absolutely freaking out. And God gave me instructions. I remember specifically saying, I don't understand. And he wrote it on the wall so that I could understand it because I could read. and from that, you know, we began our walk. And he told me very specifically, the Holy Spirit told me, if you open your mouth wide, I would feel it. So I was in my 40s when this happened now.
Wow.
And I had done a 25-year career with Bell South Business System, and at the time I was an assistant vice president of took an early retirement, went to seminary under the direction of the Holy Spirit, told me, if you open your mouth wide, I'll feel it. And he said that you've been trained from the secular standpoint on the business acumen. I want you to use that for my kingdom. And he said, but I had to get the right credentials. And he said that you will be advanced past individuals who may have been ministering longer than you because people like credentials. So that's why I went back to college and got my the master's in theology, and then got a doctorate in sacred theological studies, and some additional credits from Harvard and things of that sort. And after that, you know, Katie barred the door.
So did you go straight from that supplemental education to Mount Zion, or were there stops in between?
No, there were stops in between. My first pastorage was in Winter Haven, Florida. When I answered my I call it my final call, I was in South Florida, and so God sent me to a church called Hopewell Missionary Baptist Church, where the pastor is the Reverend Dr. Robert C. Stanley, a man that was younger than me, okay? But God sent me to a church where I had to have an example of a godly man, because like some people, they'll come and they'll be deacons and they're in the church. Well, I was going to church, but I was a business person I was in the world. And so I went from being in the world one day to being saved, sanctified, fire baptized, full of the Holy Spirit. So I need to have a guide, if you will, an example, sort of like Paul, that was going to keep me straight. So I sat under him for 7 years. Then the Spirit of the Lord came and said, it's time for you to move. And I came back, we moved, my youngest child had graduated from high school, and we moved back to Orlando. My wife worked for a major corporation, and when we started talking about the move, there was no positions open. I like to tell this story. Okay, and then all of a sudden, the position opened, and she had a position in a job, and to come back, and then everybody was like, "Wow!" I said that was God's work. And then and I came in. I actually came back, and it was in Osceola County as a school teacher. I only did that for 45 days because I was called to a church in Winter Haven, Florida, St. James Free Will Baptist Church, and so that was my first pastorage. I was there for 8 years. Then after that, God turned my face not toward Jerusalem, but toward Orlando. And I came to Orlando, and I ended up in Mount Zion, which is the church I grew up in.
That's fabulous.
That is fabulous, right? You know, I was
Full
baptized
circle.
full circle. So when I came back to Mount Zion, many of the when I came back in 2010, you know, there were a lot of people who were still alive who remembered me when I was a young man, and so they were all now they were peacock proud of their of the son of a son of Mount Zion, but they will also say, "Boy, I remember you. We used to crawl up under these pews and all kind of stuff." Man.
God can use you.
They
He
can use anybody. Pretty much, that was it. That was it, man. That was it. Yes, sir.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm sure you've noticed, and your congregation has noticed, that the number of homeless in Orlando has increased dramatically over the past 5 to 8 years.
Right.
If you would, tell our audience how that has affected your church and your members.
Well, from the affecting my church and the membership, the growth is now, even though there's been growth, the issues that we had when they had that first explosion, it's not as nearly as massive as before. But many of my members got to the point, to be honest with you, even though we were giving and feeding and doing all of those things, they were afraid to come because of the some of the attitudes of some of the homeless individuals. You know, our church was broken into several times and things of that sort. Windows would be broken and individuals would sleep all around and on our porch and things of that sort, desecrate the property, needles and things, all this. And so many of the members became afraid to come out at night for services. And so we had to adjust a little bit because I told them we ain't going nowhere. You know, our assignment was Paramore. We'd been there since 1880, even though we may have been in different locations, but they were all within Paramore, which meant that's what God wanted Mount Zion to be. And we had to be, a church had to be in the area that could provide assistance to the people. And we had to have hearts of servants and understand that in the world there were going to always be individuals who were marginalized and less fortunate. And our job, our task was to assist as best we could. And so now our membership, and it has fallen off, okay? But I don't attribute that to homelessness. I attribute that to the proliferation of churches in the city of Orlando. Back in the day, it wasn't as many. So, but now you almost got one on every corner. So, you know, and even though the population has grown substantially, so, and I hope that kind of gives the audience an understanding. It's been tough, but not only, you know, our issues were not just from the homeless perspective, also just from people just coming into the community and just being rebel rousers and keeping stuff going. But we have a great partnership with the city of Orlando and other agencies in the police department, where now a lot of that's under control now. It's a little different.
Good. So if you would recount for our audience your experience as chairman of the think tank. First, tell everybody what the think tank was and why it arose.
Now, this think tank was put together because it came out of several meetings in the community, but not just Paramore. We're in neighborhood associations were having these meetings because during this period, it was when the tent cities were all over the place, and the quality of life and the lifestyle was just being degraded in the community, and so there were many complaints. And so Mayor Dyer,
and they were justifiable.
And they were justifiable. Okay, people were afraid to come out of their houses, because we know that not all homeless people are bad people, but some have problems, mental problems, and things of that sort. So there'll be situations like that, and so the mayor of Orlando, Mayor Buddy Dyer, and the commissioner at that time, Commissioner Regina Hill, they put together this, they called it a think tank. I just called it a consortium of concerned citizens. And we will put our heads together and to come up with some solutions, if possible, to make recommendations to the city of Orlando so that they could address those issues. And we met and you were part of that. and we met, was it 9 months?
Yes, sir.
Continually, and then we put some recommendations together. I called it a white paper, and we made the recommendation to the city of Orlando, and some of that stuff is being implemented even as we sit.
Yeah.
Because one of our solutions that came out was, but we called it portable transportation. Somehow or another, having a portable sleeping facilities, and they call it the one, or what do they call it now?
407 Connect.
407 Connect.
Yeah.
And that's what that is today. And so that came out of our think tank. Now they refined it tremendously. We weren't that, we just said that we were saying take some of the homeless and find some facilities and use buses to transport them, etc. But they took it to another step. They said we can not only going to use the bus to transport them, but we're going to transform them into sleeping quarters, sort of like on the Pullman cars in
the old trains.
In old trains, right? Exactly. That's what it looks like to me. Very roomy, very spacious. So great scenario.
Awesome. So I know you know about the mission and what we do. Do you see any differences in the way the mission operates and our efforts and some of the other organizations that serve the homeless?
I was sitting while I was waiting my turn. Number one, I was looking at this campus. Absolutely. Not only very neat and well kept, but the men who are guests, okay, they are well mannered, and I think the difference is that you're not only you're not giving a handout, but you're giving a hand. You're providing them with a hand up, because there's basically the training on the Word of God, the spiritual training. I think that's important to help somebody make a change from what their life used to be to where they want to be, where they want it to be. You got to have you got to have some hope, okay? And the hope can not only just be physical hope, but you ought to have some spiritual hope as well. That'll help you live your life to the point where you just want to do better, okay? And then you have some stringent. Now I won't say stringent, but
they're stringent.
They're stringent. Okay, all right, okay. But there are rules.
Yeah.
Okay. And you keep and you make sure that the members, your guests, abide by them, and they want to be here, so they do abide by them. Unfortunately, I'm sure that there are some individuals say I can't do this, and they miss this opportunity to improve their lifestyle. But the training that you have, I don't know all. I don't know all of the training that you do, but the GEDs and things of that sort that you provide. Other agencies, I don't think they look at the holistic soul of the individual. And you're not just doing it at this facility. The other facility on Washington Street is the same thing. That's the one for families,
yes, sir.
Women and children, I believe. Okay, yes, and it's the same. You're providing individuals with a fishing rod.
Yeah.
So that they can become fishers, if you will. Then not only they can be able to sustain their own lives, and so you're not just giving them something, you're giving them something, and then you're enhancing that by teaching them to grow what they got.
Yes. Well, God bless you. All right, so do you have any recommendations for the city or county or other governments or the mission, what we can do to better serve those homeless people and ultimately reduce the number of homeless that we experience?
Listen, the reality is the Bible speaks, and it says there's always going to be, the Bible doesn't say homeless, it just says the poor.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You really, if I were to answer the question, what causes homelessness, it's two-pronged or maybe three-pronged. The individual, okay, but if you have a roof over your head and you can't afford to pay for what's over your head, then you're going to be put out, if you will, okay. But if you if you can't afford it and you're trying to afford it, any way you look at it, you can end up being homeless. Okay, so what causes it is not just a lack of homes, but lack of affordable housing, and I think the cause of that is greed. All right, individuals, and I know that we're in a capitalistic society, and I am a capitalist, if you will. I do believe, that from that standpoint, but I also understand that when we make profit supersedes our desire to treat mankind in a way that everybody can participate, it kind of makes it not a good thing. So, but the city of Orlando, Orange County, whomever, we need more affordable housing, and we need to define that word affordable to make it so that it's a real. I'm not saying subsidized, none of that. I'm not saying any of that. We don't need no subsidized housing per se, but we just need some affordable housing, and then once we get these units together, then there needs to be some managing of that, so that the upkeep and things of that sort can be kept, so that they don't deteriorate and look bad from that standpoint. Where that money comes from, the city, from taxes and all of these type of things, I would imagine. But if you ask what should they do, we need more units. Okay, do we need more single family units? Do we need more multi what do you call them?
The multifamily developments.
Multifamily developments. I can't answer that, but we need more units.
Yeah.
Okay, and then those units need to be of a quality where people will want to keep them up, and they'll have some pride in where they're living, and they'll have a stake in the scenario from that standpoint.
Well, God bless you.
God bless
Thank you, my friend.
Bless you, man. Thank you.
You bless the mission and me magnificently on a regular basis.
Well, we appreciate
so
it, and you bless us over at the Mount on a regular basis, and we certainly will continue to pray for the success and the continuation.
Please do.
And of the Orlando Rescue, Orlando Union Rescue Mission. I remember the cross on Central
as
a little kid. And I always wondered what was it about. And then as I got older, I found out. So thank you for allowing me to come and talk.
Thank you, Dr. Spooney.
God bless you. Thank you. All righty. Okay.
Have a great evening. All right. So you can take off.
All right, take off. Okay.
We'll take a few minutes now. Hope you enjoy the video. Thank you.
It's not.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission. If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
farming town, small farming town, blue collar. Went to high school, took the bad path all the way to the bottom and dug a hole. And then, you know, God saved me right out of that, all that mess, and went into the ministry. And was in the ministry for 25 years, and then kind of transitioned out of church ministry into doing what we do at Central Care Mission. Been married to my lovely wife. We got 5 kids. You know Sonia. She's the better half of both of us. So, and 7 grandchildren. And so what brought me to Florida was the ministry, and then I eventually planted a church here, and then here I am.
Okay,
doing
so
men's
what was
ministry.
tell me about your church here that you planted.
Well, I came to church over on Lake Underhill, and then was there for about a year, and then decided to plant a church. About 10 years, we gave a good run at it. That's a difficult thing, planting churches.
I can only imagine.
Oh man! But you know, the amazing thing is the group of people that were there and helped me do it. To this day, when I see them, they'll start crying. I'll start crying, and it's like, wow, God did great things.
Yeah.
So everybody's got a chapter, right, and a stage. So about 40, maybe my early 40s, I said, what am I doing? What impact am I making? I called all my friends throughout the United States that, for whatever reason, what I was doing in the ministry impacted them. And I said, hey, we got to have a heart-to-heart and a truth talk. What about my ministry impacted your life? And if it's nothing, say nothing. But what is it? So I called about 15 men, 15 of my friends, and they said, well, you know, you're a good speaker, but we don't remember any of your sermons. And I said, well, I don't remember them either, so no harm, no foul. They said, hey, it's weightlifting, going mountain biking, camping, doing lunch together, getting out and really getting down in how you taught us how to be men and treated us as men. And I had my answer. I needed to change from being a pastor of a church to pastoring men. And it took about 4 years for that to develop, and the opportunity came to come to Central Care Mission, and I said, I know, that's it.
Now, with Central Care Mission, did it exist already?
It did.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 35 years existence. Okay. I've been there 17, and so a couple directors and good men, and just all the timing was right. And I got there. It was a transition house. Yeah. Not a lot of oversight, not a lot of control. They were doing the best job that they could, and it took me a while, you know, to get my head wrapped around what is this? Yeah. You can come and go. You go get your own jobs. There wasn't a lot of structure. I said, wait a minute, this isn't helping men get. Yeah. This isn't helping men. No criticism of anybody.
No, I understand.
And then I said, okay, well, what's one of the main problems? Well, one of the main problems was addiction. Yeah. Substance abuse. And so I started really bearing down on that and dealing with that.
Now, at that time, did they have an addiction recovery program at Central Care?
Yes, as best as they could. Again, they did the best that they could to counsel and give some guidance. But I kind of hunkered down on really what are the causes of addiction. And what began to emerge real quickly was that the addiction wasn't the problem. The substance is never the problem. It's what's going on in the heart and in the mind. And so we really started to focus on life skills. So this is a transition of about maybe 5 to 6 years it took me to really hone in on. So we became a life skill program that focuses on the addicted, the homeless, and men in crisis. It's a residential men's program.
Gotcha.
And so focusing on the spiritual, focusing on the physical, because their bodies are all tore up. How do you put their body? And we can get into any questions you want to ask, but then focusing on the emotional, the mental, the financial. Yeah. If you don't have a handle on that, forget it. And focusing on a vocational and jobs placement. And so the idea is let's put the whole man back together. Yeah. Then his ability to deal with his addiction, whether it's substance or any other addiction, greatly increases his ability to be free from those things. And then, once he has those under control, then his homelessness issue will take care of himself because he can.
Now, are all the guys when they first move in, do they move into you from homelessness, or they're guys who are they're housed but it's precarious and their life is beginning to fall apart?
Good question. All across the spectrum.
Okay.
I'll have people come from the basement of their mom and dad's house. I'll have people that got kicked out of their girlfriends, or they got in a fight and they got a battery charge and went to jail, and now they're back on the street. And then a lot of guys are homeless that come right to us and have been homeless. Some of them have been homeless for years, in prison for years. The law, there's a guy in our program right now. He was in prison 20 years, 22 years.
Yeah,
it's hard to imagine.
It is.
You know what? But and here he is in front of you, wanting to put his life back together, and it's like.
And he knows he needs help to do it.
And he's excited to do it. So it's all all across the board of the type of man you get. But all of them are either homeless and or completely debilitated by a substance or in a crisis.
Right. So what percentage of the guys are addicted to alcohol or other drugs when they move in?
Almost all of them.
Yeah.
I would say 90% or more, even 95 and
That's what
99 and 100%. You know, it again, it fluctuates, but it's very high.
Yeah.
The co-occurring, homelessness. I say tri-occurring. People say co-occurring mental health, substance abuse, and the disorder of homelessness. And if you deal with homeless people enough, you realize it's a disorder because people get used to being homeless. So
how do you address the spiritual aspect of your recovery with them?
That's a great question. That's the primary. So how we do is we draw a circle of our life skills. And the first one we start out with spiritual. Then you go physical, emotional, mental, social, financial, and vocational. And I say, look, all the answers to all the other circles point back to the first one, the spiritual. If you don't get that right, and God doesn't change your heart, I can't change you. A program can't change you. The government can't change you. Money, a girlfriend, a house, none of it. We all know this, that you have to have a heart change. So we start with Jesus first. And there's no pressure.
Yeah.
I love people coming in who don't believe. I love people coming in from other religions. We're just there to love on them. Just there to love on them and care for them. And then they'll start asking their questions. And we never force that down anybody's throat, obviously.
So
did I answer your question on that spiritual?
Absolutely. So I know y'all have seen, as have, I guess, all the residents of Central Florida, a significant increase overall in homelessness over the past 5 to 8 years, a dramatic increase. And I was asking, we have some public officials who've been here today, and I've asked them the question. I said, okay, so how should I answer the question when friends ask me, we're spending literally 3 times as much money as we were 5 or 8 years ago, and we have twice as many homeless people. If we were spending the money to reduce homelessness, what's not working?
Yeah.
All right, so,
and what do they say?
Well, I'm not sure.
Okay, that's fine.
They say a lot.
Yeah, they do.
But
yeah.
But I understand there are no simple explanations, and there is never a single cause. Like you were saying earlier, you talk about the tri-occurring.
Yeah.
We see the same thing. But how would you explain the significant and rapid rise in homelessness we've experienced in Central Florida the past few years?
Yeah. Yeah.
What caused it, Spence?
That's
Do you know?
Good question. Well, I run Compassion Corner as well.
Right.
Compassion Corner is now housed underneath Central Care Mission. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
And so I'm downtown at the Christian Service Center, partnering with Eric Gray, that you're going to be talking to shortly.
Tonight, yeah.
Great guy. And so we see about 150 to 200 homeless a day at Compassion Corner. And so there's a lot. And so the answer to your question, I think, goes back, let's go back even further than just recently, is the breakdown of society.
Right.
Okay? Breakdown of the nuclear family, the abandonment of values, Christian values, which leaves people in despair. If you tell people there's no hope, there's no purpose, there's no meaning, well, what do you expect people to have mental health about? So let's answer those questions. So the first one is breakdown of society. Then you come up more close to where we're at now. Certainly COVID fractured not just the homeless and the poor, but it fractured all of us economically, psychologically. We all had a lot to deal with, fear and anxiety. Well, if you're already on the tipping point, it's going to tip other people over. Isolation, overcompensating with stimulus packages, unemployment, all these subsidies where people get used to that. They don't have to deal with their own problems, and then that all goes away and they're left helpless and they don't know what to do. Anxiety on the rise, depression on the rise. It is amazing since before COVID to now, the difference. We used to have people who would come into Central Care Mission and even downtown at Compassion Corner who there were a few who were had mental health issues, and there were some who had significant mental health issues, and then there were the addicted. And I could go and say, okay, let's get you off your substance, and they do, and they would thrive. But when you mix those two together, and that's what's happened, it is very, very, very difficult to help that population, or even this population, because we're dealing with it. I think I'm going to say stuff that's going to make people mad, but that's okay. Medically assisted treatment as the catch-all, where we're going to give them an opioid that it replaces the opioid they're taking. It still tells their body, tricks their body, but it still damages their body. So what they never have to do is deal with their substance abuse, their addiction, or the root causes.
I was going to say the underlying issues.
I'm not opposed to harm reduction. That is short-term harm reduction to get them through a short period of process. But if I just keep handing you a pill and keep handing you a pill, and
do you see that at Central Care, that with the medical treatment? That, I mean, because we see it at the Mission.
What do you see?
We see that folks go onto the programs where they provide what I consider a substitute drug. And it's not as physically dangerous as heroin or whatever the other drugs.
Overdosing.
But I think there is a significant incentive for the clinic never to really step down the drugs.
They make their money
because and so I don't think they do it intentionally, but you provide that incentive, and it's easier that way. So we see folks without any step down in the replacement drug.
Understood.
And we will talk to the clinic and say, okay, if that's all you're going to do, you need to know he can't stay at the Mission because he's not even working on the addiction.
There's no plan.
Right.
So we kind of, when they come in and the same thing, what we do is we don't let them continue on, and if there's no plan or willingness for them to come off that, then there's other places for them that they can go to. We're just not the place for them. This is difficult.
It is. You're exactly right.
Solutions, answers. You're going to talk to all these people for the next 24 hours. If they're easy answers, they're wrong. If they're quick answers, they're wrong. If it doesn't require work, it's wrong. If it doesn't require a long period of human development to take a person from where they're at and help them develop their entire being out of what has caused this, what would we expect? But it would collapse.
In 60 days or 90 days.
It would collapse. And so one of the problems that causes this homeless issue, oh man. One of the problems that causes the homeless issue is the federal government hands down one solution fits all problems, and it doesn't work. One of those solutions usually fits a portion of the population, but when it's applied to everybody, it's a train wreck. And what has happened with, again, low barrier housing, what has happened, low barrier housing applied across the board with no accountability, is everybody then expects handouts and handouts. And so what happens is you give them a little and then they want more. And if you give them a little more once, they say you gave it to me again. Now I don't only want it, I demand it. And then pretty soon they get everything they need to stay homeless. a shower, laundry, 3 meals a day, bus passes, and I give bus passes at Compassion Corner. But if they come in and we don't give them a bus pass, oh, they're fired up. They're mad. How dare you not get, what? You've had 5 bus passes this month. What'd you do with those? Well, you probably went out and sold them.
All right, so how?
All right, so you go change the topic.
No, I do it.
You're all right. You're good.
How,
I know.
How
I'm
do you
running my mouth
explain?
too much.
No, this is why you're here, to hear your opinion. You know this intimately from your experience. How do you address the question that when you want to hold them accountable and do something other than build a sense of entitlement and an expectation, you're being heartless, because these people can't take care of themselves and they need you to take care of them.
It's perfect question. So I break it down into 4 types of homeless people. There's the unwilling and unable. And what I said, that person is someone with significant mental health issues. They need help. We need to come alongside them. They're the person that will sleep out in the winter, the rain. They will come in and they won't even know they're there or you're there, or that this is not even right to be homeless. We need to help them. They are completely disconnected with reality. All hands on deck to help that person. Then there's a person who is unwilling to get help, but able. These are the troublemakers on our streets. These are the guys that abuse the other homeless, rape the women. They're the bullies on the street. They steal the backpacks. You and I get them all their supplies. We get them their license, all their ID, and these guys go beat up these other homeless people. So those people need to be in jail. Sorry, because they're bullies. Then there's the willing and unable. And those are people who want to get help, but it's their addiction and their mental health issues cloud and fog. And so there's a path to get them help. And then there's the willing and the able. And you look for them and I look for them. They want to do it and they can do it, and you pour all your energy and resources, not all of them, but most of your energy and resources into them. So those are different solutions. And the government hands us down one solution, and it's a pendulum swing, and it's almost just swatting flies. They're trying to hit the fly, and no matter how hard they hit it, they can't hit the fly, and homelessness keeps going up. And the addicted keep dying.
All right, so you're probably aware of the Florida statute that went into effect about a year ago. That prohibits public camping. What's your opinion of that? And does it have either a beneficial or detrimental effect long term?
So my opinion on that is it needed to go. My second opinion on is if you're going to take something away from people who are trying to survive in their most desperate situation, give them an alternative.
So what's the alternative?
Well, if they need housing, good affordable housing is one. Low barrier housing is another for those who need it. We're in the quadrant again.
Right.
All right. Another solution is holding those accountable who need to be held accountable, that you don't need to be sleeping on the street. You need to get a job because you're able, you're just unwilling, and you don't get any subsidies from anybody until you go get a job. That's harsh, people. I'm gonna make people, you're probably getting lit up on your Facebook Live. And then I rode with a guy yesterday. He's never had a job in his life that is paid by an employer. All under the table. He's been shot 6 times. He's lived in this area his whole life. He's in our program, and he was in the front of my truck. And we're riding down the road, and he says, yeah, well, up and down here, a year ago, this was all tents. Down that road, this was all tents. And he says, if you didn't take it away, it was going to just keep growing and growing. And he slept in those tents. And he said, those people need more help than that. And so he's in our program. He's doing great. He's working. He went to work today.
That's fabulous.
So what we do is we take a man who has nothing, introduce him to Jesus, help him get a job, help him get a savings account, help him get out of debt, help him restore relationships with his family, give him hope, meaning, purpose, and dignity, and help him stand on his own feet and tell him, be your own man.
Fantastic.
That's what we do. That's not for everybody,
I understand.
okay?
You-
Care for
As you
the
said,
weakest of the weak.
different
Care
populations.
for them. Yes. Uh-oh, here comes a genius right here.
We got 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes.
Okay,
We're
good. All right, my apologies.
No. Do the men who are in Central Care now, do they all have to have jobs before they can enter in? Or do they come in, a number of them unemployed, and y'all either help them get jobs or they get them on their own? And
So it costs nothing to come in,
right?
and then we help them get a job.
Okay.
So you don't have to have a job. In fact, sometimes their place of employment is where they get their substance.
Right.
And so it's not necessarily that good. And so we partner with agencies and employers and help them get jobs and set them in a trajectory and do classes. I teach them, how do you get a raise? How do you get a promotion? I said, show up early. When the boss walks in, walk up to him, shake his hand, smile at him and say, what can I do to make your day easier today, sir? And I said, who do you think he's going to look for the next day? And before you leave that night, you'd be the last one to leave. You say, is there anything you need before I leave? He will find you the next day. And these guys, they kind of laugh at me. And no, that doesn't work. And then one of them will come back and say, I've been doing that, and now I'm getting a promotion, and I got a raise. And everybody else is like, what? It works? Yeah. So training.
Right, so you said a little while ago that people who expect immediate changes in these lives that have been years engaging in destructive habits, we shouldn't expect an immediate change. If we do, it's unrealistic. How long do your guys live at Central Care?
So we require them, in order to come into the program, to commit to a year.
Okay.
What I always say is, you're driving down the road and you get this bad feeling a little bit. You might be going the wrong direction, but your wife's sleeping and you keep driving. Next thing you know, you're 60 miles down the road and she wakes up and says, where are we? He said, I think we're lost. And well, how long have we been lost? Quite a while. Well, as soon as you realize you're lost, you don't automatically get back right on the path to where you got off the wrong trail.
Yeah.
So I tell the guys, look, you've been lost a long time. You've got to walk your way back out to the place you got lost. And where was that? And what happened to you? Who hurt you? What did you do to yourself to hurt yourself? What decisions did you make? And so we do a 16-week course on childhood development. I take them from prenatal to 18. And I said, this is how your life should have gone. Your parents should have done this. This should have happened in high school. Your dad should have done this in your baseball games and your football games. They should have stayed married. Your girlfriend shouldn't have replaced your mother. You shouldn't go looking for love in all the wrong places. You shouldn't go fill up the hole in your heart. And they look at me, and when they realize how their life should have gone, the brokenness of these men to realize that it didn't. They thought it was normal. Then we'll go back and say, pinpoint where you got off track, what happened. And then you start to develop the person from there. That's not 30 days. That's not a 60-day program. That takes a year, 18 months, and I tell them the rest of your life. But get going with it.
Do y'all have participate in any outside addiction recovery programs? And do the guys that Celebrate Recovery, AA, anything like that?
Yeah.
On a regular basis?
Yeah, they go to Freeway over at Orlando Baptist Church. Yeah, they
Over
go
on
there.
436.
Yeah, they come down, volunteer at Compassion
that's
Corner
great.
and serve in the mornings, and of course they know the people.
Right.
They were homeless a week before. Now they're serving the people they were homeless with.
That's
and there's
great.
that. They know they don't want to go back, and then there's the invitation to, hey, you see what's happening to him. Yeah. And we partner with churches. First Presbyterian Church of Orlando has been fantastic to us. Discovery Church has been fantastic to us, and the city, and just a lot of people. You know that. It takes a lot of people.
To close, if you could give our local governments advice on what they should do to reduce homelessness, what are first one or two things you would recommend? I mean, I'll tell you, you have more successful experience doing that than almost anybody, certainly in the city or county.
So I would say to them, as this money, the new administration is changing, right? It's changing. And as the money flows down, and it flows through the local governments, city, state, local,
Right.
national, don't forget, go find out that you're doing this, you say, I'm doing it well, you're doing it well. Go find the people who are doing it well. Don't take the easiest path of funding down to all kind of the easy tributaries that you've always given money to. Find the people who are doing it well and help them do it more and help them do it better.
All right. God bless you, my friend.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Spence Flatterer, a spectacular friend with Essential Care Mission. Thank you, buddy.
Love you, buddy.
Love you, man. Thank you what you do.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
One way we do that is helping the most vulnerable in our community. So Dr. Hunter, welcome. God bless you.
I'm honored. I'm honored, Freddie. I'm
Yeah.
a big fan.
You need higher standards.
My standards are pretty high.
So tell us a little bit about yourself, about your childhood, where you grew up, and how you ended up in Orlando all those years ago.
Well, I'm following Spence Flatterer, and I grew up very close to where he grew up, a little town in Ohio. My town was Shelby, his was Tyro. But typical, kid in high school, played sports, loved football, went to a high university, and immediately got involved in the civil rights movement. This is in the middle 60s. And Shelby was an all-white town. We didn't have any brown people, no black people, no people of different countries. I mean, it was, the biggest divide was Catholics and Protestants. And my family was half and half. And so to immediately get involved in the civil rights movement, that really marked me. And my entrance into full-time ministry was on the occasion of the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I came to a crisis of faith, and God said, I want you to follow me with everything, and I want your ministry to be marked by always caring for those who've been left out. And so that's kind of how I came into ministry. It's what I've been doing for 55 years now. Caring, I was more active, much to the chagrin of some of my elders outside the church than I was inside the church. But I've loved what I've done, and and done a lot with, I think, public policy that helped people that were in vulnerable communities. And so what you're doing is a big deal to me, Freddie. And so I'm just glad to be here to contribute something.
Okay, so tell us about your history in the ministry. Where'd you have your churches? How'd you end up at Northland?
Well, I started out at First Methodist Church in Shelby, Ohio, that just last Sunday celebrated their 200th anniversary as a congregation.
Goodness gracious.
And they called me back to preach their 200th anniversary celebration. So it was great. It was tough to walk into that church and not feel like a little kid talking to grown-ups, because I'd been a little kid there, you know. And so, but I was 15 years after in seminary, a United Methodist pastor, came down to an independent church, Northland Community Church at that time, and came down in 1985, stayed there for 32 years, during which we grew from about 200 to about 20,000. And during that time, again, we were marked by our involvement in the community. We take Jeremiah 29:7 seriously. You know, as the community is healthy, you're going to be blessed, kind of thing. And so during that time, I had both national and international roles. I was the spiritual advisor to President Obama for both of his terms. I prayed often with him in the Oval Office and wrote him devotions out of the Bible every week. He was a good friend, but I also was on George Bush's prayer team. You know, parties have never been a big deal to me. It's who wants to help. And so I was at the signing of PEPFAR when President Bush signed the AIDS relief bill and document. So anyhow, I've just had a great time interacting as a faith component to public challenges. And that's how I kind of got involved in the homeless deal, because Central Florida, as you know better than anybody, has a huge challenge. It is a crisis. Homelessness is a growing crisis in our area right now.
Okay, so I presume you have noticed, both personally and through your involvement in the community, that we've had a significant increase in homelessness in Central Florida the past 5 years, let's say. Can you identify the causes for that? Why do we have such an explosion in that issue?
Well, there are three main components here, and they're very simple to understand. One is we have an influx of people who are moving to Central Florida. They're even moving to Central Florida out of other parts of Florida. So they're not just coming from out of state. They're coming, you know, here because we've got a wonderful community. The second component is that our economy in Central Florida is largely built on the hospitality entertainment industry. And so we are the #1 destination for visitors in the world. But what happens is that your labor force now is largely made up of people who are paid a minimum wage for service jobs. And that puts them right at the precipice when it comes to actually being able to afford a home. And the third component is, because of the influx of the population, the growth of the population, the rents have skyrocketed in our area, so that even two working adults can hardly afford a one-bedroom apartment anymore. That's how expensive it is to live here. So if you're just right on the precipice, right on the edge, then you're not just talking about a chronic homelessness anymore, where people with disabilities are always going to be challenged, or people, with addictions or mental issues. Yes, absolutely. But you're talking about fully functioning families that are trying their hardest and they still can't afford a place to live. And so we are just kind of the epicenter of all of the problems, and it's happening, and the problems are growing so fast that you can't build your way out of this. It's not like, okay, let's put up some affordable housing. Because even if there were the funds and investment, and even if we could get the zoning laws to do that, and even if people weren't the not in my backyard people, we would still be challenged. So we've got to be tremendously creative going into the future.
Okay, so with that foundation of difficulties, what do you do that's creative that eliminates those problems?
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out now. And a large part of this, Freddie, will be, and I'm going to call them out, the people of faith who are already predisposed towards serving. We're the Matthew 25 people. We're the people who tie in those who are in dire need with who Jesus Christ actually is. Even as you have done unto the least of these, you've done unto me. So already we have our marching orders, and this is not just for Christians. This is for Muslims and Jews and Buddhists and every faith component. And so what we have to do is we have to somehow mobilize that population out of a sense of morality and out of a sense of compassion to be a part of the solution. And that calls for new challenges toward congregations. That calls for inventorying housing that's not really being used, land that's not being used, that could be available for housing. So somehow we've got to get really creative as never before in solving this problem.
One of the ways in which you have inspired me was, it was probably 8 years ago, you were starting the Community Resource Network.
Mm-hmm.
And you spoke at a meeting in the Leadership Center in the Orange County Public Schools, and you said precisely that the government will never have enough money to resolve this problem,
right.
that this has to be the faith community, because we have the resources and we have a divine obligation to do so.
That's right.
So with that recognition, how do you animate, let's talk specifically because of the missions focus, how do you animate the Christian community to adopt this as a problem that we can address successfully?
Yeah. Well, this is, again, it's a huge undertaking, but we literally have to change the culture of a society that builds toward their own personal financial independence. Mm-hmm. That's the highest goal. I don't want to ever have to worry about money again, and I want to make sure my family is safe and so on and so forth. Though that's a legitimate, that's a legitimate goal. But I'm old enough to remember. Maybe you are too. I'm not sure you are, Freddie. But
I'm old enough to remember almost anything that happened since the nation was founded.
But I remember when I was a kid, you'd drive along the highway, and there was litter all over the place. I mean, people would just throw stuff out that, it was nothing. People just throw stuff out and I think it was Lady Bird Johnson.
She was, absolutely.
Just said, hey, we can't do this anymore. And there was an entire culture shift to where if you saw somebody litter, I mean, this is takes a couple of decades.
Right.
But if you saw somebody litter, it was like, what kind of low life would throw something out a car window?
Yeah.
It became not only unpopular, but looked down upon. Yeah. Same thing with smoking. I grew up, everybody smoked. My mom smoked. I smoked, in high school. But then the Surgeon General's report came out and it said, that'll kill you. And all of a sudden, smoking became something that was not popular anymore. And there was policy passed that you couldn't smoke around people who didn't want to smoke, and so on and so forth. The same thing has to happen for housing. We have to become a community where it is just unacceptable to allow a large portion of our population to be unhoused and not to be safe. Part of the reason we started Central Florida Pledge is that we want to become a community that stands with vulnerable populations, people who are being threatened or attacked or harassed for what they believe or who they are. But what happens is you build in a culture of respect, especially for those with whom you disagree, especially for those not in your group. If you create that kind of culture, that's going to spread into issues like this. So there can't be just a targeted, calibrated, we target homelessness. There has to be a broad community culture change where everybody realizes that's not how we want to love our neighbors. We don't want to be the neighbors that allow their neighbors to not be able to give their kids stable housing growing up. So that's what I'd say.
All right, so with that vision, what obligation does the Christian church bear to make that happen? And how do you begin that process?
75% of it, I'm looking for a percentage, but a large percentage, because quite frankly, when you look over the religious affinity groups that are in power in this community, they are largely Christian in orientation. That comes partially from the heritage,
right?
Partially from just the general breakdown of the population of the United States. And even though there are fewer and fewer who are pronouncing an affiliation with a particular religious institution, they still have the background, and they still will say, well, I'm a believer. I believe in Jesus.
It's part of the culture.
Part of the culture, part of who we are. So right now we have several, and you'll have them on here, I think, several large and impactful congregational leaders who are a part of the spearhead when it comes to address homelessness and those who are being left out. But as we gather momentum, there are many other faith leaders in the community, Muslims and Jews and again, Buddhists, Sikhs, you name it, who also have a great deal of a religiously moral mandate to do something about treating people with compassion and mercy. But I do believe that the church and Christian leaders have to lead on this because we are the ones right now that are in a position of leadership in the community.
All right, so your current church, Action Church, is significantly involved in all those things.
Huge.
Which is one of the reasons that it's, from my perspective and the missions perspective, it is inspiring.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you know how we met y'all. Tina Comesso came by. We had the Light Orlando had its monthly lunch at the mission.
Yeah.
And we hosted it, and I talked about the foot washing that we do on Easter at our Easter banquet, and Tina said, okay, this is probably a God thing, but you need to know we have 500 pairs of brand new Nikes, and we don't want to just give them away without the church being involved, so we don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And I said, I happen to know a place that would let you show up and give them away to homeless people
after
you wash their feet.
Yeah.
But that is a small part of what Action Church does across the community. So describe for our audience the kind of stuff that Action Church, how it from my perspective, how it translates Christ's injunction
Yeah.
to serve the least of these.
Yeah, yeah. Well, now you can see how dumb I am, because I'm a pastor of community benefit, and I'm on the community benefit outreach team. But Tina's the genius of it. She's the organizer. Pastor Eddie is the spearhead leader, and so on and so forth. And both of them came up ill today, or they'd be on here right with you. But the culture we have in this church, and they're all young. Freddie, they're all my kids' age. They said, we need to adopt a grandpa, and so I'm kind of the guy. I'm the old guy, but Tina is one of these folks that just, like today, she was telling us in staff meeting just before they became incapacitated, but she was just saying, I just got this conversation because we were delivering beds to I don't know how many homes for kids, delivering beds. We got this truck that goes around and just delivers goods. And so she gets in these conversations with grocery stores, with furniture manufacturers, and she'll say, so, what's your dream, and they'll end up saying, well, we've got 500 pieces of furniture, and somehow she gets connected, and she just starts distributing all this stuff, and she'll say, well, we can help you out, and you can help us out. And so the great thing about benefiting your community is that it doesn't depend on your conversion rate. Nobody has to believe in Jesus in order to be helped by people who believe in Jesus. And so what you need is somebody with a very practical organizational gift, that's Tina, and getting linked with other major movers and shakers in town. That'd be Light Orlando, that would be First Pres and First Baptist, and Archbishop Wiggins, Hope Church, and others. And pretty soon, when you start to coordinate those resources of resources, then you're going to make a real impact. And for example, when we had the million meals thing at the fairgrounds, organized by Light Orlando, the schools have food pantries. We took meals for those food pantries to every school in Seminole County, and probably Orange County too, but I know Seminole County. It's not a matter of is there a will there, it is what's your distribution system. And that's what we need. We just need to build distribution systems in order to get it to the people who need it.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so the contentious questions. I'm confident you are aware of the Florida statute that went into effect last year that prohibited public camping.
Yeah.
What's your perspective on that? Is it beneficial? Is it detrimental? Is it going to make a significant advantageous change in the scope of homelessness in Central Florida?
My immediate reaction was one of frustration, one of okay, you can't make a law and not fund it, not fund the consequences of it, because they made the law, but they didn't provide any resources from the state to somehow house the people that they were going to now keep off the streets. So it becomes a bigger issue for all of us. So initially it was one of frustration. However, there's that Romans 8:28 thing, Freddie.
Yes.
God works all things together for good to those who love him and are called according to his purpose. I believe that the ultimate result of that, and by the way, I travel a lot to different cities that have homeless encampments and so on and so forth. I'm glad we don't have those in Orlando, and I don't want to ever get those in Orlando. So I get it when people go, not going to go there, but I also understand that it just pushes the campers toward woods, closer to the neighborhoods that don't want to see them out of town, but now they're on the edge of your neighborhood, doesn't really solve the problem. And so ultimately what's going to happen because of that law, and I think I'm hoping for some legislative follow-up that will somehow redirect some funds. I know Orlando just gave $150,000 to the Coalition for the Homeless to kind of keep people out of jail and
expand their beds, basically.
Exactly, expand their bed space. And I'm hoping that happens not only in the nonprofit sector, but it actually happens with some funding from the government. Although, again, I stand by this. This isn't ultimately a government problem. It's a community problem. And so if we can organize as a community, then we will have a much better chance at actually solving the problem. But it takes a community to solve the problems of a community, and because we're the ones who care about it. These are our neighbors. Tallahassee isn't going to care about this. I know they're supposed to, but they're busy with their own stuff and their own policies and their own emphasis and their own reelection worries. So the only thing that's really going to solve this problem is a movement of community leaders such as yourself who have the expertise. You and Spence and others have the expertise, and the rest of us have the willingness to come together in the future, in the coming decades.
Are you confident?
I'm confident that things are going to get better. I'm not confident of an immediate cure.
All right.
But I am confident that we can change the culture over the coming years. Because, Freddie, this is a wonderful community. I love living in Central Florida. They're wonderful people. We have wonderful elected officials. We have wonderful business leaders. We have wonderful nonprofit leaders. We have wonderful people in education, wonderful people in the arts and entertainment. We have we just have terrific people here. So again, it just takes some organization, and I do believe the culture will change, and ultimately we will be, I believe, a leading community in the United States that has addressed this problem.
And the culture change is, I gather from what you said earlier, basically a broad culture change that we have to recognize we are our brother's keeper.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know whether you run into these people or not. I don't run into them. But I very seldom run into a person who says, nope, don't want to help.
No,
you know?
No, you're right.
Most of the people I talk to.
But you got to realize, they say that to you and me because they know you are Central Florida's most prominent, wonderfully hearted guy, and that I run a homeless shelter. Well, so they say us.
I realize.
It's a limited market that will say other than you and me.
I realize there'll be a lot more people that say to us, yeah, I want to help. But there are people, I mean, a lot of people who say, I just don't know what to do.
Yeah.
You know, I have the willingness. You tell me what I can do and help me provide a venue, and I'll show up. And maybe 50% of them will, but that's 50%. A lot. That's a lot.
You gave me that advice 6 or 8 months ago when you and I went to lunch. Mm-hmm. And we were talking about the mission's plan to build a transitional village for transitional housing. And you suggested to me that I go to the churches with which we work and say to them, look, we have this vision. We want to build transitional village. And that everybody in their congregation probably feels the obligation to help, mm-hmm. but is at a loss at how to do it. Mm-hmm. No individual can build, or no congregation, even First Baptist couldn't build a $25 million apartment complex.
Yeah. Well, they could. You could if you tried. I'm just calling you out. But go ahead.
But that you give them an opportunity to help, to do it in some way, and to exercise that obligation.
That's right.
And to fulfill that promise to Christ, that I'm going to help the least of these.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing that is important here is that we build both general capacity, but we also rely upon leaders like you, Freddie, and this ministry that really knows how to equip and empower people to become independent.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just providing housing. It's relying on programming, it's relying on community support and empowerment for families that need education, they need recovery programs, they need all of these things in order to get back on their feet. And that's what you do. That's what Orlando Rescue Mission does. And I could not be more grateful for you.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. You're right. One of the things we say regularly is that our goal is not merely to provide immediate relief with shelter, food, and clothing. We do that, but primarily as components of a broader program that involves addiction recovery, education, training, counseling, and new habit development. Because most of our guests, I can almost say all our guests, move into the mission and they have self-destructive habits. And they've been developing and perfecting those habits for years. And as Spence was saying earlier, it takes a long time for them to overcome those habits and learn new ones. That if we think, and I will tell you, when I first got on the board at the mission, almost 20 years ago now, and I heard the testimonies of our guests. We had board meetings, we always invited guests to come and give testimony. And a guy would say, I've been at the mission 10 months and it's changing my life. Or a mom, I've been here 6 months. My initial reaction, and this won't shock you because you know I am a hard-hearted, slow-witted idiot, that my initial reaction was, you've been here 10 months and you haven't learned how to live a productive, dignified life. You must be a bum. Now, I'm a coward as well, so I didn't say anything. But that's what I thought, because I was massively ignorant and naive about the conditions that have created our guests. And that they have these deeply rooted destructive habits, including, obviously, for most of our men, substance abuse. But besides that, just they don't show up at work. They think when you say you need to do this by 2 o'clock Tuesday morning, you mean sometime next week. And we have to help them unlearn those habits, and it takes a long time.
It does.
And we have to be patient. But anyway, I'm grateful beyond measure for my relationship with you and your leadership in our community and your support of the mission. It's magnificent.
Buddy, I'm a big fan, will be for the decades to come.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi. God bless you, Dr.
God bless
Hunter.
you, Freddie.
Thank you for being here.
Absolutely.
All right. You get a chance now to watch one of our videos. We'll be back in just a few minutes with another sterling guest. Thank you.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
Hi, gang. Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. Now we have the extraordinary blessing of talking to Eric Camarillo. Eric is the founder and executive director, is that the title? Of SALT Outreach. It's a fabulous ministry that serves the homeless in Orlando, provides services that they don't get anywhere else. So Eric, welcome to Conversations on a Bench.
Thank you for having me.
being here.
Oh, it's an honor to be here.
All right, so first, start us off by telling us about yourself, where you grew up, how you ended up in Orlando, and how you had the idea to begin SALT
Yeah,
outreach?
yeah. I actually was born in Chicago. After being, I went to school there. Went into my freshman year of high school. I was held at gunpoint, and on my way home from school one day, my mom was like, "We're getting out of here." And I have an uncle that lives here in Central Florida, so she ended up deciding to move to Central Florida. So I wasn't a Christian back then. I ended up deciding to make a decision for Christ when I was 21 years old in
Now, were you
May.
living in Orlando then?
I was living at that time here in Orlando. May of 2010, I was baptized. May 23rd of 2010 was my new birthday. And about a year later, God inspired the idea for Salt. When you become a Christian, your worldview changes, right? Like it's almost like a veil is removed, and now you're seeing the world in a whole different way. You see the bigger picture, and I was always looking for purpose and wondering what my purpose was. And after becoming a Christian, and I realized it was to share His love and win people for Him and the kingdom. And the idea for Salt came because I actually experienced homelessness when I was 20. I was sleeping in my car for about on and off for 6 months. And when I was experiencing that, going to 7-Eleven to clean up in the bathroom, and I was going to the Mexican restaurants, eating the free chips and salsa, and then leaving. I was trying to find creative ways to survive during that time. And when you become a Christian, God kind of takes those past experiences and repackages them for Him. And I think that's where God kind of helped inspire the idea for starting a ministry like Salt. Yeah.
Okay, so first tell our audience what SALT stands for.
Okay.
And how you came up with the idea, how you knew those services were so needed.
Yeah, so SALT is an acronym for Service and Love Together. We got it from Matthew 5:13. SALT right now, what we do is we run comprehensive mobile outreach centers for people experiencing homelessness. So we have a location in downtown, in Pine Hills. We have a location for homeless youth and young adults, 16 to 24-year-olds. We have a location in Bithlo, in Sanford, Apopka, and Leesburg.
So where's the one downtown? It has been at the Christian Service Center, but with the new construction,
Yep.
Where are y'all now?
It was at Christian Service Center for about 4 years. We moved about a mile south, at a place called Powerhouse Church. So we leased
I know
some
exactly
space,
where it is.
Leased some space right behind the church there. And we offer things like, we have 7 shower trailers now. We got different types of trailers to offer, to be able to meet people where they are, and deepen relationship. We have a clothing and hygiene trailer. We have a storage bus. We have a mental health counseling office on wheels. A case management trailer is getting built right now. We have a Sprinter van that has a case management office in the back. So we're trying to create these kinds of things to meet people where they are, deepen relationship, and help get them move along to places like Orlando Union Rescue Mission and Coalition or Salvation Army, to help them kind of progress and move forward, and move them into housing. So we have case managers and counselors to kind of help get people moved into housing as well.
So let's take the one at Powerhouse Church. What services are there, and how do they access them?
Yeah, so normally we have a line of about 50, 60 people in the morning. They sign up at our registration. We have 2 registration desks. They sign up. After they sign up, we get them in queue for the services they want that day, and we can give resources right there at the desk. So we do showers, we do laundry, we do hygiene products, clothing. We have mail service, and we have case management, and soon we'll have mental health counseling there too.
Yeah. So are y'all going to be, are the mental health counselors going to be staff members for y'all?
Staff.
Or are they outside contractors coming in?
So it's going to be paid staff. Yeah, we have a mental health counselor right now at our Pine Hills location for the youth and young adults. So we just got a grant that can help provide a mental health counselor in Orlando, and then one in Bithlo too that we're working on.
Fabulous. So how did you decide on the scope of services you thought were most needed, and consequently start SALT?
Yeah, so You know, we started real small in 2011, just a handful of late teens, early 20s, sharing food with 10 to 15 people downtown. As we shared food with them, we got to know them, right? Food wasn't the end all for solving homelessness, right? But we knew it was a basic need that needed to be met, and we developed a relationship. We did surveys. By 2013, we were sharing food with about 200 different people in downtown. We continued those surveys and collected that data and realized that half of the people we were serving were actively looking for work, but that same group of people hadn't showered on average at 3 to 7 days. Some people hadn't showered in 3 months and they were going on job interviews. So we're like, okay, we need to figure out how to meet the shower need. You know, our faith wasn't big enough to think that we could get a building to provide showers. So we're like, okay, what's an alternative? And the shower trailer was just what naturally kind of evolved from that. And that's when we launched our first shower trailer at the, we launched a clothing trailer and hygiene in 2016. And then 2018, we launched our first shower trailer. And then from there, we continued to use data to kind of inform our decisions to moving forward. So the data back then was just surveys. You know, now we have a data team. We have a software developer, data analyst. So we collect that data. We look at it. We do surveys with our guests still as well, to kind of inform our decisions on how to improve our services, how to become more efficient, and also how to be able to have a bigger impact with our guests. Yeah. So.
All right. So, how many days a week are you open, for example, at Powerhouse, and how many at Pine Hills?
Yeah.
What's the timing of your services?
Yeah, so we're open 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Powerhouse Church, Monday through Friday. We're open at our Pine Hills location, our youth and young adult center. We call it Fountain of Youth. Wednesdays through Friday, 9 to 4. Wednesday through Friday, 9 to 4. And then on Mondays, we're taking our mobile shower and laundry trailer to Sanford. And Tuesdays, we take it to Osceola County to engage youth and young adults in those areas. Then we operate in Bithlo Sunday through Thursday, 9 to 4. We operate in Sanford from 9 to 4 at 3 different locations. Harvest Time International, we just created a partnership with them. We're really excited to partner with that group, amazing group of people. So we'll be operating there twice a week. We're at Rescue Outreach Mission twice a week. And then we're at the First United Methodist Church once a week there. And then we're in Apopka now, Sunday through Thursday, 9 to 4. And then Leesburg, we're at the Christian Care Center in Leesburg on Mondays, and at a Presbyterian church on Wednesdays in Fruitland Park. Yeah.
Fantastic. So you and your team work literally daily with homeless men, women, and children.
Yep.
I know you have noticed the increase in homelessness and the increasing need for your services over the past 5 to 7 years. Specifically, over the past 2 to 3 years, there's been an explosion.
Oh yeah.
How do you why has that occurred? I mean,
yeah.
If you have an explanation,
it's
difficult.
I mean, it's we've seen unsheltered homelessness double, right, in the past 2 to 3 years, and so when we look at that and we see unsheltered homelessness doubling, then we have to ask ourselves, well, sheltered homelessness pretty much is staying the same because we're maxing out the shelter beds in our community. So I believe that if we had more shelter beds available, if we had more permanent supportive housing available, and just affordable places to live in general, that would help kind of lower that number of people experiencing homelessness. But as we see rent increase, and we see direct correlations with rent increases to homelessness, the last study I saw was every $100 increase equals a 9% increase in homelessness. $100 increase in median rent, 9% increase in homelessness. So we see median rent rising, we see homelessness rising, evictions are rising. I mean, it's without more shelter, more affordable housing, more people reaching people, because now with new laws, people are hiding, people are not wanting to make it aware that they're experiencing homelessness. We at one point we had a lot of immigrants coming that were undocumented, getting services with us, which that was the only option for some of them, and now now we're seeing a big decline in that because people are scared. So it's making our job a little harder, but anyway, that's the. I just said a lot of stuff all jumbled up, but that's that's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah.
So, um, what can our community, either nonprofits like SALT or the Mission, or the governments, do to, first off, take it one at a time, to reduce increase in rent?
Mm.
I mean, I presume the answer really is you've got to increase housing stock, because you can't increase price if everybody can go out and still get a good apartment because there are enough apartments.
It's true. It's true. That makes sense to me. I was just reading an article the other day that said even though the demand is getting a little lower recently, sellers are not willing to lower their price, and buyers are more easily walking away from purchasing.
Yeah.
So even that is causing some kind of even with demand even starting to lower, it's not necessarily lowering prices of homes. I guess I would think, yeah, an increased stock of affordable housing would probably be the answer to that. And what you and I can do toward that, I don't know. We can advocate. We can advocate. That's for sure. Yeah, and we have connections with people in local government and stuff, and the people I've talked to in local government, seems like they're also really wanting to see this crisis addressed. You know what I mean? So yeah, but we'll see what happens, I guess. Yeah.
How do you feel about the no camping law that the Florida legislature passed and went into effect about a year ago? How do you feel about it? What's your perspective? And has it affected at all the provision of your services?
Yeah. So I'm not a fan of the no public camping law. I think, and part of the reason is because of the way it directly affects the way that we're serving people. It's harder. People getting arrested for public camping, maybe going to jail, losing all their stuff, having to start from scratch, and then having come to us to restock on their clothes and hygiene, and maybe get a backpack or whatever. I mean, that's a challenge. The other challenge is because we're mobile and we try to meet people where they are. People are just hiding better, and because they're scared.
And I understand that they're hiding their tent or their camp if it has been in a public park, and now they're going to go into the woods or somewhere that's not as visible. Do you think that does that discourage them from going back to Powerhouse Church to get a shower, or is it they're camping farther away? How does it affect you think y'all?
I remember visiting an encampment with our team last year, and they weren't too far from an organization that does day services.
Yeah.
But to travel that in the sun, to leave your tent with all your stuff in it, and maybe things get stolen or taken, it's hard to do that. I think I think it's just harder to leave stuff like that. Like in Bithlo, we have a storage service where people can bring the important things from their tent, come, store it, get the services they need, go to a medical appointment, go see our case manager, whatever, so it doesn't get stolen. But we're trying to find creative ways for that. But yeah, I think it could make it harder because maybe they're a little farther from services. And there's some people in that encampment that when they get to the place, the line's full, or they have to get there at 6 a.m. to wait in line, and they're not. We actually did a social experiment. We have it on our website, our homepage. We took 2 of our young employees, and we dropped them off 40 minutes by car away from downtown Orlando.
Right.
And it was like in Osceola County somewhere. We had them blindfolded, so we drove them there. They were blindfolded, dropped them off, and they each had $10 that they could spend. They couldn't combine their money together. They each had $10.
Were they together or separate?
They were together.
Okay.
They could only use their phone for a few minutes, and they had to find their way back to downtown within 3 hours, or else they missed their case management appointment.
Gotcha.
And so the social experiment, you know, I guess it'll be a spoiler alert, but definitely watch it, because it was really well done video. Some volunteers came and did that for us, but they missed it by 2 minutes. So
Right.
now because they got there 2 minutes late, they might not have been seen today.
Right.
And then maybe the organization is like, hey, sorry, we're booked today, but come back tomorrow. And what the other person doesn't realize is, well, it took us 3 hours to get here. Like, we were on this journey to get here, you know? So transportation is a barrier, you know, to get people the services they need. And that's part of the why we're mobile, why
Yeah.
we're trying to, you know, to be able to eliminate that barrier as much as we can. Yeah. So yeah, I think the camping law does add to that weight of that that barrier. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you heard about it, but Department of Housing and Urban Development has announced a proposed change in its funding for next year.
Mhm.
Have you heard about that? Where
I have heard about
okay,
it.
it's a
Mhm.
significant reduction and a
Mhm.
shift away from the housing first model and more towards some transitional housing.
Yep.
So what's your perspective? I know that it doesn't directly affect your operations, but you know homeless people, you know the homeless situation. So what is your perspective on that?
Yeah, so I think it could potentially affect us in the sense that, you know, it means that maybe half of those currently receiving that are in permanent supportive housing
Yeah.
may end up back out in the street, right? And
Right.
and a lot of them have disabilities and things like that. So where are they going to go? They're going to go to the shelter. You know, maybe hopefully the transitional housing options are available for them to maybe go in there. You know, they'll come get more day services. You know, I believe that especially working with the unsheltered, we specifically work with the unsheltered. We don't work with the sheltered population. Working with the unsheltered, in my opinion, it's a miracle for someone that's unsheltered to be sleeping outside and hold a job. That is, I don't know if I could do it. I don't know if I could sleep outside every day and still hold an active job, like you're
Right.
moving and you're doing stuff. I think that would be really hard. So the housing first approach, I'm a fan of, because I feel like if they can get into that housing and be safe and have a roof over their head, get out of fight or flight mode for a while, then they could really focus on getting better, you know, and you're sheltered, you know, you give a roof to people and then they come in, and being in the shelter and being able to get a job and maintain it and get other, you know, just to be in a safe space. I mean, that's a lot for somebody. So yeah, I think, you know, more transitional options is good, but I also don't want to see permanent supportive housing decline. I don't want to see that. I would want to see that increase. That's my opinion. But
Okay.
yeah.
So I've asked all the public officials we've talked to so far, how do they answer somebody who says, just a regular resident of Central Florida says, I know that over the past 7 years, we have tripled the amount of money we're spending to reduce homelessness. And as you and I just discussed, over the past 3 years, we've doubled the number of homeless people.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're spending 3 times as much money to reduce homelessness and we're getting twice as many homeless people, something's not working. So what do you change and how do you change it?
Yeah, so I could see that being a perspective, looking at those things and just correlating them to say, well, it's not working because homelessness is increasing. I think that there's a lot of other factors that need to be put into play here. I think everyone can relate to how much rent is increasing, and the increase of evictions is growing at a rate that I believe funding isn't keeping up with. I think that there needs to be more funding invested in the community to actually help end homelessness here, and I just think there's not enough. That's my opinion. You know, I just think there are other factors, especially the rent increases for sure. Yeah, and the lack of affordable housing. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, unsheltered homelessness, I mean, with the combination of that, the combination of no new shelters being added, combination of PSH being maxed out, I mean, you know, yeah, I think there's just a lot to look at.
So with all those factors and the current situation, the social, governmental, cultural situation, are you optimistic that we can do anything to significantly reduce homelessness? Not whether we could. Are you optimistic that we will do something, or a combination of things, to reduce homelessness materially?
You know what? There's some changes that make me feel a little discouraged, but I do believe that we have very amazing people in this community that are mission-minded, that care about this cause, and that will find a way to be creative and work within what's been handed to what we can work within our scopes to actually put a dent into homelessness. I have faith in that. You know, and with God, anything's possible, right? You know, and I mean, even something as simple like with us, you know, we don't necessarily do, so like, we don't have it as listed that we help with like security deposits or first month's rent or whatever. But when we get to a point where there's no organization that can help with that, we end up going to our following on social media. You know, we say, hey, look, you know, no identifying information shared. This is a story of somebody. We need this amount of money. And I remember there was a mom with like 5 kids that needed, you know, about, I think it was almost $8,000 for first month's rent, security deposit, and they had to do last month's rent. It's in Lake County. You know, we looked around for some other places, but it was a very urgent situation because of some health conditions and other stuff going on. And we went to social media. We're like, look, guys, this is the story. And within 24 hours, $8,000 was raised just by reaching out to our followers and the public, you know, to give. And so, I mean, I share that just because I think we can find creative ways to figure things out. It just kind of, you know, sometimes you look at a mountain and you're like, how are we gonna climb this, you know? But when you look next to you and you see the people next to you, like you and, you know, some of the other organizational leaders that we know that are going to be on this show, actually, I mean, then, you know, it kind of gives you a little hope. Like, okay, you know what? Maybe together we can climb this mountain, you know? So, yeah.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, of course.
God bless you, Guy.
Of course.
Keep doing the good work at SALT.
Yeah, we will.
All right, we'll be back shortly. And we hope you'll join us. We have a spectacular guest coming up, a good friend who has some of the most powerful testimony I've ever heard. Thank you, Joe. Rejoin us in a few minutes.
There's a lot of things I'm not proud of in my life.
Despair can feel overwhelming.
Think about.
Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed.
You know, and what I got was an addiction to seeing the fear come over them every time that I pointed a gun in their face. It's evil, and it's a vile place to come from. I was in prison, in jail from 15 to 30, in and out. Collectively around 8 years I spent in jail throughout that time.
I remember we broke into a car and found a gun. So now it turned into, let's go hold somebody up and see what they'll give to us, you know? And so from going to hanging out outside and playing basketball or football outside, went into hanging out at night and trying to get alcohol and smoke cigarettes. By the time that I got into middle school, I was already heavily involved with a street gang. When I was like 17 or 18, I tried cocaine and then so on and so forth until I was heavily addicted to cocaine. I mean, later on in my life, around my 20s, there was days where I couldn't go without it. If I didn't have cocaine, I was sick to my stomach. Like I couldn't do anything. I remember one time we were trying to sell a bunch of weed, and that was at a gas station, and these guys saw me there, and they decided that they were gonna try to rob me. I'm running away, and the guy shot me. He shot me twice, and then the first time he shot me, I laid on the ground and just waited, and I turned around and I saw the guy coming right for me, and I remember he pointed the gun right at my face and said, "Say goodnight," and he pulled the trigger. I kind of flinched, and when I flinched, I kicked him on accident, and it made him drop his aim from my head to my chest, and it hit me in the chest. I remember I died, you know, and when I died, I knew it because I can see myself on the ground, like as clearly as I'm seeing you right now. You know, I just was laying there and it looked like I was looking in the mirror. And then I saw the EMT cut my shirt open and stick me in the heart with a needle. And when that happened, now all of a sudden in the back of my body, I'm looking around and there's blood all over the floor. That was the moment that I came to the knowledge of who God was. You know, that there was a God. You know, I didn't have any idea of who he was. I just knew that he existed. From that point on, I know that God had his hand on my life. Even though I still messed up, he still didn't let my life go. He still didn't let drugs overtake me to the point of overdosing. He still didn't let other gang members kill me. He still didn't let me get hurt in prison. The same judge I had for like 10 years of my life, the judge looked at me and he was like, "When are you gonna get your life together? Look at where you were when I first met you. You know, at least you had something, you know, to call yours. Now what do you have? You don't have nothing to show for the last 10 years. He goes, you need to either go into a program, a rehabilitation center, or I'm gonna send you back to prison. You know, those are your two choices." And he gave me his card, and I told him I would try the rehab center. And he told me where to go, and I went there and I did the interview process, and they didn't take me. They wouldn't take me because of my violent history. God had his hand on my life. He took me through all of that just to bring me to the point where I needed the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. And that's where I found who God was, who Jesus Christ was as my eternal Savior. When I first came in, I was right here by this bullpen. I remember waiting at this gate, hoping that they had space for me. And this is where I spent my first 2 nights, right here, bed 9. This is where I came, my first chapel service. I would sit right here all the time. This is the spot. This is where I found Christ, right here. Art offered me a position here as a maintenance technician, and I couldn't be happier.
In the 3 or 4 years that he's been with us, he has really gotten to a point where he has grown quite a bit, so that he in turn can lead the disciples that we have had, that we have now, to also develop, to also grow, and it's been a blessing.
Great person, great personality, good leader, good coach. You know, he came from the bottom, and now he's pretty much up there, somewhere where I want to be.
When I first came to the mission, I needed a place like this, but not that I needed it for my benefit. I needed it to get me through probation, to get me not going to prison. I needed it to get me out of trouble. And now it's a privilege to get to be here, to find people who have the same walk of life as I have and who have had a hard time, and to be able to instill in them what somebody took the time to instill in me. And that's just really the gospel of Jesus Christ. I pray that you would just draw them as you did my own life, Father. That you would just bring them to a place where they realize that they can't do anything without you. I pray that you would bless them on their journey, Lord. Each and every one of these men here deserves to have a life as I have. And that starts with knowing you, Father.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. You are in for a special treat now. My next guest is Ellen Dimitri, who has been a friend for 35 years here in Orlando. And while she is one of the most impressive people you will ever meet, her husband is nearly that impressive. Her husband, Paul, coached our younger son in soccer for about, 16 or 25 years. And not once did Paul shoot him when he should have. Paul is the greatest youth soccer coach in world history, and has blessed the Clayton family magnificently. But his better half is here. Ellen Dimitri, as I said, she goes to church with Susan and me at St. Michael's Episcopal, and it has one of the most powerful testimonies you'll ever hear, and is a wonderful volunteer and donor here at the mission, and one of the crew who has helped us with our foot washing. So, Ellen, welcome to Conversations on a Bench.
Thank you.
We're tickled to have you here. Yeah, it's our pleasure. So, tell us a little bit about your background, where you grew up, where you went to school, and how you ended up in Orlando.
Okay, well, I was born and raised in Fort Pierce, Florida, which was a really small town way back when, but not so much anymore. But my dad was both of my parents were native Floridians, and we belonged to the Methodist Church, and that was a huge, huge, huge part of my childhood. Mom was part of she was in charge of the elementary education, a volunteer job that she kept for 20-some years. But my dad was a pharmacist, and we owned our own drugstore, and I worked there every summer, Christmases, holidays, whatever, at my entire life. And it was a great way to spend a childhood because I learned an awful lot doing all that. But I grew up in the Methodist Church, and as I believe you did.
I did.
And Sunday school was a huge part of that. We used to have year-round Sunday school. Nobody was taking any breaks, and we actually had real teachers that taught. These were not just parents and that might just kind of babysitting us. We really learned an awful lot. So I've always felt very fortunate that I grew up with Jesus. There's never been a time in my life where I didn't know him and have a relationship. So that certainly proved useful later in life. I went to college at Furman University in South Carolina, and that's where I met Paul, and that's how I got to Orlando in 1980.
Awesome.
So we've been married for 45 years now, long time.
Wow. So did you just celebrate the 45th?
We did,
okay.
This summer, yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
And you have a daughter and a son?
I have a daughter and a son, Nancy and Jack, and they are both married to Joseph and Lindsay, and Nancy and Joseph have 3 adorable children, my grandchildren, Madeline, Rosemary, and Nathan.
Well, congratulations.
So we love them more than anything in the world. Grandchildren are the best.
All right, so, and you are an active member of St. Michael's Episcopal Church?
I am. I have been for about 36 years, I believe. And it was one of those God things. Paul was a godfather, asked to be the godfather for his good friend's son, and I'm still going to the Methodist Church. He's going to the Catholic Church, and we were kneeling there during this service, and both of us looked at each other and thought, wow, this is a good blend of those faiths. So that was in the fall of 1990, and 89, and we've been members ever since.
Awesome.
So,
it's kind of like the story that Susan and I have. She grew up in the Episcopal Church. I grew up in the Methodist Church, and we compromised by my becoming an Episcopalian.
Of course.
But like with y'all, it worked out.
Yeah, it worked beautifully. Yeah.
Although my mother kept reminding me that I had fallen from Methodism to Episcopalianism.
Well, yeah. Blessedly, my mother she didn't dump that one on me. But
all right. So, first off, tell us about how you've been involved with the mission at all.
Well, let's see. I guess the main involvement with the mission was I mean, long ago, I would bring things for the shop.
Yeah.
So,
Well, thank you for that.
Anything that I have a longtime housekeeper friend, and anything she cannot use, it comes to you guys. And she's retired now. She doesn't need quite so much, so it almost all comes here. So that was my first involvement. And then hearing Mary Olson, who sits behind us in church and has been long involved.
Yes, is actually our chairman of the board.
Our chairman of the board. And she would talk about it. So when you introduced the idea of St. Michael's helping with foot washing a few years ago, I thought, sign me up. I want to do that.
So you were actually eager to wash homeless people's feet.
I was.
That's remarkable.
I have always felt very strongly about the Maundy Thursday service that we have at St. Michael's. This was not something we had in the Methodist Church growing up, but it's a nighttime service, and we kind of go through the Last Supper, and we wash each other's feet. And at the time, for many years, it was the people on the altar would do the foot washing. And then at some point I thought, oh, how cool would it be if, and I thought, well, I'll just volunteer to see if they'll let me come up there and do that. But that year they changed it. And, if you and I went up together, you would wash my feet, and then I would wash your feet, and then we'd go back and sit down, and then the next people would do it. And it is just an emotionally meaningful thing. It just, I get all teary through the entire service. When you think about, what Jesus knew was about to happen, and he gave this gift of, helping each other and loving each other enough to be able to do that. Yeah. So yeah, I felt, I'm telling you, when you put that out there, it was my Sunday to play the carol on. And I thought, that's like 10 minutes after church, and you were doing sign-ups out at the Narthex. And I even looked at Paul, I was like, go put my name on the notepad. Let Freddie know I wanted to do this. And by the time I got there, after the carol, you were gone. I thought, oh, I've missed my chance. So I texted you at home, if you remember that. So
absolutely.
Yeah, I will wash feet forevermore. That is a meaningful thing.
The only reason we have the foot washing ceremony here is because of the Maundy Thursday service. Because when we moved down here, we experienced it for the first time, and it's my favorite service of the year. Mm-hmm. And so I went to our leadership team, that it would have been 2017, I think, and I suggested we could do that after our Easter banquet. And the response was, okay, you do it at St. Michael's. Everybody who goes to St. Michael's takes a shower right before they go to the service, so nobody has stank feet. Are you sure you can find volunteers who want to wash the feet of homeless men who haven't bathed in 2 months? And my response was, I have no idea. But 2 churches responded enthusiastically: First Baptist of Orlando and First Methodist of Oviedo. Right. And they are still mainstays of our event. And because of their enthusiasm, and subsequently because every time a small group from a church goes, they go back and talk about how, as you described it, what a profound experience it is to be there and wash people's feet. We have to limit the number any church can bring. Last year, Action Church, I called them, they agreed to volunteer, and they asked if they could bring 200 volunteers, just their church. Wow. And then we began negotiating on how many they could bring, because we didn't have that many slots open. Anyway, it is. So all you out there watching this, if you have never done this, please call the mission, or go online and write us an email that you want to investigate the foot washing at our Easter banquet. It is a profound, moving, and delightful experience.
It is.
Okay, so and Ellen is one of our mainstays now, and the foot washing.
That's right.
Okay, so and then you and Paul are donors, and so you need to know that the Dimitris transform lives by their generosity to the mission, both
showing up at the Easter banquet and by giving, and consequently, God changes lives at the mission because of their generosity, and it makes a difference. You're going to hear from, well, you heard, if you were listening earlier today, you heard about Juan, and you'll hear a lot of other testimonies about folks who are either going through our programs right now or have gone through them, and how God changes their lives and gives them a chance to escape homelessness and live with dignity and hope. And all our donors make that possible. So thank you, Ellen.
You're welcome.
So you went through some really, really, really tough times several years ago.
I did.
Okay.
I did. So actually, about 26 years ago, I was diagnosed with stage 4 melanoma. And this was a very scary diagnosis for me in particular, because my father died from melanoma 22 years before. And there was still no cure. That was the tough part. And I went through several surgeries, a lot of testing, everything just to get things figured out. And I had major abdominal surgery and had come home from the hospital after a few days. And I am really not one to sit still. I like to figure out problems. And Paul's brother John is a dermatologist in Bradenton, and he helped, along with my doctor and a few other doctor friends, compile a list of the research centers across the world that were researching melanoma. So I'm lying there in bed with nothing else to do, and got out my notepad and started making phone calls. John had rounded up all these phone numbers. So amazingly enough, when you are in great physical condition and young and seriously motivated, these doctors talk to you. And I had conversations with 5 of them that morning, and they were not the least bit hopeful. They all said, you've got about a year, maybe 2, and we would love for you to be part of our experiment and see what we can do to save lives in the future. And I'm all about saving lives. My dad went through some really awful experimental stuff with his melanoma, and but I was 41 years old, madly in love with my husband. I had a 13-year-old and 11-year-old, and I was not ready to leave, was the bottom line. And I got really mad and angry, a little despair.
Now, were you angry at God?
No, I was angry just at the situation. Okay. And I got so mad that after that 5th one, I hung up the phone and I threw the phone across the room. That was back when we still had landlines. And I was really distraught, would be the right word for it. And abdominal stitches and everything, I got myself out of bed and I fell face first on the floor and just cried out. And I was like, God, I'm 41. I'm not ready to go. I'm just not ready to go. And I said, I can't do anything about this. I said, they're telling me, there's no help for this, that, you're kind of stuck and in a hard place. And, we frequently do turn to God when we are stuck and in a hard place. And, but I think the thing that really did it was I just said, I have no control over this situation and I need you to do it. And I'm telling you, at that moment, this peace just washed over me. And I am still face down in the carpet, and but I got up and got myself back in the bed, and I thought, I just felt different. And anyway, much had to happen between that point, and we still hadn't decided where to go, but 3 weeks after that, we're in church, and we now have Father Hamilton from New Jersey, and he is reading the Eucharistic prayer B. And Paul and I are kneeling in pew 2 up there, and he comes out, there's part of it that says, and therefore, according to his command, O Father, only what we heard, both of us, was, and therefore, according to our commando, Father. And we both turned and looked at each other and just kind of smiled and, got through the rest of the church service. Church is over, we're going to lunch, and we started talking about that. And I said, God really is our commando Father. I was like, we are going into battle, we got to fight this cancer, and he is going to lead the way. So 2 days later, we fly to MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston and meet with our doctor, and he goes through the options, which are very few. It was like, do this or do nothing. Do nothing didn't really sound good to me. So he described this option as it was grueling. I mean, it was horrific listening to him talk about it. And
that was just a cocktail of chemos that he's talking about?
It was three
radiation?
chemos and 2 biological drugs,
Okay.
all at the same time. It was 5 days in the hospital, 2 more days in the hospital to recover, and then 2 weeks out, and then do it again. And I just remember thinking, really, God, is it this? And then I looked at him and I said, Dr. Badikian, if I was your wife, we were kind of close in age, I said, what would you do? And he said, I would do this, the hard one. And he hopped up on his desk and he started talking. And what he said was, there is a battle going on inside your body, and we have got to fight it back. We've got to wage war as aggressively as possible. And at that moment, I could feel these just arms and this peace. And I just remember thinking, thank you, Lord, because my commando Father is going to lead us in this battle. So we, that was at the beginning of December. He wanted to start that week. We're like, well, we got Christmas coming up, and can it wait? And he said, okay, it can. So we go back the 1st of January, and I get ready for all kind of testing. I had 2 ports and all kind of stuff. So I go in for my first treatment, and I'm checked into the hospital. I've got, at any given moment, 6 to 8 bags of either drugs and fluids flowing through me. I had 2 IVs that it was crazy. I looked like an octopus with all this stuff. So they started the drugs at about 11 o'clock at night, and I went to sleep. And that was on Friday the 8th. So 5 days later, whatever day that was, I woke up to Paul standing over me, looking at me, and he's like, are you okay? And I said no, and usually whether I'm, okay or not okay, the answer is always, I'm fine, I'm fine, yeah. But my head was killing me, and I mean, really killing me, and every joint in my body, I'm lying still, I haven't moved yet, but everything hurt, and the nausea, oh my Lord, the nausea was just unbelievable. And at some point, I said, I need to get up and go to the bathroom. And he says, well, I'm going to help you. Now, we were in the old part of the hospital. The room was literally a shoebox. There was room for that hospital bed and the IV tree and Paul's chair that would fold out into, I'm sure, the most uncomfortable bed ever. And then, so I'm like 5 steps from the bathroom, which literally is a sardine can. And, you can't fall anywhere because the walls are like right here. So I am in there, and it's got a pocket door. He closed the pocket door, and I can remember just putting my head in my hands and thinking, oh God, what have we done? And I'm thinking, I can't do this again. I got to do this 3 more times. And one of the things that a serious talk I'd had with God before we left was, that if any of these negative thoughts came in, I needed him to, you know, smack me upside the head and tell me, no, you know, that this is not me. This is Satan. And at that moment, I had that smack in the head, and I kind of sat up and I thought, it is. And I just remember saying out loud, get away. Just get away from me. Get away. Well, Paul is, you know, literally on the other side of this door, and he opens the door slowly and he says, are you okay? And I said, I'm better now. So get back in the bed, we finish round 1 and go back to the hotel, rest for 2 weeks, come back for round 2. Now, I had lost 15 pounds during round 1, and Dr. Badikian said, we got to back off a little bit. That was too much. And I was like, no, you hit me hard. I can take it. And he's like, no, not doing that. So I was aware during these next 5 days. I was very aware of what was going on, and it was just hard. It was every bit as grueling as it had been described, maybe more so. And we get to the end, and it's the 5th day, so I'm on that last bag of fluids and chemo, and I need to go to the bathroom. And Paul was not there. He had gone down the hall or to the cafeteria, and I was alone. And I thought, I can do this. So we had this IV tree. It was a great big IV tree. And I could hold on to it and go, kind of like a walker. So again, about 5 steps to the bathroom door. So I get in there, I leave the tree outside because these things are long and the space is short. And I tugged on that door because it just seemed very heavy at that point in time. And again, head in the hands and thinking, I just don't know if I can do this again. And all these thoughts are really hitting my head about, well, you don't have to do it again. You could just stop. And I thought, oh, no, this is happening again. And at the same time, that teeny tiny little bathroom got so hot. It was like somebody turned on a heater, and I couldn't breathe. It was stifling, and I thought, I got to get out of here. Well, I'm tugging on the door, which is, I'm having a hard time opening. So I get just enough room to get me out, and I'm hanging onto the ivy tree here and the door with this hand. And I realize that there is a bright light in front of me. And I thought, well, that's odd because the lights were off and the blinds were closed because the light bothered me tremendously. And at that point, I looked up, and standing there, 3 or 4 steps away, was Jesus. And I just remember thinking, oh, thank God. And I tried to take a step forward. He came to me and just grabbed me up. And he just wrapped me up in his arms in the biggest hug. And he smelled so good. He was in a white robe. He had long, dark brown hair, and he just had this aura around him and this light. And at the same time, I can still feel this heat over beside me. And as he pulled me to him and hugged me, he looked down towards the bed where I could see this reptilian tail just kind of sticking out a little bit. And he said, you can't have her. She belongs to me. And at that, the tail was gone. And I'm sure was crying. I can't even remember at this point. But we stayed that way for a moment, and then he helped me get back in bed, and he pulled the covers up over me, and he put his hand on my cheek, and I closed my eyes for a moment, and then he was gone. But at that point, I knew without question that I was his and he was mine forever, and that nothing would separate us. And whether I lived or whether I died, I was still going to be his, and it was going to be okay. So 26 years later, I'm still here, and I've actually battled another stage 4 cancer, and I'm still here. So, you know, I do whatever I can for him, through him, with him, always.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I told you it was going to be just about the most powerful testimony you could ever hear. And it is, and it inspires everybody who knows you. Now, one thing our audience needs to know is that Ellen is the last person in the world who enjoys telling emotional stories. She is as thoughtful and rational and calm as anyone I know. So for her to tell this story with this much emotion and something that is as profound an experience as she saw, it is not just inspiring, it's transformative to hear that. And one of the things that I think of is that the same God who appeared to Ellen and who reminded her that she is his is the same God who shows up at the mission to transform the lives of the men, women, and children who live here. And we were talking earlier today with Dr. David Youth, the pastor at First Baptist, and he was talking about the reason we ought to be good, that as Christians, you shouldn't be good in order to show God that we're good and that we earn things, that we deserve his love, that instead that we recognize he loves us more than we can imagine, that he's the God who shows up at MD Anderson for Ellen and shows up for these men who are overcoming addiction. And he loves us so much, he does that for us, and that the only rational response is to love him back and to serve him. And that is the example that folks like Ellen set for the rest of us. And there are days where I feel self-satisfied and massively arrogant about being a good guy. And then I think of God loving me so much. He lets me work at the mission. He gives me friends like Ellen and Paul Dimitri. And he has saved me. And he does the same thing for me that he did for Ellen. He claims me as his own. And yet I constantly fail him. And that never reduces his love for me. And it is a remarkable recognition. And it's humbling, and if I didn't realize that shame comes from Satan, it would be shame-inducing. But anyway, I thank you.
Well, you are welcome. And I just have to say, I have never seen anybody be the hands and feet of God the way that you are with the work that you do here. And
you need to get around more. You need to meet more people. Thank you. You're very
Freddie
kind.
Clayton.
God bless you. Love you.
You are the best. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing it with us.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Thanks.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission. If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
All right, thanks for joining us again. We just finished with my good friend Ellen Dimitri and her powerful testimony. We now have another good friend and fellow member at St. Michael's who's a great guy, one of the smartest people I know, and a really, really, really thoughtful real estate developer. And we want to get their perspective on homelessness. I think we have 3 of them that we're going to be on the Conversations on a Bench. So welcome back and welcome Chip Webb. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you. So I walked up and he was crying and the last person in line was crying. So now the pressure's on. I got to say something that makes Freddie cry. So we'll see.
Sadly, that's not very hard.
Yeah.
Okay, so start off. Tell us about your growing up, where you grew up, where you went to school, and how you ended up in real estate development.
Okay, so born and raised in Orlando, grew up in the Pine Castle area. Went to Pine Castle Elementary, Walker Junior High School, went to high school at Trinity, college at Florida, got out. I'm a CPA by education and training, much like
you got your bachelor's and master's at Florida?
Yep, correct.
In accounting?
In accounting, and I have an undergraduate in chemistry.
Oh, wow.
Which I realized I'll never use, right?
But it shows how brilliant you must be.
Yeah, or not smart enough not to start that. So I worked for Ernst & Winnie in Houston, came back, worked for KPMG here for a number of years, and then with a fraternity brother of mine, Joe Trammell, your neighbor, we started a real estate development company probably in 1990.
Now, had you done accounting work or consulting work for real estate companies?
So I was in the tax department.
Okay.
So I tell people I wouldn't trade those 9 years for anything, because of the mentorship that came from the partners in the firm. And I got to meet lots of entrepreneurs who are my clients, and therefore got to watch them, emulate them, learn from them, and then went off and did it.
Okay, so your company's name?
Trammell Webb Partners.
All right. And what kind of real estate development do you do?
So we started off doing single family residential, then moved into large master plan communities. And
now explain to both our audience and me what a master planned community is.
Okay, so we would, if you go out to any large community that has 500 to 1,000 homes, maybe around a golf course, maybe around a big amenity center, we would go get that property, get it approved, build the streets and roads, and sell lots to builders.
Okay, and the infrastructure under the street, that's okay.
Correct, and then you would come in and you'd buy the home from the builder we sold the lots to.
All right. Okay.
And then probably 10 years ago, we started with Toby Arnheim, started doing student housing, where we go and we build essentially an apartment, which in today's world, these things are nicer than my first 2 houses that I lived in.
Yes.
And so we build apartments, and we've done stuff at University of Florida, FSU, South Florida, UCF. We're up in Kentucky, University of Kentucky, doing something now.
Fantastic. All right, so I'm sure you have noticed, as almost everyone in Orlando or Central Florida has, that we've had an increase in homelessness over the past few years, significant increase. First off, do you have an idea or thoughts about what causes homelessness itself?
You know, that's interesting. So we do affordable housing in addition to student housing, but you know, homelessness, I was thinking about that knowing I was going to come see you. You know, in my simple mind, as I try to, I break it down, you know, into three groups. I think there are the chronically homeless that have mental issues. There are the folks in the middle that may have some substance abuse issues. And then there are those who are right on the edge, who are situationally homeless because they lost their job or something happened, medical expenses that cause them to go off into homelessness.
Yeah.
And so I don't know I don't know the percentages. I don't know which one is more important. And I know every single homeless story is a brand new story. And they may be generally the same, but each one of them is different. So I don't know if I could put the cause on anything.
Okay. So do you have any feeling for why Central Florida has seen such a rapid and significant rise over the past few years?
You know, I do, the economy for sure, but, you know, generally the economy hasn't been on a precipice. You know, COVID's over. You know, and again, before I started reading and knowing you and learning more about it, we get the impression that homeless are here because it's the Sunshine State, and if you got to live somewhere, it's not cold and all that. But understanding that they're not, you know, most of those folks are not mobile.
That's right.
They can't pick up and say, hey, I want to go live in Florida. That most of them have come here, I think, with a job of some kind, and then fell into homelessness.
Yeah.
And it was caused by, you know, mental abuse or just economics.
Yeah.
So I don't know why. I don't know if we're recognizing them easier, we know them more because we have friends who are involved in that, or there are just more of them. I don't know.
Well, there are more of them. And you're right, statistics show that between 80 and 85% of the homeless in Central Florida were here when they became homeless. They weren't homeless in St. Louis and taking a bus here. Now there are some of those, but the great majority are not. Interestingly, I've asked both today during conversations on a bench and dozens of times in other settings why we've seen the increase. And to be candid, nobody has given me a persuasive answer.
Do you know the answer?
No. Now, I'm confident, just like with homelessness, there is not one cause.
Yeah.
I think it is a combination of issues, but no one of those issues has taken such a dire turn that it would cause the increase. For example, you probably know, you probably heard me preach about this when we're in social time, that over the past 5 years, roughly, we have tripled the amount of money we spend, government money we spend in Central Florida to reduce homelessness. We've tripled that. And during that same period, the number of homeless has doubled. Now, that tells me that something we're doing isn't achieving the desired results. If we're spending more to reduce it and we're getting more homeless, it's not working. So what do we need to change?
So, you know, as I look at that, so I look at what the mission does.
Yeah.
Right. You have a beginning and an end and a goal, and the end is you successfully leave and you're no longer homeless and you're back into society. I think that's great, but there aren't many folks who can do that. And so I think this infrastructure has been built up of different groups that take different pieces of it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're just the place that houses somebody for the night, you didn't cause the homelessness, right? Your shelter didn't cause it, but you are not really doing anything to take that person out of homelessness, right? You're playing a valuable role.
Right.
And so I don't know if when we spend the money, we are spending it in the right places. So what you guys do, you know, the alpha and the omega, and you know, you're regimented, right?
Yeah.
You're tough. You say if your interest is getting to here, we'll help you get there, but here are the rules and here's what you have to do. It seems to me that a lot of the money that we spend in Central Florida is housing and shelter, and not necessarily getting to the root of someone's individual issue to get them out.
It's interesting. One of the descriptions I usually use with respect to the mission is our goal is not merely to provide the immediate relief with shelter, food, and clothing. Now we do all that, but we do it primarily as components of a broader program. that we hope will help our guests escape homelessness permanently and develop the habits and behaviors that will enable them to live with dignity and hope for the rest of their lives. It's difficult. We get to work with guys who are committed to doing that. And as we were just describing when Ellen was here, the really rewarding aspect of what we do at the mission is to see God change these lives.
Right.
Guys who have been through the most difficult situations that we could imagine, and yet they do come out the other end, changed, knowing that God loves them more than they can imagine, and that He has given them skills that will enable them to be self-sustaining.
Right.
But it's tough because as you know, it takes a year or two to help our guests overcome some of the bad habits they've developed. And as you probably know, the mission is kind of a pariah among the social service agencies.
That's not from leadership, right? That's
No, sadly, it's probably from poor leadership.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody recognizes if they just had some rational guy running it. I think there are several reasons. First is because of our kind of insistence that we don't take any government funding.
Right.
Because over 77 years and significant experience and lots of prayer, we base our programs on what we know works or what we think works based on everything that we know. And we don't want to have to respond when what I think is a fad goes through consultants that the government hires. And they come up with a new program that has a cool name and sounds plausible. And it's something different, and you got to change something because eventually the residents of Central Florida, if we continue on this path, eventually will say, wait a second, you keep spending increasing amounts of money and getting worse results.
Yep.
We got to change. And so they change something. We don't have to respond if we don't think that's prudent.
Right.
And we are incredibly blessed to have the range of donors, people like you and Pam, and Paul and Ellen, who support the mission and consequently make possible the transformation of these lives. So one of the current mantras that we hear constantly among social service agencies is that homelessness is a housing issue. Now, I have two responses. One is, that's partially true. We don't have enough housing. And second, I notice that people who say that aren't responsible for providing housing. So it's somebody else's fault. If it's a housing problem, then it's those folks' fault, the developer's fault, or the people who control permitting. But that's not what I do, so it's not my fault.
Right.
Now,
Right.
that is a human tendency. I do it all the time in all kinds of situations, especially with Susan, my wife. But and for me, it's a facile explanation. Knowing that at least that we do need more housing, we have, depending on whom you ask, 10,000 fewer apartments overall in Florida, in Central Florida, than we need. From a developer's perspective, how do you get those built? What has to happen in order to get 10,000 apartments built in the next 5 years?
So good question. So it depends on what you want to build. Market rate, market's good, they're building apartments.
Okay, so let me stop you there. Let me ask you something. And this is, I've never been, as you know, real estate developer. It takes too much brain power. So if the way I look at it is if the approval process, the zoning, permitting, all that stuff, if getting the authority to start, to break ground is really expensive and really long, it's hard to build inexpensive apartments and earn a good return, isn't it? If you already have a sunk cost of $500,000.
Yeah, so it's land,
yeah,
it's approvals, which are zoning, and then it's construction costs,
yeah,
right? So if there is inexpensive land, can be 15 to 20% of the overall cost.
Okay.
So if a municipality wants, let me back up a second. So the housing that we're talking about is the situational housing.
Right, right.
That if you fall out, you have to be able to pay to get there, right? The first two groups I was talking about, the mentally impaired.
That's not going to help them.
That's just give them a door to open and go inside. So the stuff on the periphery over here, the inclination from a developer is build market rate, because that's how I make money.
Yeah.
So if you want me to build something that's not market rate, that I have to charge lower rents for, then you need to help me compensate. So give me land. So if a municipality has land, don't make me spend 2 years going through the process and hiring all these folks and taking time, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not making any money in those
You've
2
already
years.
invested in the land. You've got
Money's going
several
in.
$1 million,
Yep.
and you
now, I may not buy it until I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Which the smart guys don't buy it until they're ready to turn dirt. But it's an opportunity.
There's no
cost.
income.
There's no income. There's an opportunity cost, right? I've lost that. So if you can make it quicker, you can make the land less expensive.
Right.
And then the whole tax credit deal works out well, especially this live local, which is the next, is not a homelessness issue. But there's so many ways in and out, and that's a problematic deal.
Okay. So from a probably, what would I call it, irrationally naive perspective, which I use in a lot in life. Okay. I look around and I say, in our culture, in our society, we have enough shirts. We have, everybody who wants a shirt has a shirt. We have enough bread. We have enough tennis rackets. We have enough iPhones. We have enough cars. We don't have enough housing. What's the difference between all those things we have in abundance and housing? And my reaction is the government controls the timing, production, and specifications and location of housing. The things that the government doesn't control, we have enough all the time of varying expenses and quality. So you can buy a brand, or let's say you can buy a used Kia for $3,000 that will get you around, or you can spend, $2 million on a Bugatti, depending on what kind of car you want to need. Right. So the market dictates that, and everybody is generously satisfied. Does the same principle apply with housing if there were no restrictions on it?
Okay, what was your intro? Naive and what was
irrationally naive?
Irrationally naive. Well, I mean, yes and no, right? So if I make bread, I can sell bread tomorrow. In fact, I have to sell bread tomorrow, or it spoils. If I have a shirt, I can sell it tomorrow. There's an immediate market for it. If I'm going to go do a housing development, an apartment, I need to study to make sure there are going to be people that want it.
Right.
Make sure they can afford it. It's going to take me 2 years to build it, no matter what, because the government's out of the way once I start.
Right.
If it takes me a year to get it ready, that's the only thing the government's in the way for.
Okay.
And it is probably in the best interest of all of us that you don't let me just run out there and build something that hasn't been approved.
Now you know that I don't believe that.
I know that.
But I realize I am in the very small tail of that bell curve who believes that the government shouldn't be doing that.
Well, no, you want inspectors inspecting what I'm building.
Safety, that's
safety.
It. But
health safety, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, if you're going to get in the way of me building my apartment across the street from you, well, that's clearly zoning.
Yeah.
And what would help in that, there's something that Orange County is called form-based code, that Orange County's trying to go, and they got shut down on it. But form-based code basically says, here's what we want where, and then I don't have to go to public hearings, I don't have to go to zoning boards. It says I can build that, and I go right to building, to getting my plans approved. But so if you could cut out all of that, you'll save a year on a 3-year project.
Okay.
So you save some.
Yeah, save 33% of your time.
Not time, but not cost.
Yeah, I understand.
Right.
Understand.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So with respect to the housing, do you have ideas about what we can do to increase housing stock? Because the way I look at it is, if you increase all housing stock, you're going to reduce just on market forces the increases in rent.
Yeah.
We've seen huge increases in rent in Central Florida over the past few years, which is an indication to me we don't have enough housing stock.
Right.
Because
It's all supply and demand.
Exactly.
Right.
So if you increase that, you're going to the stock. You're going to reduce the increased cost, or you're going to drop the cost. Right. So what can you do to do that?
Well, so if we look at the three different groups,
right?
And there may be more groups, but I just keep
Okay.
it simple.
Yeah.
You know, so the mentally impaired group, they don't have any money.
Right.
Right. And they can't spend any money.
Yeah.
And so somebody has to, either through fundraising or government assistance,
Right.
that. In the middle, kind of the same thing.
Right.
When you get to the edge where the folks can pay, could have paid,
Right.
then it's an affordability issue. And so how do you make an apartment more affordable? You cut down on the cost of the land. You really can't cut down on sticks and bricks and hammers and labor.
Well, except don't you make it much simpler? I mean, as you know, we're looking at building a transitional village,
Yep.
right? And we have, talking with the architect, we have said, we're not going to put any balconies on the unit. So we're going to, what we want to do is make it maximally efficient to build and then to operate.
Yep.
So that you can save at least some money.
Yeah, there's only so much you can
Right.
strip
You still
out
have
of
to
it.
build a building.
You need a bathroom, you need a bedroom, you need a kitchen.
That stands for 50 years without falling
right,
down.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can strip out the nicer amenities, the
Yeah.
granite countertops and the stainless steel appliances, but you still need a refrigerator, an oven,
Yeah.
a sink.
Okay.
You know, you may not need a dishwasher or disposal. So you can, but the frame, you know, when you start, you have to pour a slab. Well, concrete doesn't care if it's a very expensive apartment or not so expensive. Right?
Gotcha.
And the wood framing that you're putting up, it's the same wood in all of them. It's really the finishes and location.
Yeah.
So location, if the location is an inexpensive location, then you get a less expensive product.
Now, when you say if you mean the
Land
land
is cheaper.
price.
Yep,
Yeah.
land is
Okay.
cheaper.
Okay.
And so if it's an area where everybody wants to build and there's only so much land because that's controlled by zoning,
Right.
then the prices go up. And so then you have to build a nicer apartment
Right. In order to get a
recover those
return.
prices.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So what you just told me is that I shouldn't be very optimistic.
Well, I mean, so, you know, if this is what you could spend on a market rate deal,
Yeah.
you know, you can cut to here.
Yeah.
You're not cutting to here.
Which is, no, I understand.
Because you still need slabs, pipes, wood,
Okay.
framing, you know,
Yeah.
all that. And that's all the same.
Well, let me ask you this, that I have a general impression that there is no way the government has enough money to build all the subsidized housing we need. I mean, to fund it. That they have to provide incentives for people like you, private developers, to do so. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. So what incentives would someone like you respond to build more housing?
So this live local.
Okay. So first off, if they gave you land, it makes it easier.
Free land
Okay.
helps, right?
Okay.
And,
So
and
what
it's-
is, excuse my ignorance, live local?
So Live Local is a new thing the state of Florida did probably 3 years ago.
Mhm.
And it says, if you will build an apartment and you take 40% of your units
Right.
and you set them aside for somebody earning between 80%
Right.
and 120% of
AMI.
average of AMI,
Yeah.
then if you do between 80 and 120, we'll give you a 75% break on your taxes. So you'll pay only 25% of what
Okay.
would be, and that's
Okay,
real money.
that's absolutely.
If you do 80% or below, you pay no real estate taxes.
For how long? Is it
Ever, as long as you keep that in place.
Okay.
So that sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
So we calculate, you know, I'm gonna get less in rent because I have to cap my rents.
Right.
Right. So my exchange of rental income for less in taxes, if that seesaw kind of balances out, then that's a great deal. Well, what happened is, the first year they did it, all the counties went crazy, going, "You're taking away my tax base."
Right.
Right. Well, our argument would be, there was nothing there before, right? So every incremental tax, you wouldn't have had it had we not built
Right.
it. And then the second year, the state gave them the ability that if you have enough housing stock
Mhm.
at the 120% of AMI, and there's some stat that determines that, then you don't get the 75% break. If you go to if you go to 80% AMI, you'll still get the 100. Well, that kind of turned the dial down a little bit.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they did some zoning changes, which is interesting. They said, if you're doing that, you don't have to change your zoning. If you're right now, if you're commercial, office, or industrial,
Yeah.
you just go right to plans. You don't
Okay.
you don't need a public hearing.
Gotcha.
You can put as much density as whatever the greatest density in your municipality, and you can
Okay.
go as high as any building within a mile circumference. So now
So they
you're
provided
saying,
great incentives.
yeah, you
Okay.
can build bigger, higher, more, and you get a tax break.
And have developers responded?
Well, they have it in believe it or not, in a high income area.
Yeah.
You can still charge high rates because
Yeah.
the AMI is
Yeah.
high because your costs are kind of the same. And then if you're in a different AMI, kind of the in between, much like Orange County.
Yeah.
Orange County voted to take away the 75% rate.
Okay.
So by taking that away, it drops some.
All right.
So the state is kind of forcing it on the municipalities, but it's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
And if you find the right, you're playing three-dimensional chess.
Yeah.
So you go here, rents go down, costs stay the same, but I get the tax break, and so you can find one that fits that program.
Gotcha.
So
Is it going to work long term, you think, and just increase the housing stock like it should, like we hope?
I think it will on the far side.
Yeah.
Right. This is more affordable. So in Orange County, AMI is $84,000 for a family of four. So 120% of that's $100,000. So you have a family making $100,000.
Right.
Can afford, and they have fixed capped rates. Well, that's pretty good income, and so pretty good apartment. If you go 80% of the AMI,
And
now
is that
you're in 60.
do they determine affordability about 30%, 1/3?
Yeah, 30% of your income.
Yeah.
And so they figured it all out, so you know
Okay.
going in what your rent is, and
Yeah.
it's that way for forever. Well, most developers
Yeah.
want to have a good project that's well placed, that I get to raise the rents any way I want. Well, this caps the rent
Gotcha.
on the 40%. So it should work, but it is like anything. When the government starts putting those things out there, it can fall apart.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, buddy. Awesome.
You're welcome.
You are a smart dude.
I didn't make you cry. You didn't make me cry.
That
was good.
Thank you.
All right. So
we will be back shortly.
You doing?
Thank you, guys.
Sorry, you doing?
Hi, I'm Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and our goal is not merely to provide immediate relief with a bed and a meal. Instead, our objective is to transform the lives of our guests, the 268 men, women, and children who live with us. We do that with a broad range of programs. For example, we have a very focused and successful addiction recovery program. We have classes and counseling sessions in a wide array of topics, from personal finance to anger management, to job preparedness, to parenting. And all these things prepare our guests so when they get out of the mission, they never have to come back to a place like the mission again. We offer programs in homework assistance and tutoring that all kids have access to ensure success in school. We have a range of physical activities and sports, social time, and Bible studies for all our kids.
When we got here, he barely talked. Now he says his whole ABCs, 1 through 20. He's learned so much.
One of my favorite staff is Mr. Tim because he's nice, he jokes around with the kids, and many other kids like to hang around him.
Victorious for Life class really helped me because that helped me become in tune with myself and learn a lot, relieved a lot of my anxiety.
And now when I'm looking for jobs, I can actually put I'm a high school graduate. It's a wonderful feeling, it really is.
I have learned a lot about who God is and who He is as a Savior, who He is as a Father.
I'm grateful for just being here and just learning and growing.
If it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't be a medical assistant. I wouldn't be a homeowner. All of these things, I would not have been able to become the person that I am now without my time here at the mission.
All these things are free to our guests, and we take no government funding. We are sustained exclusively by the voluntary donations of individuals, companies, churches, and other organizations. We also want to ensure that our guests are introduced to and develop a relationship with Christ. If you'd like to be a part of this, if you'd like to volunteer at the mission or to donate to the mission, I encourage you, go to our website,
OURM.org, or call me on my cell phone personally, 407-928-6375.
Conversations on a Bench. We have now the extraordinary privilege of talking to Alexis Allen. Alexis is a graduate of our program at the Family Home and is a wonderful and incredibly talented chef, and actually now supervises the Family Home kitchen. She's a full-time employee at the mission and both ministers to all our guests and feeds them incredibly well. So Alexis, welcome to Conversations on a Bench.
Thank you for inviting me today.
Oh, my pleasure. Okay, so give us a little background. Tell us where you grew up, your family, all that kind of stuff.
Okay. Well, I'm originally from New Jersey, but I've pretty much been here for the most of my life. I've lived in North Carolina for a little bit. We grew up here in Orlando. We had a house with a pool. But eventually my mom got divorced from her ex-husband, and we kind of lost a lot. I had went to move with my aunt and was staying with her for about a year, but then we connected, and we just been trying to move forward through life. We've had some ups and downs through it, but the Lord's always been my focus. Yes.
Amen. So at some point with your mom, did y'all end up in a homeless shelter?
Yes.
Okay, where was that? Was that in town or?
In North Carolina,
okay.
yes.
All right, and how long did that last?
We were probably there for maybe about 3 months, and then we ended up being able to rent a house.
Oh, good.
So, yes.
And that was still in North Carolina?
Yes.
And how old were you then?
I believe I was like around 12.
And how long did you stay in North Carolina?
I stayed in North Carolina until I was about 14.
And then where'd you move?
And from there, I went to move back to New Jersey for the finish off 8th grade, and then back to Florida.
Back to Orlando area?
Yes.
And you've been here basically ever since?
Yes. Well, I moved back and forth, but yes, been here.
So did you graduate from high school here in Orlando?
Yes.
And where'd you go to high school?
Went to Cypress Creek.
Fabulous. So, and then you ultimately had some children? You got 3 kids?
Yes, I have 3 children, Chloe, Nehemiah, and Emma.
2 of them are twins.
Oh, no.
I thought they aren't. I thought you had 2 twins. I'm sorry.
No
Okay.
twins.
Whoops. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, no twins, 21, 18, and 12.
Awesome.
Yes.
And they are right now with their dads?
Yes,
Right.
that's
Okay.
correct.
And tell us how you ended up at the mission.
All right. I would say around 2021, well, after the pandemic, I was working in a hotel. I decided to leave that, but the Lord had opened up a door for me to do private chefing. But then the pandemic had hit. From there, the Lord kind of gave me opportunity to start doing more ministry work in my church, and I've started homeschooling my children. But eventually, he provided some finances, but they had ended, so I ended up staying with my sister. Eventually, she wanted me to just go back to work, but I kept hearing the Lord says, "You work for me," and He kept telling me to go out and to go give out love bags, give out personal hygienes, little snacks to people, talk to them, minister to them. I'm a very shy person, so it was a challenge of me I was like, okay, Lord, is this you telling me to go do this? And me and my children would have the opportunity of going out and going ministering to the homeless. And at one point in time, she told me, okay, well, you either get a job or leave. And so I ended up leaving. I did stay with a family from my church for a little bit, but that had ended. Mm-hmm. And then I was, okay, so things were kind of getting me down to a low. And I was like, okay, Lord, you're supposed to be with me, what's going on? But I was like, okay, well, maybe I should just go and just get a regular job, just go back to regular life. And so at that time I had it was that Sunday, and I had went and filled out applications. I got a call that Monday. It was going to be at Orlando Health, working in their kitchen. And the guy was talking to me, everything was good. He was like, okay, we'll just come in and have do a test cooking. And I was like, okay, I think I can pass that.
But on the way there, I got pulled over. I didn't have insurance, and I lost they took my tag, they took my insurance. So we were staying in the car at that moment.
All 3 kids?
Yes.
Okay.
So at that place, at that time, we didn't have no place to stay. And it was like, I was at the rock bottom. It's like, okay, Lord, what is going on? Okay, you know, I'm doing this, but obviously at that moment it was a show to tell me this was not the way to go this way. And I had called one of the mothers from my church. We actually have been coming to the mission and doing hair as a volunteer, so that's how I know the mission. And she had made a phone call in, and that's how I made it to the mission.
Awesome. So I understand you were living in your car with the 3 kids.
Yes.
And then, because you didn't have insurance, the car basically got taken away, right?
Well,
I mean, they
well,
took the
eventually
tags off it.
Yes,
You
I
couldn't-
gave the car away.
Yeah, you couldn't drive it anymore.
Yes.
So you not only lost the way to transport yourself,
Yeah.
you lost your sleeping place.
Yes.
Okay. And then a friend from church, one of the mothers at the church, did she suggest the mission to you that you knew already from having volunteered?
Well, no, I had called her and I was saying I think maybe I should just go to the shelter.
Oh, okay.
But she made the phone call in to, I guess, well, obviously it was the Lord, but she made the phone call in to get me to where I needed to be.
Awesome.
Yes.
And that was the family home?
Yes.
And how long ago was that?
That was, I think I came around the very end of October of 2023. Okay. No, September of 2023. So.
And you had some significant cooking experience at that point.
Yes.
You had actually a degree in, was it culinary management?
Culinary management, yes.
So all the guests at the mission have duties to perform.
Yes.
Nobody's allowed to be idle.
Yes.
And I presume that we were smart enough to assign you to work in the kitchen.
Yes.
Okay,
that is
so
true.
tell me about how you're working there, and I know from having become a friend of yours, you're ministering to the other guests in there, and Julio, our director of our food and beverage, recognizing you. Tell me how all that happened so you end up graduating from our program and running the kitchen. Tell me about that.
Well, that first night that I got there, it was like raining really bad, and it was chapel night, and they were saying, well, if you didn't want to go, you didn't have to go. But I was like, I need to go to church. So when we went to the service, Pastor Richard was preaching, and he said to everybody, but he said it to me.
Yeah.
He was saying that God had sent, you're not here for no reason, that there's work to do. And at that time, like something just clicked in my mind, like, okay, even though I was away from my children, because that was the toughest part of me not having my children there, but it was something, the Lord saying, this time, I needed this time to myself, as far as like Him developing me into
to get stable on your feet and
Yes.
develop a relationship with Him.
Yes.
It was productive for you.
Yes. Well, to take it to the next level, because
Okay.
I already had a
Yeah.
good relationship, but the way He revealed so many new things.
Oh, good.
But when that came in, it was like, okay, even when I had volunteers that came in, we were working in the kitchen, I would encourage them to continue to keep coming and ministering to the people. And Julio was a great influence to me. He's a little, rough.
He can be what?
Yes.
He can be rough?
Rough around the edges.
Yes.
But.
And he can be kind of direct
Yes.
if things don't go well.
Yes. But he kept telling me, like, how we used to have a Bible study in the back of the kitchen, and kept encouraging me to do more of the ministry work and then more of the leadership. So we had some new disciples that came in. He was like, okay, or, going to take them under your wings. And I was like, are you sure that's just what you want me to do? And by slowly, he kept adding more disciples onto me. And I saw this is what the Lord actually, He paid for me to go to school to get the culinary degree. And it was like, now I'm finally doing it. And now I don't have to choose between the food and the ministry. it was just, everything was just coming all together. And I was amazed of how he was just orchestrating it for my good, yes.
Awesome. And for the good of all those folks you're ministering to.
Yes, yes.
And I need to brag on you. One of the things that we get to do at the mission is every month we work with a couple of local neighborhood associations. And one of them, we make supper for all the folks. We make 50 to 55 suppers for the neighborhood the first Monday of every month. And this past Monday, Alexis made supper for everybody. And we carry it over there in the clamshells and they take it. I got calls the next day about how good the food was. And I didn't know Alexis had made it. And I got calls, and then we also fed at a National Night Out event and grilled for everybody who showed up. And people came up to me and said, okay, whoever made that food last night, you got to have that person make it every month for us. It was, they raved about it. So congratulations and thank you. You made the mission look good.
Yes. Well, that's just, that's the greatest thing about the mission is like, there's no end. Even though we have a chance to minister to people inside the mission, that the fact that we can go out and even impact the community. So there's no ending. It's just another level of showing the grace and the love of God. So I really am blessed to be a part of the mission family.
So what has been, during your tenure there for, 2 years? What has been the most gratifying or inspiring aspect of your time with us?
For me, I would definitely say it would be sharing the love of Christ with people and really just seeing people grow. Like a lot of the disciples are coming in, they've been through, living in a car during some tough times, and to see them go through the program, to see them coming into that relationship with Christ, and to see them go on to make and go to school and do these different things, and they come out stronger and better. And like me, just to be eyes that can see that progress taking place, I think that's the best part of my job there, or me just being there, period.
That's fabulous. So how has your time at the mission changed your perspective or your expectations on your future?
I think, it definitely, me being at the mission helped me to see that I have to live totally for Christ. Like, sometimes you can go up and show up and be this person, but these people I've lived with, I went to church with, and so it helps me to show like at every single moment I am a representative of Christ. So as far as the future, I'm just very open to see what the Lord has for me, where I can minister, the lives that I can touch through the mission, to just going forward, and me eventually incorporating my children into those things as well.
So do you have any immediate plans to move?
Yeah, I'm getting close to that time frame. Okay. So just looking for housing. That's what I can afford. Yes.
Wonderful. And you don't have a time frame yet?
I would say by the end of this year.
Okay.
Yes.
That's exciting.
Yes.
And then it would be awesome to have the kids back.
Yes. Amen.
Wonderful. All right, so what advice would you give a young woman who has just moved into the mission and finds it difficult or confining? Because I know we have some guests who feel that way.
Okay. Well, I would definitely just say, like, everything that we receive at the mission, the fact that you don't have to worry about where you're going to sleep, you can wash your clothes, you can be in a safe environment. This is just our way of giving back to this community that where maybe family has not came in or turned us away. So this is an opportunity for the Lord to bring us in, and through that discipleship, learning how to sow back into the ministry, because obviously we don't receive any government help. So this is really just showing that we are a community that every joint supplies. So I would just tell them it's a time to be grateful of where the Lord has bringing you from, and then have that expectation that this is all these people, these case managers, the classes, all these things are being put together to bring you to a new level. So embrace it. Like, don't fight against it. Don't complain about it. Let God be God and let him do the work that is needed in each and every one of our lives. And so I think for them just to let go, be grateful, and walk out the journey.
Okay, so since this is just a private conversation between you and me and 20,000 people watching, do you have any disciples right now who are really good cooks?
Yes, I have Miss Tay. She's a good Southern cook. Everybody's very excited when she does her thing.
Okay, so Julio said that on your Monday night meal that was so popular, you were doing something with potatoes. Okay, so can you tell our audience what you did? Were you doing something different?
I mean, I don't think so. I just, well, actually, it's pretty much was just home fries the way my mom makes them.
Okay.
So it was.
Well, they were popular.
So yeah, there's just regular onions and peppers, garlic, potatoes, some seasonings, and a skillet. And
it worked?
Yes, it worked.
Thank you for that. All right. If you could say a couple of sentences to our donors, what would you like to say to them?
I would just like to say just thank you. Thank you for providing and sowing to a place where the hungry can be fed, the thirsty can be given something to drink, where the stranger can be brought into a home. Even if we have some people that are sick, we take care of them. So this is a place, when I think about the mission, I think about the body of Christ and how every joint supplies, and how in order to make these people's lives taken to that next level, it cannot happen without these donations. So I just thank you that this is just in your heart to do it. And just, please continue to keep making those donations, because there are some people who really need this help. And the change with them and their family, they can't even express in words the thankfulness and the gratitude for it.
Well, thank you. God bless you. Thank you for everything you do.
No problem.
You're a hero at the mission.
All glory to
God.
God.
All right, we'll be back in just a minute. I want to make one quick plea to you. I encourage you to go to our website, OURM.org, for Orlando Union Rescue Mission.org, and hit that donate button. You will transform lives like Alexis's and her kids. You will ensure that other folks have the opportunity to escape homelessness permanently and live for the rest of their lives with dignity and hope. So God bless you, and please do that right now. Thank you. We'll be back.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or a warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
All right, we are back at it. Conversations on a Bench. I have the special pleasure of introducing to you one of my great friends. One of the most magnificent blessings that I've enjoyed during my tenure at the mission is meeting folks who are leading churches and participating in the community in a way that reflects Christ's love to everybody they touch. One of those is Andy Searles.
Andy is the pastor at Church Together up in Longwood, and has become a great friend and a great partner with the mission. And most exciting probably is he is also the chaplain of the Orlando City Soccer Club. And I think it was primarily chosen on the basis of his accent. And you'll hear that in just a second, because just by talking, you know he knows football. Andy, welcome to Conversations on a Bench.
Freddie,
thank you, brother.
Your superlatives, you stole them. I was going to use them against you, but I was going to be able to say them with integrity and sincerity. You would just been nice.
So people would know you were just fluffing up.
Yes, my accent has got me a long way, though.
Well,
I'm pretty sure my wife would never have married me if it wasn't for that.
Well,
I don't think there's much attractive about me.
We know that's not true, but I often say that I pity the man who doesn't marry up.
Yes, yes.
All right, so
Yeah.
tell us a little bit about your growing up, your childhood. I'm presuming you didn't grow up in Central Florida.
I did not.
So tell us about that and how you ended up in the ministry and how you ended up in Orlando.
Gosh, can I just say I'm so excited
Yes,
to be
you
with
may.
you?
Wow.
I mean, and honestly, 24 hours kind of feels short for the kind of conversations you normally have, right?
Well, I can bore people for hours. You're right, hours on end.
So my story. So I was born and raised and educated in the UK. My dad was a pastor, and we moved around a lot because of that. I primarily grew up in a town called Colchester, which is just northeast of London. And Colchester is famous for two things, Freddie.
What's that?
One is it has a Roman castle. It is the oldest recorded
Really?
town in England, called Camalodunum, was its Roman name. The second thing, a little bit more recent, and I only found this out in November. This is, I don't know why they don't go bigger on this with the tourism stuff, but it is the place where the nursery rhyme, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, was penned.
Seriously?
Yeah, in Colchester.
I was going to say, talk about major cultural shifts.
Yeah, I mean, that's in my DNA, those twinkling stars or something. So, grew up in Colchester, beautiful place to live up because it was quiet and it was kind of rural, but we were 45 minutes from London. And so I'm so blessed to kind of have this upbringing that had the best of both worlds. Even though my father was in ministry and we were all around the church, it wasn't until I was about 16 years old when I finally met and heard of, in a compelling way, as the Holy Spirit opened my eyes, to this man called Jesus. And I'd been living a pretty purposeful life, purposeless life, sorry. Soccer had become my idol. Maybe that's a story for later. But when I met Jesus, everything changed. And so as I pursued him and said yes to some crazy adventures, that journey took me on a path where God over the next few years broke my heart. And he broke my heart with the brokenness of this world. And I remember one of the most clearest callings to ministry for me was when I was probably about 19 and we were involved in planting a church in this coal mining community in Yorkshire. And we went to visit this family. Now, the coal mining community had about 80% unemployment because Margaret Thatcher had just privatized the coal mines, so unemployment was off the charts. And with that came all kinds of substance abuse and struggles and social issues. And I remember going to visit a family, and the mom, for all intents and purposes, was a single mom because the dad was just a bum who was perpetually drunk. And went to visit the kids, I think 3 kids under 5. There was excrement on the floor. There were windows broken in the coldness of a bitter winter. And I remember walking away just shaken by the trauma of this experience of brokenness. And I remember just praying, God, what are you doing here? Why don't you deal with that? And in the very subtle, kind way that God speaks to our conscience, I just felt him say, what are you going to do about that? And I didn't have an answer to that. So I've tried to follow Jesus for a number of years now, but carrying this broken heart and this burden that I know is fixable because Jesus fixed my broken heart. That was a long way to answer a little question.
No,
Did I get anywhere close
you
to
got
the question?
it, except you didn't explain how you got from Colchester or the other town you
Colchester,
mentioned
you got it.
to Orlando.
Yes, so I came to Orlando from Colchester via California.
I can understand that.
Now,
Yeah.
you
Right
talk
on the way.
Talk about culture shifts. Gosh, that was crazy. But I was involved in a missionary organization at the time, and we were invited to start our model of missions in California. We had some partners over there, and I was young and free and not quite single, but the relationship wasn't going everywhere where the girl wanted it to go.
Yeah.
And I'd seen Baywatch, so California
was awesome.
was an easy yes. It was an easy yes. But again, God captured me there as well. I had 2 great years there. We moved to Orlando, slowly fell in love with Central Florida, met Tracy here. We've had our kids here. And over the past 25, 26 years, we've developed some very deep roots here, which is such a gift to us because it's relationships that build the kingdom of God.
So, did you move here to start church together, or were you at another church before that?
No, I was involved with a missions organization a little bit.
Okay.
And I was also connected with a local Methodist church.
Okay.
And so served there for, 10, 12 years. But towards the end of that stretch, and I loved it. Great people, great church, great connections. Taught me so much. It was such a gift to me. I was kind of praying, God, what's next? If this is it, I'm in because I love this. But if there's something more that you have, I don't want to miss it. I want to leverage my life for you. And in answer to that prayer, God invited me back into some spaces that I always had a heart to be in, where I was invited to serve and to love and to express Jesus in some secular industry. So I got involved in some school board stuff and some local government, and Orlando City were coming to town. I'm a big soccer fan. It's a big part of my story. And so I started kind of like engaging and loving and just trying to serve some of these organizations. And there was some great ministry that was happening, but I wasn't able to connect that ministry to the ministry of the church. And that was a problem for me because I love the church and God loves the church. And it's through the church that the manifold wisdom is going to be, of God is going to be revealed, right? And so I'm like, Lord, what do I do with that? And then again, over the process of a year or so, I felt God say, why don't you start a church right in the center of the mission field that I put you in? And so that was kind of the genesis of Church Together. And we had a real bumpy couple of years and nearly cost me a lot because it was so hard. But God has been faithful. And now 11 years in, we've got this beautiful little expression of the body of Christ who wants to bring people together in relationship with Jesus, in relationship with each other, and who just has a lot of fun bringing the different entities in a siloed society together as well. Because when we do things together, there's a special blessing and anointing, which is why I like to hang out with you, because when we get together, there's something fun and special and godly that happens.
You. And I know you have remained significantly involved with the secular business community up there and the police department.
Yes.
And so tell us about that.
Yeah. I had a mentor a number of years ago who said that ministry is all about 2 things. It's about finding a need and meeting it, and finding a hurt and healing it. And that's not hard to do. There is a lot of hurt and there is a lot of needs around.
Well, the finding is not hard to do.
Yes.
The second part can be a little more difficult.
Yes, but we have one who knows how to meet needs and heal hearts. And so, again, with just the honest availability wrapped in a lot of fear and trepidation, I started saying yes to some of the invitations to respond to some of the needs I saw. And so we serve our school, we serve the police department, we started a chaplaincy program, that helps the officers and works with victims and responds to tragedy. We started a foundation so we can kind of help the officers with some of the huge needs that they have. Yeah, find a need and meet it, find a hurt and heal it. That's the call, and I'm so grateful to be part of a church that is now embracing that as well, and it's good.
And you have an adorable daughter and a brilliant son.
Did you say normal?
No, adorable.
Oh, adorable,
Yeah.
yes. She's more than normal. Yeah, so Bethany, our daughter, is in a final year at UCF. She is studying to be a teacher, an elementary teacher.
Fabulous.
Which is an incredible calling.
Yeah.
Huge respect for the teachers who
Same
just do
here.
heroic work. My son is not quite sure what he's going
Right.
to do yet, but I think God has got his hand on him.
Now, are they both musicians? I know he
Yeah,
is, right?
Yeah, he's a saxophonist.
Yeah.
He plays the saxophone, okay? In case you misinterpreted that word.
Okay. Sorry.
He
Yeah.
plays the saxophone.
Thank you for translating.
You're right.
Thank you for playing the fool as well, because I knew you knew what I was talking about. So they do. I mean, as they've both moved into college now, they're not quite as involved.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a great experience.
Were you in Tracy musical? Are you?
No, I Tracy more than makes up for me. She is brilliant. She has relived her high school and college band experience through the kids.
Oh my gosh,
and
that's
it's just
great.
been beautiful to watch as she's engaged and just connected with the kids and loved on them so well. I can just about play the radio, and not even that very well. You know, it's funny though, because I was into sports and obviously soccer growing up, and that taught me so much about relationships and teamwork and character. And I kind of wanted that for the kids too, but they found exactly the same through their music and through the band, and it's been such a gift to us.
That's great. So
yeah,
I should know this, and I probably have heard it, but at my age I forget everything. So who is your Barclays Premier League team?
Well, my team is not in the Barclays Premier League.
What division is it in?
Well, they were, but they went down.
They've been relegated?
But they're going to go up again.
Okay, who
They
is
get
it?
promoted. It is a team called Ipswich Town.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, and here's the deal.
Okay.
It's tribal.
Yes,
It's
oh,
tribal.
I know it is.
Right?
That's-
You don't change your team. In fact, that's part of my story, Freddie. So always a soccer fan, and for many years growing up, I found an identity in soccer.
Yeah.
It was my tribe, and so you know, I would spend my discretionary pocket money on going to see them, and my dad and I kind of really connected over that, and I would, you know, wear the gear and the badge and wanted to play for them. My emotions were affected by the team as well. You know, when they won, I was happy. When they they lost, I wasn't. I was a very unhappy child. But it's your team, and you stick with them.
Yeah.
And it gives you an identity. And part of the freedom that Jesus brought me was to find my identity in Him, who is stable and consistent and loving
And a winner.
and kind and a winner. Yes, but you don't change your team.
Yeah,
That
okay.
betrays everything
All right.
that I know about loyalty.
Okay, so I first met you. You probably don't remember this. I had just started working at the mission, and there was an organization, the Central Florida Commission on Homelessness, had a faith committee.
Yes.
And I don't remember how I got invited, and they had a meeting, and I had probably been at the mission a month, and I went to the meeting, and you were incredibly gracious and made me feel welcome, then
that doesn't sound like me, Freddie, but thank you.
I know better than that. And then I remember one of the cool things that we did. The movie Same Kind of Different as Me was coming out.
Yes.
And we had, the mission got it early and before it was released, and we had a kind of a private showing with Giles.
Yes.
And you and did you bring Tracy or one of the kids or something? Anyway, and we had probably 10 of us watching the movie that night. It was delightful. So and then you began bringing some of the players down to the mission to play with our kids on several occasions. It was and it was fabulous. So
and served meals on Thanksgiving and things like that.
And they would actually
goalkeeper. What was his name?
Adam
preaching at the
Grimwis.
chapel.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right.
yeah.
Gosh, yeah, I'd forgotten about some of that, and my memory's not what it was either, Freddie. But yeah, I mean, part of my soccer story, right? I was telling you about how soccer captured my identity until I met Jesus, and he did. But when Orlando City came to town, I got really excited because one of the things I missed most about England was the football, was the soccer. And so I kind of was a little bit nervous though, like, God, can I get involved here, or is this gonna like rise to idolatrous levels again? Because it does, right? Sports has that effect. And he said, you green light, go for it. But as you go in, go in as a wounded healer, right? Someone who knows the kind of confines and the idolatry of sport, and open that up a little bit. And so one of the great joys for me is to be able to bring those who are caught in this this kind of subculture bubble, which is in many ways as well a very kind of privileged life, and allow them to see an important part of life. And for me, one of the blessings of bringing some of those guys here over the years is to see God soften their heart, right? And to see them come alive through serving and service, to see these kind of elite athletes who since the age of 4 or 5 have been focused on just one thing. But to see them come and kneel and to serve is a gift that will shape the rest of their life.
Well, thank you for doing that at the mission. It makes a difference, transforms lives here. To see guys like you and those players take the time to come down here and befriend our guys, and they play with the kids. Anyway, so God bless you for that.
Well, I love what you do here. I love how you serve so well. A couple of weeks ago, I was on a ride-along with the Castleberry Police Department. And we went to a trailer home in Castleberry. And I said, what's the call about? Why are we going? And she said, well, this is nothing really to do with us, but DCF is going to do a visit with this single mom and the kids to see if they need to remove the kids from the home. And DCF don't have any security, meaning a gun. So we're just going to go and keep them safe. And we went into the trailer, and I had an experience actually reminiscent of that first story, that first calling story. The house was broken, there was no running water, you couldn't flush the toilet, the kids were running around without diapers, and it was just another heartbreaking experience. And I stood in that room just kind of looking around again, God, what are you gonna do? And when my shift was over, I went to Publix and just bought a ton of stuff, and we turned the water on and did the little that we can. But reflecting on that, I stood in that room and realized there was a representative of the government there. There was a representative of law enforcement there. And there was me, a representative of Jesus and his church there. And it dawned on me that the government wasn't going to solve the problem, right? They had an important role to play, but it wasn't going to solve the problem. Law enforcement had a really important role to play, but they weren't going to solve the problem. The only person in the room who could is the church, is the people of God. And I love what you, as a representative of the church, as a representative of Jesus, do here, because it's people of faith who do what no one else can do. We bend down, we serve, we wash feet, we love people that everybody else ignores. We bring dignity where there is none. We spend time where most people run away. And I love that the mission embodies that solution that rests in Jesus' church.
Well,
right?
You're kind to say that. We obviously aim at that, and we fail miserably a lot of times. But you're kind. Thank you very much. At Church Together, y'all have, and I apologize, I mentioned you were along with you in Castleberry. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I let you slide on that.
Thank you.
I did feel something up in me, but grace brought me
I need
down.
lots of people to let me slide often. what have y'all seen up there with respect to homelessness? Has it affected you and your congregation much in your non-service life?
Yeah. Seminole County has a homeless problem. Seminole County is the second wealthiest county in the state, yet we have a significant homeless problem. And Seminole County is figuring out what to do about it. Castleberry is trying to figure out what our response is. I love our city. I love what God is doing in our city, but these are significant challenges. And traditionally, probably like every other city, there have been two default responses. Give them just enough to kind of patronize them.
Well, immediate relief,
yes,
that's it.
So that we can think we're helping and relieve our conscience. Or we just try and shuffle them along to the next municipality, and we kind of create this horrible, like, here's your problem today, he'll be our problem tomorrow. And it's just really hard. One of the things that I see stirring is in the midst of the challenges to find the right systems and solutions, is that before we get to that, and I don't know how we get to that, I see a swelling and uprising people who want to listen and see and extend dignity. And as I kind of withdraw from that a little bit, that feels like the right next step, right? When we were on the Commission on Homelessness, what a great project. But the thing was, we were here, we saw the problem, and we were trying to find a solution up here, and it was just too much. It makes sense to me that before we get here, because no one knows how to get here, that we would move over here, that we would sit, that we would see, that we would affirm. I think the best gift that we can give our homeless friends is time. In many ways. Does it solve all the problems? No, but dignity is the start of finding the solution. One ministry that a lot of members in our church participate is called The Table in Goldenrod. And once a week they have a meal, and they've created this beautiful extended family for the homeless. And Daryl and Marilyn Copenhaver, who run it, it's kind of become a full-time job.
Wow.
Because they are giving their time to serve and to give dignity and to give respect. And they will tell you again, we don't have all the answers. I think you would say you don't have all the answers. I got no idea what the answer is, other than I know that there is one, and we probably get there by loving people well.
It's interesting because in talking with Dr. Joel Hunter was on earlier.
I know I watched. I just copied his lines. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, Joel.
He said part of that he said, I said, are you optimistic that we can resolve it? Not that we can eliminate it, but resolve it as a major social issue. And he said that he thought it was up to the faith community, and that it has to start with a recognition that we have to love our neighbors, and they're our neighbors, and the first thing is that love, and then determining, okay, how do we express that love in a way that helps them long term? And he said he hopes, and I think he said that he believes that will occur, has started occurring, and I hope so. Because I agree, I am confident after seeing what we've done when our city has told us that over the last 10 years, the primary focus of all our social efforts is to resolve homelessness. And in that time, homelessness in Central Florida has more than doubled. And that whatever we're doing, aiming for that as our objective, and from my perspective, announcing all these grandiose, really expensive programs hasn't gotten us there, and it probably won't.
It's got to start with love.
Yeah.
It's got to start with dignity. It's got to start with us not seeing the homeless as a problem to be solved, but as people to be loved.
Yeah.
And seeing them as the gift that they are to us, right?
Yeah.
The invitation from the homeless to the church is one that makes us more like Jesus.
Yeah.
And as the church, as the people of God, surely that's the call, to become more like Him. The church, and the church is the group that's best positioned to do that.
Well, from my perspective, it's, and as Dr. Hunter would remind me, not just the Christian church, but the entire faith community.
Mm-hmm.
Those of us of any faith who feel a divine obligation to take care of the most vulnerable in our community, that is the only way it's going to get resolved. The government does not have enough money to create enough programs and to build enough apartments. That it's got to be the faith community responding.
Which in itself is not going to solve the problem, right? There's a deeper issue below homelessness.
Yeah.
We could put every homeless person
absolutely, you're right.
in a in a 5-bedroom home, but it doesn't actually solve the real
underlying
problems.
issue.
Yeah.
One of the things I was talking with someone earlier, and
Can I just?
Yeah.
Homelessness is not a station; it's a state.
Yeah.
Right. So we could fix the station, but we still have to love the state.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because Dr. Hunter, years ago, I remember.
Gosh, can I go before Joel next time? Because
no, he would just be stealing your ideas. He.
That doesn't sound like Joel.
One of the things he said years ago was that the faith community has to resolve this problem because the government won't. And one of the issues that arose was this idea of mental health.
Yeah.
And I did some research, and in 1960 in the United States there were 520,000 mental health beds in hospitals. Some of them specifically mental health hospitals, behavioral health, and others in regular hospitals that had a ward, a mental health ward.
Yeah.
We had 520,000 beds where seriously ill folks lived full time.
Yeah.
We now have 38,000 beds.
You're kidding.
No, we have declined by 92% the number. And now part of that was...
And mirror that with a staggering
increase,
triple-digit increase easily, right?
I realized that one of the reasons that happened was, as a culture in America, and I have no idea whether it was similar in the UK, but in America, people were involuntarily committed when they were diagnosed as mentally ill, and in big institutions, and in order to ensure that they were under control, we medicated them.
Yeah.
And both our legislatures and our courts said, wait a second, they haven't been committed, they haven't been convicted of any crime, and yet they are effectively incarcerated, and we can't do that. They haven't committed a crime, and you can't put them in there and then drug them. And so, but we didn't do anything that replaced the necessity of a lot of those beds.
Yeah.
And we turned them out, and not all of them had families to go to. One of the things Dr. Hunter said years ago was that he said, for most homeless people, it's not that they have run out of money, it's that they've run out of relationships.
Yes.
And
That's
I think it's
a great
absolutely
phrase.
true.
And again, the church is positioned.
Right.
We are a convener of relationships. Who has the ultimate relationship with God. God puts the lonely in a family. I mean, I've got this theory, and I think it kind of holds up sociologic.
Yes, I know.
You know what
I know what you mean. Yes.
Sociologically, that we could probably resolve around 60, 70, 75% of mental health issues if those struggling with mental health had a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
That theory, working theory, but that's what we as a church do. We put the lonely in a family. Let me brag on my
Please do.
My church a little bit. But a few weeks ago, we had a guy come to church who was a soccer player.
Mm-hmm.
He was a designated player, which means that his salary was
right
up there, north of millions. And first time in church. And he came with his girlfriend.
Now, first time in church generally, or your church?
Generally.
Okay.
And he sat next to a homeless guy in our church. And I was nervous because he was there for the first time and like, how's this gonna go? And afterwards I got home and I just wept. What a beautiful picture of the kingdom of God that was, where those who have can sit next to those who have not, and there can be this beautiful transaction that takes place. Only the church can do that. So why do we as the church not do that? We have this incredible resource from our relationship with God by inviting others into relationship with us and Him. Why don't we do that? It's so simple, and so little would go so far in solving this problem.
Well, that's a prayer.
That is the prayer.
God bless you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Love you, brother.
Love you too.
You're inspiring. All right. Thank you, Andy Searles, for coming down and participating in Conversations on a Bench. We will take a quick break and be back in just a moment. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and our goal is not merely to provide immediate relief with a bed and a meal. Instead, our objective is to transform the lives of our guests, the 268 men, women, and children who live with us. We do that with a broad range of programs. For example, we have a very focused and successful addiction recovery program. We have classes and counseling sessions in a wide array of topics, from personal finance to anger management, to job preparedness, to parenting. And all these things prepare our guests so when they get out of the mission, they never have to come back to a place like the mission again. We offer programs in homework assistance and tutoring that all kids have access to ensure success in school. We have a range of physical activities and sports, social time, and Bible studies for all our kids.
When we got here, he barely talked. Now he says his whole ABCs, 1 through 20. He's learned so much.
One of my favorite staff is Mr. Tim because he's nice, he jokes around with the kids, and many other kids like to hang around him.
Victorious for Life class really helped me because that helped me become in tune with myself and learn a lot, relieved a lot of my anxiety.
And now when I'm looking for jobs, I can actually put I'm a high school graduate. It's a wonderful feeling, it really is.
I have learned a lot about who God is and who He is as a Savior, who He is as a Father.
I'm grateful for just being here and just learning and growing.
If it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't be a medical assistant. I wouldn't be a homeowner. All of these things, I would not have been able to become the person that I am now without my time here at the mission.
All these things are free to our guests, and we take no government funding. We are sustained exclusively by the voluntary donations of individuals, companies, churches, and other organizations. We also want to ensure that our guests are introduced to and develop a relationship with Christ. If you'd like to be a part of this, if you'd like to volunteer at the mission or to donate to the mission, I encourage you, go to our website, OURM.org, or call me on my cell phone personally, 407-928-6375.
Conversations on a Bench. This time we have Kurt Shearer, who is a great friend of the mission and me, and is a leader in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints here
in Central Florida and has become a fabulous partner in serving the community. We talked earlier with Camille McCashland of Light Orlando, and we have worked with Kurt and his family on a bunch of the community service projects that Light Orlando has sponsored. So we are grateful you're here, buddy. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Grateful.
Great to see you,
Likewise,
man.
likewise.
Okay, so start off by telling us about where you grew up, your family, all that stuff, and how you ended up in Central Florida.
Perfect. So I'm originally from Sarasota, Florida. Yeah. My mom is from Cuba, so she came over when she was young with her family. And my dad.
Now, did she come over with Operation Pedro Pan in the late 50s, early 60s?
Yes, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
That's exactly
okay.
right. That's when she came over with her family. And then my dad and his family, they're from Germany and Hungary, and they came through Ellis Island.
So you were a virtual United Nations.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. And so that's how our family started.
Okay.
And I was born and raised in Florida, in Sarasota, one of 7 children.
Wow.
And then from there, after growing up in Florida, went out to Utah Brigham Young University for education, and then came back to Florida for more schooling.
So you med school in Gainesville?
Yes, medical school in Gainesville and residency there, and then finished up schooling in University of Washington in Seattle, which a lot of that is because my wife, Allison, who you know, is from the great state of Washington.
Now, did you meet her when you were in Gainesville, or did you meet her in Brigham Young?
Brigham Young University. We were a blind date, so we met as a blind date and dated for a few months. And my mom told me after about 3 or 4 dates, she could tell that I sounded different when I was talking about her. So we got married in Seattle, Washington, and did my final year of medical training out there, and made the decision to come back to Central Florida, and we love it, and we've raised our 4 children have been with us for 11 years here now.
Wow.
In Florida.
All right. So, and you have 2 and 2, the kids,
yeah, great
right?
memory.
Okay.
So Isabella is our oldest, 19, and then Josh, 16, Brigham, 14, and Haley, 12.
Fantastic. Okay, so tell us about your professional career. You're a physician.
Yes, so physician, trained at University of Florida and then University of Washington as well. A radiologist, and I focus specifically on, they call it musculoskeletal radiology or orthopedic radiology. So work closely with orthopedic surgeons, sports medicine docs, spine surgeons, and so forth.
And you've been here 11 years.
Here with Advent Health for 11 years.
Fantastic.
I love
well,
working
Thank
here.
you for your service there.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think I met y'all first at the Christmas party at Icon Park.
Yes, that's right.
I think that's
right.
where we first met.
Yeah, great. Yes.
Gosh, that was what, 5 years ago,
Yeah.
something like that? All right, so tell me about your faith journey.
So yes, so as a member of so I was born and baptized in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. When I was about 9 years old, I was baptized. My parents both joined that church later in their life, at about their 30s, and so was raised that way and have been a practicing member of that faith ever since then, and have within the church we have opportunities to serve, and so currently the responsibility or calling is what we describe it as a stake president. So we support and oversee multiple congregations. Right now it's 9 congregations here in Central Florida within our
in your hierarchy. A local congregation is called a ward,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
And a stake is a group of, in this case, 9.
Yes.
Can it be bigger?
Yes, it can be as small as 6. It can be as large as 12 or 13, which we've had that before.
And one of the remarkable aspects of the Latter-day Saints is all your clergy are volunteers. Nobody's a paid clergy, is that right?
That's right.
All right, so you are the head of and I guess you'd call it kind of administrative head of 9 local churches.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
In addition to your full-time medical practice.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. God bless you.
No, I'm glad you said God bless you, because it is honestly a blessing. It is a true blessing to serve, and it's one of the greatest blessings of our lives.
And how long does your call as president last?
So typically, as a stake president, it's 7 to 9 or even up to 10 years.
Okay.
So that's kind of the time frame.
And how long have you been in that?
A little over 5 years.
Okay, so you about half
right
done.
when I met you, actually.
Okay.
It's actually right when I met you.
Yeah. So you had one blessing, and then you met me. That's right. All right. One of the really fun things and great blessings that I've enjoyed since I began working at the mission is getting involved with projects with all kind of local churches. I knew almost nothing about Latter-day Saints, and I didn't know, if I knew them, I didn't know they were Latter-day Saints. But from y'all to all the different churches we work with, and to see the body of Christ in all that diversity working together to spread his kingdom and serve his people. So we were talking earlier with Camille here about the Million Meal Pack with the U.S. Hunger, and how our guys have done it now for the 3 years or 4 years, however long, and what joy they get out of going out to do that, and then doing the bed builds with y'all, and the clothes sorted.
Yep.
One of the things that inspires and amazes me about your church locally here is the extent that y'all recognize the call to serve, not just your I can't remember who it was. I guess it was, I talked to Pastor David, Dr. Youth from First Baptist earlier today, and he said we all have a tendency to want to look inward and work on ourselves and make sure that our local congregation is really good and healthy.
Sure.
and financially stable. And he said that's not really what God calls us to do. He calls us to look outside and look for people to serve. And you do that personally magnificently well. And I admire and appreciate that of you.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
I think you lead by example with that. So just to complement that, I remember the first time we came, besides Icon Park, to visit your home, like the facility at Orlando Rescue Mission. And the thing that I distinctly remember when Allison and I went, I had never heard someone describe it the way that you did, just the ministry and the work that you do when you said they're guests, right? And the focus on dignity and elevating and helping them feel it, understand and start that journey towards Christ. I will never forget that. And then, as you walk through, then you see the mural, the beautiful paintings, right?
Yeah.
And seeing the classrooms and the education and the kitchen and all these things. And then fast forward, it has been a blessing for us to serve with you, because doing the shoe event here on Good Friday and the foot washing, that is a transformative event that we are honored to be a part of. And I can tell you that, just to speak personally, when Allison and I did that first time, we were curious, like, who's coming, right?
Who really wants to wash these feet?
Who's coming? And it was a tender mercy that the first ones that we ever participated with were a young mom and her daughter. It was probably 6 or 7 years old. And like that transformed us to want to be doing that all the time whenever we're able to do that with you. And so I think your example has led us to want to collaborate on, like you said, whether it's bunk building projects or Thanksgiving meal food drives, that we host at our building, or the clothing drive. We recognize the good work that's being done, and recognize if we serve together, that can be amplified everywhere. And so thank you.
Thank you. It's our pleasure. It's I remember. In fact, I have a picture of you kneeling, and you're right next to my wife Susan. At a station right out here where we did the foot washing. So you have worked with a whole lot of the local ministries that serve the homeless. How, if at all, is the mission different from those other ones? What do we do that's different?
What I would say is even more so than what's different is what stands out, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I just feel like, again, that first time that we saw you, it was eye-opening to me of this concept of we're a guest and we're going to treat you with the highest level of dignity. And others do that too, but that was the first time that I heard it presented it that way, both Allison and I. and you model that, and and then it's not just you that's coming to these service projects. I remember, one of the first clothing drive events.
Yeah.
You brought a bus, maybe or two. I don't know. It was a lot, and we were able to serve together and be a part of that. And so it's, I think it's going beyond just. I think it's a very neat principle of self-reliance where they're learning to also serve and give in the community, because maybe that's at this phase of their life, that's the way that they can, is by being present and being supportive.
You're exactly right.
So,
that's one of the things that, and it's a reflection, I think, of Christ's love shining in them, that they really enjoy that because they recognize they can't donate or contribute with funds to anything, but they can go out and help pack 1 million meals on a Saturday morning, or go out and sort clothes.
And we've needed their strength. There have been times that I've seen what they've lifted, so I know what they're doing.
Well, it is, and it's so much fun because they get a sense of joy and dignity out of doing that, because they can't help in many ways, and they realize that they have lived on the charity of an awful lot of people who donate sacrificially so that their lives can be transformed when they live here, and they get a chance to pay that back in a small way. And it is heartwarming and inspiring to me to see that occur as God transforms their lives in all kind of ways. So thank you for being a part of that.
Absolutely.
That's very cool.
Absolutely.
So what big projects do you have coming up? You've got, let's see, y'all are doing, is it y'all do a Thanksgiving meal?
So big picture.
Yeah.
We combine, in our church meeting house, we have a room where during Thanksgiving time we will coordinate with Salvation Army, Light Orlando, and University of Central Florida for Thanksgiving meal package event. In February of next year, similar to last year, combined with Sleep in Heavenly Peace and Light Orlando, and then the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, we host having that event in our building.
Will it be the same one, same parking lot?
Yes, the same parking lot. In fact, right before I came here, I was meeting with 2 members of our church faith that noticed, they literally, I should have brought it actually. They asked right behind the desk that I sit in, there's a little credenza, and it has one of the pieces of wood that has the
the brand?
The brand, the brand SHP.
Really?
And they asked me, what does that stand for? Like literally, this literally happened right before I got here, so I should have brought it. And so I explained to them, that's from this bed building project, and so those are some of the things. Another thing that we recently did in commemoration, and this was church-wide throughout the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints on the week of September 11th.
Right.
We do a week of service all throughout the world, and so each of our 9 congregations did a service activity of some sort. So one of our Spanish congregations, theirs was focused on building blankets and decorating blankets, and so forth and so on. So all of our congregations did that. So we have these things that are kind of at the micro scale within our church community, but then the bulk of what we try to do is combining, throughout that. And even to go a little bit further, what are things that are constantly happening besides those singular events? We have, because we recognize, how can we help each other? We have programs for English Connect, which is helping people, learn English. We have bachelor's degree programs that now you can get your degree in 3 years with 90 credits, and these are available for anybody, and it can be online and so forth. So it's all these ways that we're, in addition to those events, we're doing that, our humanitarian center, the Bishop Storehouse, which I know you know about, and so forth. So.
Yeah, y'all have been extraordinarily generous to us from the Bishop Storehouse. Now, I know it's usually used for individuals going in, right? And one of the, I can't remember when I got the first tour of it, one of the things that struck me was that a dad coming in to get food for his family, that it's not just, here's the food you want. It's, okay, we'll provide you the food, but you need to recognize that the goal here is to get you out of the process of needing food from others. And you have, it's kind of what the mission does. You got an accountability, and I've forgotten what the term is, but there's basically a list of things.
Self-reliance plan.
Okay, self-reliance plan.
You're
basically, you have a plan, you have to have a plan for getting out of that predicament.
And before you can get another load of food for your family, you've got to show us that you're making progress on that. Isn't that right?
That's
Which
exactly
is
right.
which is obviously the same principle. It's we give people a place to live and food and clothing to start with the understanding that there's accountability that comes with this.
Yeah,
so if you want to continue to receive all those things for free, you've got to make this commitment of trying to overcome your addiction and learning to manage your resources and to working. I mean, we have with our work therapy program where everybody has a duty because we know that idleness is a scourge for our guests.
Yes.
They do destructive things at all that time. Anyway.
No, and to that point, I'm glad, the Bishop's Storehouse, for us and for you, it really is a sacred place because describing what comes out of it, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, it's helping families in need or individuals in need during that period of time of transition. It's helping organizations like yours that we recognize serving together is the way to do it. And then there's this other side, especially during disasters.
Yeah.
That especially the hurricanes in Florida, where in addition to the food commodities, it's the commodities to help you do the mucking of the home. So they become these powerful, we call them command centers basically, that can help with that. But then the input, I think, is the fascinating part, which is very touching for us, is that the funds that go to provide the storehouse is every month, we believe, is taught in the scriptures in the law of the fast. So we go 24 hours or two meals, or those that medically can't, they do what they can. And that monetary contribution goes to pay for everything there.
And that's in addition to your regular tithe or donation.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember being struck that I need to get the Episcopalians on that plan. That in addition to our regular donation, that there is this other set aside. So you take the money you would spend on my 2 meals and Susan's 2 meals, and say, all right, if that's $30, then that's another $30 we're going to give specifically for the Bishop's Storehouse, providing those specific needs for folks.
Absolutely. And I think what that does too is, as we're living that law, I think members can also feel a sense of peace of I'm taking care of my brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Right? Like I know that it's going to go to help within our local community, humanitarian, hurricane type stuff.
Yeah.
And then also Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
Yeah.
Right? So it really is helping us fulfill that commandment that the Savior gave us.
Thank you for doing that. Thank you. So I think, I'm trying to think, Camille told us, was the next spring that we would be involved with, the next Light Orlando activity? I've forgotten what it is. Is that the, when's the clothing drive?
Oh, that's always in April.
Okay.
Yeah. We do it before the weather changes.
Yeah.
So.
And in fact, I was talking to Camille, the first contact we had with Light Orlando or the church was, I think it was the first clothing drive where Troy, after y'all had come to the mission, and Troy called and said, okay, what do you need from the clothing drive? So I said, well, we really don't need clothes. We have a bunch of clothes. And then he said, well, we got a bunch of rice. And I think we got I think we got literally 2 tons of rice.
I remember this.
And then we met Scott Mosgrip at it was a warehouse where a bunch of your churches had delivered clothing that we then had to transport back to the distribution center. Yep. And it was great. And then we began helping to sort the clothing.
Yes. Yeah. Yep, exactly right. That's exactly
so we'll look forward to that again.
We're
next
grateful.
April.
We need your manpower.
Well, the guys will do it as long as I promise to take them out to Golden Corral afterwards.
I remember you said that last time.
That's right.
I actually remember that.
Well, it keeps them happy.
That's right.
So I want to thank you for everything you have done. I mean, specifically you and your family personally. I remember that when y'all came out to wash the feet, and so now you got to work on Troy, because Troy still hasn't washed the feet. He's still a little bit leery. But to see, as you described, how that transforms people, and I look at that as simply every time we can imitate Christ in any way, it transforms us.
anytime we serve others like that, we feel Christ and get closer to Him and can imitate Him more precisely and better. So
that's
God
our
bless
vision,
you.
and you help us accomplish that.
God bless you, brother. Love you.
Thank you. Love
Thank
you too, Freddie.
All right,
Thank
so
you.
we will be back in just a minute. Look forward to seeing you. Join us again on Conversations on the Bench.
Hi, my name is Danielle Christian. I'm a mother of 4, 2 girls and 2 boys. I'm here at the mission because of a failed marriage, I would like to say, a marriage that drug abuse came into and destroyed it, leaving me to find somewhere to stay for 4 children and myself entering back into the workforce. Thank God I found the mission. The mission has transformed me in so many different ways. I went from being a retail cashier from the age of 17 to becoming a clinical certified medical assistant. So I'm very excited that now I have a career, no longer a job. And I was introduced into a program that didn't cost me anything to return back to school to get this new career that I have. The mission is awesome, awesome, awesome when it comes to kids. My kids don't have to worry about breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They provide transportation for my younger kids for school. While at the mission, I took a Victorious Life class. It's a beginner course of showing you how to learn the Bible and read on different things in the Bible. I took a parenting class, which I think everybody should take. Money managing was something that I didn't really grow up learning. So learning that with the savings program at the mission was something very awesome. And it also lets you know that you can discipline yourself more than you can, allowing you to better your future when you're outside of the mission. My goal is home ownership, and I believe it is now possible because of the mission. I didn't grow up knowing about home ownership. I grew up in the projects. So the mission gave me a new outlook on life. It gave me an opportunity to reach goals that I hadn't ever been able to reach. So I would say the mission is a great place to be able to work on your goals. Home ownership is closer than it has ever been. When I first came into the mission, I can honestly say I was damaged because I was a mother of 4. I was confused. I didn't know what I was going to do for my family. A year later, I am very happy. I have a new career. My kids are happy. I have a better relationship with my kids because of the mission. Today, from a year ago, I'm blessed. I'm very excited. I feel more happy. I feel like I'm a better parent.
If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. Our guest for the next half hour is Alan Peacock. Alan Peacock is a Senior Vice President of Development for Taurus Investments and is a member of the board at the mission and an expert on real estate development. It is a pleasure to have him here. His family has been involved with the mission for 77 years. He married a woman whose grandfather was one of the 4 founding businessmen of the mission in 1948. And somebody from their family or their company has been on the board of the mission since then. So he is the representative of the Kelsey family and is a spectacularly good guy and an outstanding athlete and the father of some spectacular kids. So welcome, Belly. Glad you're here,
Thank you,
man.
brother. That was quite the introduction.
Well, you've earned it.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Okay, so tell us a little bit, growing up, how you ended up getting into Taurus and your faith journey, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So I was born and raised here in Orlando. I enjoyed a great childhood here, and you know, grew up in a local community just on the other side of downtown. Went to school here locally, high school and elementary school. And
you were a football star in high school.
I don't know about a star, but I played football and ran track and lifted competitively at the time in high school, which was a lot of fun. And left for 4 years to go to Auburn University for college. And my mother's family is from that part of the world, and so really enjoyed that time up there. And came back home and immediately got into real estate development.
Have you been with Taurus the entire time?
I actually went to work for a smaller local appraiser and developer my first year, and then had the opportunity after a year of working there to transition to a larger REIT, CNL Retirement at the time.
Yeah.
Worked for them for a handful of years, traveling all over the country, and then after that transitioned over to Taurus here locally and was overseeing their Florida development. And then throughout the years, it's been almost 20 years I've been with Taurus right now, if you can believe that.
Wow.
In May will be 20 years. Just through God's grace and His mercy, I've been able to grow into a national development platform with Taurus over the last 7 years I've been doing.
Okay, so what's the geographic scope of Taurus's development?
So Taurus is an international company. We have offices here locally in the States. Our home office is based in Boston, Massachusetts, but we also have offices overseas. But my oversight is for our domestic development platform. So those are development assets here in Florida and in the Southeast, primarily through the Sun Belt. Austin, Texas, Kansas City, Missouri, Boston, Massachusetts. Atlanta, Georgia. We've developed in a lot of places.
And what kind of developments do y'all build?
Primarily multifamily and industrial through our development platform. We also acquire through other groups within Taurus industrial and apartment communities through the other business lines.
All right. So tell us about your wonderful family.
I am married to my beautiful wife, Courtney, that you know. We, in October 23rd, we will have been married 21 years.
Well, congratulations, and thank God for patient women.
Thank God for mercy and grace and gracious ladies of faith. So Courtney and I have 2 boys, Sam, who's 15, and Wyatt, who is 10. And they are literally, they're what it's, with the exception of my relationship with the Lord, they're what it's all about for me. Courtney and I grew up at First Baptist Church of Orlando together. We sang together in the kindergarten choir. And years later, the stars aligned, and we started dating, and eventually we're married. And again, now it's been almost 21 years now.
So congratulations.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, so you have, both through your professional work and your work at the mission now, you've been exposed to housing and homelessness and multifamily development.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so have you noticed, either just personally or through your involvement with the mission, or even through your work at Taurus, recognized the significant increase we've seen in homelessness over the past several years?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, we see this, nationally, we have a huge housing shortage as it is, right? And then when you start talking about, low-income housing, the gap becomes even wider. I think nationally right now they're talking about a gap of extreme income levels of 7.3 million units. That's residential units for sale and for rent that are just not there. So that's the gap that you have of folks that are looking for homes that just simply the supply isn't there.
Yeah. All right, so what's the scope of Taurus's investment in multifamily? How both geographic scope, and if you know, how many apartments do you have? How many units do you?
Throughout the whole life cycle of Taurus, we've owned and developed thousands of units
Okay.
of for rent product.
Gotcha.
And that spans all across the country and internationally as well.
Have you done any locally?
We have done some local development here, as well as acquired some local apartments here in Orlando and in Central Florida area.
So one of the things I hear pretty regularly is that, and this is primarily, to be candid, from social service agencies, that homelessness is a housing issue. Now, I will tell you, I'll give you my biased perspective, is that that's too simplistic. And the people who say that avoid responsibility for the problem by saying, oh, it's the developer's problem. It's the people, they aren't building enough or enough of the right kind. So from your perspective, to the extent it's a housing issue, how do we resolve that? How do we get more housing built, specifically in Orlando, but nationwide, as you pointed out, it's a problem.
Yes, so specifically, let's just address specifically
right.
Affordable housing.
Okay.
Right. When you look at the time that it takes to get approvals, right, whether you're talking about Orlando, Florida, or you're talking about any place else in the country, when you look at the time that it takes to get an approval in place to be able to develop an affordable unit.
Now that means before you can break ground.
Before
right?
you can break ground.
Okay.
And all of that, you know, from the development standpoint, as you're spending that money, right, that just continues to compound, right, because you have a fiduciary to your investors as well. So being able to find that middle ground is essentially what we're trying to solve and trying to fix to. But what you have is when you have a long lead time, and because the majority of that is regulated, right, it takes that much longer as opposed to a market rate type of development deal, you know, in multifamily.
So the approval process takes longer, getting the authority to break ground?
The approval process, as well as the regulations that are in place where you need specialized legal counsel.
Gotcha.
You need specialized consultants that you know, specifically can address the affordability.
Now, does that reflect the need to satisfy requirements to get some subsidy or preferred terms? I mean, is that what builds in that additional lead time?
There is that leg of it as it relates to affordability, but then if you're just taking a raw piece of land to get to an entitlement process, there's no preference given to somebody that's trying to bring affordable units online versus market rate of apartments online.
All right. So what could any entity, choose your entity, what could any entity do to make it quicker and less expensive for tourists to build apartments?
I think we have to, whether it's tourists or anybody that's taking up the mantle of being able to provide housing to those that are in need on the affordable side. You know, we have got to start putting priorities on those developers and those projects that are trying to bring affordable units to the market to be able to serve that large gap that we have right now on units on the ground.
So what kind of preference do they get?
Well, I think in order to get the preference, you know, that's things like you know, expediting entitlement time, expediting permit time, you know, considering waiving certain impact fees, right, that you have to pay in for, be it roads, fire, schools, whatever it may be, so that you're able to bring those things online. Those are all costs that go into, you know, bringing one of those units online, that if you can mitigate some of that, it's much easier to bring those units online and to provide them to the market.
So if all those authorities made it quicker and cheaper, waiving the impact fees, that kind of thing, for somebody like tourists to build, would it enable those developers to build apartments that ultimately cost less to finish, to build and construct, and consequently are able to be leased at a lower rate? Does it apply?
It wouldn't be that you're necessarily going to the bottom of the barrel on like a finish standpoint. Like
I don't mean that. I don't mean. Pardon me. I don't mean like finished the countertops and the other stuff. I mean completed.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does that calculus apply?
It does apply. I mean, you have other factors that factor into it right now, like construction costs, financing costs, et cetera, et cetera. But you know, being able to fast track the ability to bring those online from a permitting and a regulatory standpoint is gonna allow those projects to move much quicker and be much more profitable.
Do you see any movement in that direction? Do you, among all the markets of which you're aware, do you see any efforts by the local regulatory bodies to make that happen?
I think we are seeing little pockets of it. I think the current administration, whether you agree with them or not, is starting to take some initiative on giving some priority, you know, to some of the deregulation there. and putting more of a focus on, you know, the underlying cause, not just the housing need, but the underlying cause of why, you know, people are homeless.
Yeah.
You know, just in Central Florida alone, I mean, chronic homelessness and those that are unhoused is, you know, I think the last number I saw since 2022 is like, it's up like 156%.
Right.
I mean, this is a growing need. It's not one that's shrinking or staying, you know, static. This continues to be a growing need.
Okay, so what other things can private enterprise, charities, or the government do to help resolve that? I mean, as we've talked, that our local governments are spending 3 times as much money as they did roughly 5 years ago to reduce homelessness. And during that period, homelessness has more than doubled. So my reaction is something is not working. We're spending money to reduce homelessness and increasing that and getting more homelessness. So if that's the case, what do we change in order to reverse that? What do we do?
I think whether you're talking about the government, you're talking about private sector, you're talking about faith-based organizations, we have to start looking at, you know, what is the underlying reason that these people are homeless to begin with, right?
Well, do you know what are they? Do you know?
Well, I mean, you've got mental health,
right?
You've got addiction, you've got abuse. You've got some folks that just fall on hard times and they just find themselves homeless. I mean, it's across the board, you know. It's individual needs based on the individuals that are there.
Yeah.
So being able to, you know, to provide that care and not just stick them in a bed overnight and then send them back on their way the next morning is not going to solve the problem.
Yeah. Well, and I know you know this, that the mission, we provide immediate relief.
Absolutely.
With shelter, food, and clothing, but primarily only as components of a broader program.
Absolutely.
Where we try to address the underlying issues that have made them homeless.
Absolutely.
So, and I know you've been involved. How long have you been on the board?
I've been involved on the board now about 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what have, if anything, have you found gratifying about serving there?
I think the most gratifying thing for me is the rock that we are tethered to is the rock of Jesus Christ. There we go. Because whole life transformation can't happen when you look at life and the world through a biblical worldview without understanding that you are a creation and an image bearer of the risen King. And so when we start with that baseline and build from there, that is the bedrock that we have to cling to. And that's what I've been so much impressed with about the rescue mission and being unapologetic in that effort.
Okay, so you're aware that we don't accept any government funding.
Yes, sir.
Do you support that, or you think we ought to?
I support that.
Okay, why?
I support that because anytime you take government funding, the government wants to tell you how to spend that money.
All right. And what are you afraid about at the mission?
I'm afraid, or I would not. I'm not afraid, but
I know.
I am.
What would concern you if we accepted
concern that the faith-based foundation that we stand on would try to be pulled out from under us in order to be able to receive that funding.
All right. You're aware, I know you happen to be intimately aware of our plans to build a transitional village.
Yes, sir.
I think we have a meeting Tuesday, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. What do you think of that? Does it excite you? Do we need it? Do you have concerns?
We need it, and yes, sir, it excites me. I mean, the thought of being able to transition our guests on really, when you look at it from a large campus standpoint, to transition them from step 1 to maybe a step 2 to then a step 3, which is really sending them out to fly, right? After having been, in our care during the time that they're in our care. To have that transition step where they're learning how to operate and they're learning how to keep their feet underneath them in a more independent environment, to me is just a beautiful gift that we can give to our guests. And certainly one that I think will enable them to be stronger in that next phase of their life and of their journey.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. How can individuals ask this question of pastors?
I ask them, does everybody recognize that we have an increasing problem in Central Florida on homelessness? Everybody agrees. Well, raise your hand. And do they recognize that Christ calls us to find a way personally to help the most vulnerable in our community, those folks who are homeless? And do you feel kind of helpless in trying to do that? I mean, in both individual churches or organizations, other than folks like the mission, whose sole obligation, divine duty that is. How can folks get involved? Individuals or churches out there?
I think, you know, as far as it relates to, from my perspective, as it relates to the best way to get involved is to lean into faith-based organizations like the Rescue Mission, who are literally the hands and feet of Jesus Christ, serving those people. I mean, you just had a guest that spoke before about, you know, the foot washing that the Rescue Mission does for the guests and for the homeless folks that come off the street. I mean, to be able to feed and to wash their feet is an act, but then to bring them in to folks that truly love them and view them as fellow brothers and sisters and creations, right, through and image bearers of Jesus Christ. To be able to lean in on that from faith-based organizations, to me, that's the best way to actually get stuff done, right?
Yeah. And I know you are concerned, I guess it's the best term, with your kids about exposing them to that.
Yes, sir.
Because as a practical matter, your kids, like my kids, my two boys, they live a privileged life. And the concern is that they think everybody lives that way and that's kind of, they're entitled to live that way. So how do you guard against that with Sam and Wyatt?
With Sam and Wyatt, we throw them right in the fire with us, right? We're serving. You know, we've served with the mission several times. We just over the summer, we did a mission trip down to the Dominican Republic, serving the Haitian community down there and a group of refugees. Service is part of our rhythm of life. Yeah. It has to be. You can't talk about it, right, and have any type of credibility with a child or an adult for that matter and not doing it actively, right? And so I would say that they join us. They're serving with us. Those boys have been serving alongside us, and this is no glorification to us. It's just what the Holy Spirit has put on us. But those boys have been serving with us as long as they can remember. And our prayer is that when we hand that baton of faith off to them, when our time is gone and they are leading their family and their communities, that is imprinted. And the Holy Spirit uses that to continue to woo them to Him and to those that He's put in their path.
And then they pass that legacy on.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. Well, God bless you, my friend.
God bless you.
Thank you
Love
for
you,
being
brother.
here. Love
Yeah,
you.
man.
All right. Join us after another minute or so. We'll have a video, and then you join us back on the bench for more conversations. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and our goal is not merely to provide immediate relief with a bed and a meal. Instead, our objective is to transform the lives of our guests, the 268 men, women, and children who live with us. We do that with a broad range of programs. For example, we have a very focused and successful addiction recovery program. We have classes and counseling sessions in a wide array of topics, from personal finance to anger management, to job preparedness, to parenting. And all these things prepare our guests so when they get out of the mission, they never have to come back to a place like the mission again. We offer programs in homework assistance and tutoring that all kids have access to ensure success in school. We have a range of physical activities and sports, social time, and Bible studies for all our kids.
When we got here, he barely talked. Now he says his whole ABCs, 1 through 20. He's learned so much.
One of my favorite staff is Mr. Tim because he's nice, he jokes around with the kids, and many other kids like to hang around him.
Victorious for Life class really helped me because that helped me become in tune with myself and learn a lot, relieved a lot of my anxiety.
And now when I'm looking for jobs, I can actually put I'm a high school graduate. It's It's a wonderful feeling, it really is.
I have learned a lot about who God is and who He is as a Savior, who He is as a Father.
I'm grateful for just being here and just learning and growing.
If it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't be a medical assistant. I wouldn't be a homeowner. All of these things, I would not have been able to become the person that I am now without my time here at the mission.
All these things are free to our guests, and we take no government funding. We are sustained exclusively by the voluntary donations of individuals, companies, churches, and other organizations. We also want to ensure that our guests are introduced to and develop a relationship with Christ. If you'd like to be a part of this, if you'd like to volunteer at the mission or to donate to the mission, I encourage you, go to our website, OURM.org, or call me on my cell phone personally, 407-928-6375.
There's so much blood in my hands from things that I have done. People that have been addicted from the drugs that I sold. These people were part of a gang. These individuals, they don't take things lightly, so either you're working for them or you're working against them. I wasn't afraid of the fact that they wanted to kill me. I was more afraid of the harm they could cause to those that had nothing to do with this. So here I am, homeless, planning on how I can get my hands on something that I can protect my family with. And all these things are just rumbling through my head. You know, I'm trying to piece all these things together, and then things start coming to my head. Well, just take your life. I lived a very flashy life, would be the proper wording. Eating in high-end restaurants, you know, insane amount of money and luxury things, whether it's clothing, hotels, it didn't matter. You had so much coming in, you didn't mind spending so much, you know. I got involved very heavily dealing drugs. So I was moving up and up the scales, but things kind of hit the fan. There was a big drug bust in the city, and they started investigating me. I found myself wanting to leave the area, so we decided to move to Florida. I could no longer deal drugs with the people I was dealing, so I had to stop. And if you're not an asset to people, then you become a problem, because you know people, you know things, you know places. So we get to Orlando and we find ourselves having issues with the persons we were staying with. When you are living in a life where you expend so much money in stupid, unnecessary things, you know, money runs out. Because I had not been working for about a year when I came down here. The moment they seen that there was no money flow from my end, they no longer were my friends. They were no longer the ones that were protecting me. It kind of switched real quick to cause us harm now. The threats started coming through, so I didn't want to offend anyone, especially people from that kind of environment. I tried actually finding a job, and I couldn't land anything. My wife was pregnant, and my son was a baby, and I had enough to put some gas in the vehicle and buy food. So I knew after that we were down to nothing. And I said, babe, we don't have any more money, you know, we were homeless. So here I am planning on how I can get my hands on something that I can protect my family with. And all these things are just rumbling through my head. You know, I'm trying to piece all these things together, and then, you know, things start coming to my head. Well, hey, just take your life. My wife, man, living in the life that we live, she was totally the opposite. She continued to say, hey, I've been telling you, we need to seek help. So in this brochure, she called the Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
The folks who arrive at the mission are typically men and women who have run out of other options. Typically, they have made a series of bad decisions that have rendered them homeless. And at the mission, we want to help them change that decision-making process that will ensure they don't end up at the mission again.
I explained that we also had some issues with the people that I was dealing drugs with, and they had threatened my life and threatened my family's life. And they said, well, you're not going to be the first. You're not going to be the last. And they were willing to take us in as it was. And I kept telling my wife, I said, but I don't want to be here. She said, but we didn't have another option. I'm not going to lie, it was a struggle for me. You know, I had to remove my earrings. You know, I had to watch my mouth. Things that I was not used to doing. You know, it was different. It was a different environment, but I can say that right off the bat, one of the things they did for us was they showed us love and respect.
Our program is very structured and disciplined. They attend chapel, they attend Bible studies. The guests will work in the kitchen, on our landscaping crew, facilities maintenance, help with our preschool, or do housekeeping.
I never prayed in my life, never read the Bible, never been a religious person by no means. So it was interesting to me, to hear these things. It was bringing some kind of like hunger, and a desire to understand. And these brothers took the time to do that and to teach me and help me understand.
Heavenly Father,
April 17th, 2011.
I surrender myself to Him. I turn my back on the life that I had and the life that I lived. It did not matter if things that I had done in the past caught up to me, that whatever happened, I was going to be kept. And that my soul had been redeemed, that my soul had been saved.
The generosity of our donors and volunteers transforms every day the lives of Juan and our other guests. They share God's love and spread His kingdom.
I didn't think I was going to make it the year after, but here we are, 11 years later. So I can truly say that if it wasn't for God using this place, I would be dead. My family would not exist. I'm forever grateful for God using this place, man. I will forever be grateful to the Orlando Union Rescue Mission.
Despair can feel overwhelming. Sometimes our past tragedies or past mistakes are hard to escape. But hope is powerful. It starts with a small step like a meal or warm bed. Hope is being honest, finding strength, and reuniting families. It's knowing your children will be safe tonight. At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we transform lives. With your help, we provide the foundation for a brighter future. Support us. Give hope and a new beginning. Orlando Union Rescue Mission. If you could give hope, would you? If you could give transformation, would you? If you could reach out and change someone's path from the wrong one to the right one, would you? At Orlando Union Rescue Mission, we change lives. We bring hope to the hopeless. It only takes $1.24 to provide a meal and welcome someone to the mission. Give God's hope. Donate at OURM.org.
Conversations on a Bench. I'm Freddie Clayton, and while we wait for our next guest to arrive, we've taken a few questions that people submitted prior to beginning the Conversations on a Bench. And the first is to tell about a recent resident who really touched the hearts of the staff at the mission and how the mission helped him or her. And I'll talk about a woman named Lean. And Lean has 2 little boys, lives at the family home, and she entered the mission right after our foot washing ritual at our Easter banquet. At the Easter banquet, we invite all the poor and homeless in Orlando to come join us for a wonderful meal, and then we wash their feet and give them all new shoes and socks. And we have churches that bring volunteers to participate in the foot washing. And the pastor at First Methodist Church of Oviedo, during the course of the foot washing, came over to me and said he was actually washing the feet of a woman who really desperately needed our help. And it was Lean, and he was washing the feet of Lean and her little boy, one of her little boys. And after talking with her, we decided that she probably needed our help.
And so she and the boys actually moved in that day to our family home. And since then, Lean has actually received her high school diploma. She had dropped out during her senior year. She's probably around 27 or 28 now. And she has received her high school diploma, and she works at the mission in our housekeeping department. And she already says that she feels more stable than she has in 10 years since she dropped out of school and left home. That is possible only because of the extraordinary generosity of our donors. We have literally thousands of folks who give sacrificially to the mission and whose gifts make possible the transformation of lives like Lean. Her 2 little boys are flourishing in our early learning center, the preschool for the young children of guests who live at the mission. And Lean has already talked about she's going to be participating in one of the Valencia College vocational certification programs this spring, and she hopes to become a medical assistant. So that's the kind of thing that you, as partners with the mission, make possible every day. The transformation of those kind of lives so that they escape homelessness permanently and end up living with dignity and hope for the rest of their lives. So God bless you, and thank you for making all that possible. We'll have a short break, and then we'll be back with our next guest on Conversations on a Bench. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danielle Christian. I'm a mother of 4, 2 girls and 2 boys. I'm here at the mission because of a failed marriage, I would like to say, a marriage that drug abuse came into and destroyed it, leaving me to find somewhere to stay for 4 children and myself entering back into the workforce. Thank God I found the mission. The mission has transformed me in so many different ways. I went from being a retail cashier from the age of 17 to becoming a clinical certified medical assistant. So I'm very excited that now I have a career, no longer a job. And I was introduced into a program that didn't cost me anything to return back to school to get this new career that I have. The mission is awesome, awesome, awesome when it comes to kids. My kids don't have to worry about breakfast, lunch, or dinner. They provide transportation for my younger kids for school. While at the mission, I took a Victorious Life class. It's a beginner course of showing you how to learn the Bible and read on different things in the Bible. I took a parenting class, which I think everybody should take. Money managing was something that I didn't really grow up learning. So learning that with the savings program at the mission was something very awesome. And it also lets you know that you can discipline yourself more than you can, allowing you to better your future when you're outside of the mission. My goal is home ownership, and I believe it is now possible because of the mission. I didn't grow up knowing about home ownership. I grew up in the projects. So the mission gave me a new outlook on life. It gave me an opportunity to reach goals that I hadn't ever been able to reach. So I would say the mission is a great place to be able to work on your goals. Home ownership is closer than it has ever been. When I first came into the mission, I can honestly say I was damaged because I was a mother of 4. I was confused. I didn't know what I was going to do for my family. A year later, I am very happy. I have a new career. My kids are happy. I have a better relationship with my kids because of the mission. Today, from a year ago, I'm blessed. I'm very excited. I feel more happy. I feel like I'm a better parent.
All right, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench at the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. I want to welcome Eric Gray. Eric is a good friend and a spectacular servant in the city of Orlando. He is the executive director and CEO of the Christian Service Center, where he has done magnificent work, expanding the services they offer and the range of differences they make in the lives of all their clients. So Eric, thank you, buddy. Welcome.
That's great.
Appreciate
I'm
you
impressed
being
you
here.
did that without a teleprompter or anything.
Well, I'd say I'm equally inept at all levels.
No,
in
you
this.
got a career
Yes.
in news, I think.
Thank you for being here.
If this this whole leading a major homeless services program doesn't work out, you could work for
If
one of the TV
otherwise, I'm
stations.
going to end up living in one of the rooms.
Yeah.
All right. So, tell us about your childhood, where you grew up,
Sure.
where you went to school, and how you ended up in Orlando.
Sure, I'm the product of Florida. My family, going back to before the state was a state, is all from the Panhandle up in Franklin County, and still have family up there. I was born in Jacksonville, raised in a little bit in Tallahassee, mostly in Tampa, went to school in Gainesville, and then now in Orlando.
College in Gainesville.
College in Gainesville.
Where you were the drum major of the Florida band, right?
The pride of the sunshine, yeah.
All right. I remember growing up in Gainesville. They had the biggest boom in Dixie.
Oh yeah, still have it.
Seriously?
We still have it. I'm going next weekend. It leads the parade for the band going from the music building to the stadium every game, and then for not this weekend, but the following weekend is alumni band weekend, and I lead the big boom out as the alumni drum major.
How
so
great!
It's very cool, yeah.
So the big boom is how many feet in diameter?
You know, if it were on the ground here, I'd say it's probably about 5 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's up on
wheels.
wheels.
The wheels, yeah.
And there's two guys, these two volunteers have been doing it, and they bring it out every single home game onto the field during the band's performance, and it's the same two volunteers, and these guys are, in their 60s, 70s, and they've been doing it a long time. And
that is great.
It's pretty cool, yeah.
All right, so you graduate from Florida.
Yep, went to grad school at University of Kentucky, so
Okay.
stayed in the SEC, and studied nonprofit management there, and then came back to Orlando after working in public television and working for Catholic Hospital, and then came here and banged around a couple nonprofits till I got into the social service world, and that's where I've been for the last about 15 years or so.
All right, and that was United Against Poverty?
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic. I think that's where you and I first met after I just started
Yep.
at the mission. And then how long were you there?
I was there at least 7 years.
Okay.
And it was a great program. It still is a great program. They're doing amazing work there. And they have kind of a very rare program where people can become members for free if they have income that's below 200% of the U.S. poverty level.
Okay.
And so you can then shop at a grocery and you buy food for about a third of what you'd get at a regular commercial store.
It's a fantastic operation.
Yeah, it's a great program.
And I know that while you were there, you expanded some of the services they offer with the job preparedness program.
Yeah, we added the STEP program, success training employment program, and that is kind of what led to me being a little bit more involved with the issue of homelessness, because not all of our clients, but some of them were living on the streets while they were in the program, and that kind of woke us up to some stuff. And so I started trying to learn more the best I can, going around town, meeting with people I can, experiencing things where I could, and just trying to immerse myself in that, not as anything other than just an educational experience, because there's not a lot of textbooks out there about this issue.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that unless you've really experienced it, I don't think you can really fully appreciate it. So it's a big deal.
Then you moved to the Christian Service Center.
Yep.
And how long have you been there?
Almost 6 years.
Fabulous.
Great program. I took over for their longtime director and your friend, Commissioner Rob Stewart, and he had been there 25 years and decided to retire, and so I went and interviewed for the job and was very lucky to get it. And they have a really nice campus in Paramore and one out in Ocoee, and we've tried to help as many homeless adults and children as we possibly can.
So right now you're undergoing a renovation of the facility.
Yep.
Tell us about that.
So about 5 years ago, we decided to ask ourselves some really hard questions, and one of the things that led to was some long-term visioning of, like, what are we trying to accomplish, and ultimately what we came to was to really say, can we imagine a city where no one sleeps outside? And that was the sort of challenge we put to our staff and our board, and that led to putting together plans to run a best practice comprehensive day service center, sometimes just referred to as a day shelter. And the city's done a great job of funding the construction. We're about halfway through, and it will be a pretty great best practice
facility when it's all said and done. Not sure how we're going to pay to run it all long term. It's going to be tough, but you know, it'll have showers and laundry and mailboxes and public restrooms instead of portable toilets, and we have emergency clothing, and we've got 3 meals a day, and you know, we have a nice open space for people to sit and be safe out of the elements and out of the heat, and then away from law enforcement, because that's become a tricky issue. And you know, law enforcement's just doing what they're supposed to do, and the people who are experiencing homelessness are doing all they know how to do. And you know, it's been a little bit in conflict this year, and there's no bad guy in this particular scenario, but people need a place to go where they don't feel like they're going to get arrested for just being outside in a public space.
So what range of services ultimately will, once you get the renovation done and everybody can move back in, what range of services are you going to provide?
Yeah, so we've really put everything in these 2 buckets. So services and solutions. And the services, many of them are exactly what you think. You know, emergency food, hot meals, emergency clothing, blankets, jackets. But some of them are things people don't expect, like, you know, about 700 adults use our address as their home address. And so we have a pretty big mail system. People can have their laundry done, which means they don't have to carry around lots of belongings all the time. We'll have storage, very similar to what the rescue mission had when you were on Central. It's actually some of the ideas came from, you know, what you guys had when I was there. And it was, we'll have 15-gallon and 10-gallon and 5-gallon lockable totes that people can put some of their belongings in. And then we'll also have fire-safe cabinets where people can store certain documents that they really need to keep protected, like their driver's license, their passport, social security card, things like that. So there'll be a lot of individual services. And then the solutions programs are basically summed up by, we're trying to get people housed, hired, and healthy. And the housing program is the biggest aspect of what we do. So we have a very aggressive case management team, about 12 case managers now, that are working with anybody that comes through the door and trying to work to get them into a safe place to stay. And we use all kinds of mechanisms for it, very similar to what you guys do. And we are just trying to help more and more people as efficiently, as effectively we can. When I started, you know, the organization was helping a lot of people every day, but mostly with the services. It was really the decision of the board, not mine, to say, hey, we want to get people out of homelessness now. So let's try to evolve a little bit. And the city was willing to help with that. So we got very lucky. And so the first year we helped 192 adults and children. We call rescuing them from homelessness. And either they were living on the street or in a car, and we helped put them somewhere safe, or they were in a home and they'd just gotten a 3-day eviction notice, and we helped them pay their rent to make sure they weren't evicted and potentially end up homeless. Now this last year, we've grown every year. So from 192 about 4 years ago, last year it was 1,243 people, and this year we've already passed that. So we keep getting incrementally a little bit better at what we do. It's never enough.
Yeah.
But you know, we keep
Fantastic.
trying. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, so tell us about 407 Connect, what it is, and how y'all settled on it as a solution.
So, you know, I mean, you know as better than anybody that the community has been in need of shelter beds, and I think everybody's got a different perspective on how many are needed and where they're needed, and I respect all those. The city of Orlando was trying to come up with a couple different options, and they just weren't working out. And they, one of the staff members, a woman named Samantha Levine, came across this idea out of Vero Beach, a nonprofit called The Source, and they had retrofitted 3 buses into basically 20-bed shelters. And the shelters are mobile, but they don't drive around and pick people up. People come to their campus at night, have a safe place to sleep, get off in the morning, and the bus goes and parks somewhere else. And so their program down in Vero is very similar to what we do. And so we went down and looked at it. I was very skeptical of the whole thing. I thought it was a little bit silly, to be honest with you. And so we went down there at night to watch how it all actually worked. And I was impressed. We talked to probably 40 people that were all part of the program, and they gave us a lot of great feedback. And so it was kind of brilliant in its simplicity. It's not a complicated program, and I can't take any credit for it. This actually was an idea of the City of Orlando's, and they've really, pushed for it and supported it. And now we're about 2.5 months in. The first bus is totally full, and we're starting on the second bus, and we're already housing people. And so it's off to a good start. It's a challenging program. I've never run a shelter before. I've not done the things you do. It's a big deal. It's hard. Yeah.
So what are either the qualifications or the characteristics of your guests in the bus?
So it's actually easier to say what we don't allow.
Okay.
Because it's very small. There really are very few barriers to getting on the bus. The main thing is we can't put somebody on the bus that's going to create an unhealthy atmosphere for the other people on the bus. Whether that's because of a mental illness they don't really have fully under control, or an addiction issue that they're not managing, or hygiene issues. But other than that, really anybody would qualify. What we've learned is that not everybody's interested.
Right.
Some people because of claustrophobia, others because it just seems weird to them. But the more we do it and the more word of mouth spreads about how simple and nice it is, and it's just a regular twin bed, and they're getting 8 hours sleep a night, and nobody's really asking them to do anything other than
to behave.
Yeah, right, and not bother other people. So we've had men, women, and children. We've had adults over 75. We've had people in wheelchairs and motorized chairs. There's been a lot.
Can folks reserve beds, or is it first come, first serve? How does that work?
That's a great question. So we operate under a more contemporary style similar to the Coalition, where, and it's not better or worse, it's just the style, where once you have a bed, that's your bed, as long as you need it until we get you housed. Ideally, we set a goal of 30 days. More realistically, it's probably more like 90 on average that people need to take. Some will get housed within a week. Others, it might take us a year. But on average, we're shooting for that 30 to 90 day window. And we have such an incredibly diverse array of people that are using the program that it requires an incredibly diverse array of solutions to try to house them.
Yeah. Do they have to have income, or is it?
No.
How does that work?
No, I mean we ideally would have people. It would make our lives easier if they came in and already had income to speak of, so that it was easier for us to get them housed. But no, they don't have to have income.
Okay.
They really just have to be willing to abide by the simple rules we have, which are frankly not a lot different than the rules you have.
Yeah.
They're very simple. Please don't disturb anybody. Don't light anything on fire. Simple stuff. And everybody's been really nice. We haven't had to dismiss anybody. We haven't had any major problems with anybody. The biggest problem we've had is hiring people to run it.
Right.
Because you have to be awake all night.
Yeah.
So there's security, either 1 or 2 people on each bus every night, 7 nights a week. And I think that was one of the things I was most worried about, is I've never run a 365 day a year operation.
Day operation.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's a big challenge. And we spent a lot of time getting ready for it, but until we really did it, I don't think we really knew at all what we were doing.
Well, great. So is the second bus in operation?
Second bus is ready to be in operation.
Okay.
I think we'll probably start using it any day now, because the other bus, they both have 21 beds.
Right.
The other bus is between 90 and 21 people each night.
Yeah.
And so, because we're getting some people housed and putting some people on. So I think our program director, Jaylyn, has been kind of ready to introduce the second bus. I think her biggest challenge is she wants to make sure she has the security attendants and drivers available to do it. Right now we have 6, and that's what we shoot for, is having 6. So we're very, very happy right now, and knock on wood, we don't lose anybody.
So explain, if you would, the logistics of it. It comes by at what time?
Sure.
And departs and goes to a safe place, unannounced place, and then redeposits the folks in the morning. Is that right?
That's right. So
what's the time?
Yeah. So these are 2 45-foot long Greyhound buses.
Yeah.
So they're big. And the source down in Vero, they bought them for us. They gutted them. They built the bunks with plywood and they're really nice inside. All the lighting, all that kind of stuff. And once we started putting them in operation, they're parked during the day at a city-owned lot that's all fenced in.
Okay.
It's way out of the way that nobody is bothered by.
Right.
And then at night, roughly around 6:30 or so,
okay,
the drivers go and each go get one of their buses, drive them. It's about 2 miles away. They drive them to the campus, and then people that are signed up that have a space,
Right.
they get on between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m.
Okay.
So,
So they typically eat supper at the center.
Yeah.
And then load the bus.
Yes.
Okay.
Many of them are coming straight off of jobs. They're coming in on a Lynx bus, so we have to have a pretty open window because, Lynx doesn't always deliver when you exactly expect it. So they're coming out there by 9. Some of the people are on the bus by 7 and down for the night. But everybody has to be on the bus, and the doors are closed at 9, and then lights out at 9:30, and then lights up at 6 a.m., and then you get off the bus. We can park it during the evening anywhere we want.
Right.
We can run it on generator power. We prefer to plug it in a 50 amp breaker, and it runs really more like a motorhome than anything else. And so that program is right now, primarily the buses are at the campus at night.
Okay.
And then during the day, they just go back to the city lot.
Are they behind the fence or are they on the street?
They're behind the fence.
Okay.
So they're very secure and in well-lit areas. We learned the hard way recently that, we have emergency exits that are for case of fire. And I was under the impression that when you unlatch the windows that they just kind of pull out. They don't. They just fall off, right?
Yes.
It's like an airplane emergency exit. It goes. So we learned that the hard way. We're having to repair one of those. But, it's definitely been a labor of love. We got really, really lucky in that the director, Jalen Graham, ran a shelter in New York, and her husband is a retired NYPD officer. They decided they wanted to be in a warmer climate, and they came down here. And she had just been working at DCF for a little while. He's working in security, and we just stumbled on her, and I don't know where we'd be without her because none of us have any experience doing this.
So with the mission, we call that the NOG, the networking of God.
Yes.
That God answers prayers you didn't even know you were praying.
Yes, we have some people like that where I thank God frequently. Our security director, Vincent, I don't know how we would do any of this without him. He's so plugged into everything that's going on. We have a new person in charge of our veterans program, Christina. It's a difficult program. It's far more complex to get veterans housed than I would have thought. And that program's new in the last year and a half. So we have some really sharp people. Carla Cox, she's about to finish her PhD program. She's going to be running organizations in the future. I've got 5 staff that came with me from Unite Against Poverty that are all there, and it's a great group of people. I'd love to say that it's a happy place, but we're surrounded by despair all the time. We try to make sure that we're lifting people up, make sure there's positive things going on, make sure there's music, there's good food and things like that. But it's rough. And these people are living in a nightmare, the likes of which most of us can never, ever imagine.
So I know that you have seen and experienced professionally the significant increase we've noticed in Central Florida among homelessness.
Yeah.
What do you attribute the increase to?
Sure. So one of the things I think it's interesting is that back during the Great Depression, there were estimated to be roughly about 2 million Americans that were experiencing homelessness, moving around in the Dust Bowl, the Hoovervilles and such. But the population at the time was about 150 million people. That was just on any given night, right?
Right.
On any given night in the United States right now, it's about 750,000 people, according to the federal government. And we know those numbers are low, but it's actually right now the highest per capita number of people experiencing homelessness since the Great Depression.
Right.
And the numbers have been ticking up, as you know, the last couple of years. And before this job, I would have said, well, I mean, people are going to come to warm weather climates because it's easier to be homeless here. That's what I would have assumed, right?
Kind of intuitively.
Right, you just think that. And poverty is a major contributor, or their age is a major contributor, or maybe there's just their intelligence or their willpower, their work ethic, all this. And as it turns out, none of those are really the responsible factor. There's a great deal of research that's gone on, some here at the University of Central Florida. We have a great professor named Dr. Andrew Sullivan who studies homelessness. But the best research we've seen has come out of University of Washington from a professor named Greg Colburn, and he is in the real estate department there. And so what he was trying to answer this question of, why does Boston have a different rate of homelessness than Orlando, which has a different rate of homelessness than Houston, which has a different rate of homelessness than Anchorage? Because they're all different. You would think that you find similarities, but they're very different. So as it turns out, Boston has a higher rate of homelessness than Miami, Orlando, or Tampa. Minneapolis has a higher rate of homelessness than Houston, Dallas, or Austin. Anchorage has a higher rate of homelessness than Seattle, LA, or San Francisco. And so it's not the weather. And that kind of led to, okay, well, what is it? And they started looking at, they looked at 39 metropolitan areas. They studied this over a couple of years, and they looked at, I think, about 50 different variables, and nothing matched up except one variable, and it was the inventory of available affordable apartments in a community. And as the inventory grew or decreased, you saw that the percentage of people experiencing homelessness decreased or grew.
Yeah.
In direct correlation. In statistics, they call it an R-squared score, and the closer you get to an R-squared score of 1, the more definitive the relationship is. And this was a 1. I mean, it was definitively this way. And they have other researchers have corroborated the experience, and the federal government has corroborated it. So we know now very definitively that while homelessness has a series of problems attributed to it, that in its core, that homelessness is a housing problem, because the numbers don't lie. And while poverty is certainly a contributor, you got to look at places like Detroit, which is traditionally the large community with the highest rate of poverty, but it also has the lowest rate of homelessness of any major city. The state of Mississippi has the highest rate of poverty of all 50 states. It also has the lowest rate of homelessness. It doesn't make any intuitive sense until you start to look at the home values.
Right.
In Detroit, the median home value is $110,000, whereas here in Orlando, it's like $450,000. Or in Boston, where it's $1.2 million. The median, the middle, it's crazy. So that median cost of housing, particularly the median rent, as that's going up, you can see a pretty direct correlation in the rate of homelessness going up. Because the people experiencing homelessness, they have some similarities, but they really are as diverse as going to the DMV.
Completely different population.
And the only common thread that I continually see is that they don't have family or friends that they can rely on in an emergency, mostly because their family and friends are in just as bad a situation as they are, or they're deceased. And so we really struggle to find the commonalities, but we don't really need to. All we really worry about is learning about them as much as we can, get them to talk to us, we listen, and then we try to figure out, okay, we've got 9 different ways we can get you housed, which one's gonna work the best. Hopefully one of them works. They don't always. Sometimes we'll put them on a plane, a train, or a bus and send them to Pittsburgh, but we don't do that unless they can verify they have a place to stay. And we do like
you can confirm they've got family to help take care of
so
them.
we get it in writing from the family, and we do a site visit via FaceTime. And so that's a big part of what we do now with the we call relocation or repatriation and different things, or reunification. That's one of the areas we do, but the biggest area we do is just really helping people pay for the security deposit on an apartment. Sometimes we just need to help them with the application fee, because they have the income but to sustain it, but they can't afford the $1,500 rent and the $1,500 security deposit at the same time. And so almost everybody we're helping, in fact, as far as I know, everybody we've helped in the last 5 years, we helped one time in their lifetime. But it keeps growing. And so we're kind of pushing back on the ocean a little bit.
So if it's primarily a housing problem for the great bulk of the folks who are homeless, what do you do to increase housing stock?
Yeah.
Because the only way to drive down the price of rent is to build more apartments.
Yeah, so that's what you got to do. That's why I joined the Orange County Planning and Zoning Commission, because I decided, when we started learning more and more about the direct connection between housing and homelessness, which now seems to make common sense, but at the time it didn't. I'm trying to get myself involved as much as I can in the housing issues. One of the challenges with housing is that we don't really have a scoreboard. And so Mayor Eric Adams from New York, last year in summertime, made a public statement that I happened to run across, where he was doing a press conference right in front of the East River, and he said, New York City and the 5 boroughs have a deficit of housing, particularly apartments, of over 500,000. I was like, that's shocking. I mean, that was really shocking, right? And then during the presidential race, which happened at the same time, Kamala Harris made a similar claim about the number of housing units that we were in deficit in the United States. And she said roughly 5 million. And we looked it up, and I started talking to people at the Schimberg Center at UF and at the Federal Reserve Bank in Atlanta.
Can you hear us?
Hurricane Freddie.
All right.
And we started
You
really.
okay?
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay.
I've started. We trying to really just figure out what's the inventory of affordable housing look like here. So we've got about, just in Orange County, about 1.5 million people. Amongst that, we probably have roughly 600,000 households. And as best we can tell, we have a deficit of about 75,000 apartments. So what that means is there isn't any government entity anywhere that's going to be able to build 75,000 apartments.
No.
Not in less than 20 years. So unless you want to address it, you got to find a market solution for it.
Right.
And there's a market for it. So for example, for families earning, say, $35,000 a year or less, which is really extremely low income,
sure,
there are about 65,000 of them in the Orlando 4-county metro. For those 65,000 families, they need an apartment they can afford where they're not going to spend more than about $10,000 or $11,000 a year on it, right? For those 65,000 families, there's only 9,620 apartments that they can afford. So you immediately have a 55,000 unit deficit. And if there's 55,000 families that are in the market for housing, that's a commercial market. It's not the same commercial market as building luxury homes, but there's a market there. And all we have to do is figure out how to make that market interesting for builders, developers.
Well, it will be interesting if they think they can make money on it. That's the only interest.
It's hard.
Which, probably like you, talking to developers, it's enormously difficult to get something put up quickly and inexpensively, significantly because of the regulatory burdens.
Yeah.
So what do you do? I mean, because I know you and I've talked about this before. I think we need to make everybody aware there's a trade-off. Mm-hmm. If you want to protect your home and its value by preventing other stuff going up near you, like what Orange County did when we voted at that referendum last election, where we're going to reserve all this green space and prevent development on it, that increases homelessness. And we need to be able to say that. Now, it may be worth it, but nobody's going to say it.
So I might disagree with you a little bit, but I'm not sure I'm right. And that, you think about the issue of density and vertical development, we usually think about New York City. So New York City, particularly the island of Manhattan, is bordered by the East River and the Hudson River. And so because you can't build into the river, they have no choice but to go up.
Right.
And the spaces are smaller and more dense over decades.
Sure.
So the rural boundary that Orange County voters approved, and now the state is pushing back on pretty hard, was an effort to create the same effect that the East River and the Hudson River do, or that San Francisco Bay does for their peninsula. It was also intended to protect the rural areas and green spaces.
I understand why,
Yeah.
and I can understand the impulse to do that. I guess my only concern is we are artificially creating the East River and the Hudson. We are artificially creating the Pacific Ocean, San Francisco Bay.
That's right.
By doing that, and thereby reducing the available land for development. That increases the cost of land no matter what you do. Now, right now,
it's the increase in the cost of other available land is not going to be that different because development hasn't spread that far yet. But the long-term effect is the more land you take out of development for housing, the more you increase the cost of housing eventually.
So, again,
there is
you may be right.
There's no way it isn't right.
Well, no.
because
Let me give you the counter argument.
Yeah.
So right now, Americans spend money on 3 things more than anything else. Back in the 60s, the number one thing we spent money on was food.
Right.
And then it was housing, and then it was transportation. It's all switched now.
Sure.
In today's market, it's housing, then transportation, and then food. Transportation is really important in this regard because it costs more and more for people to own a car because they're driving further and further distances. Orlando is an example. The city of Orlando has the highest daily population conversion in the country other than 2 other communities, Washington, D.C. and Sacramento.
Right.
What that means is there's more people leaving the city limits and coming back into them every day except for 2 cities. We have a very high mean travel time, which means there's just a lot of commuting. And because we have the worst funded public transportation system in the country, and that's not disputed, it's just a verifiable fact, we're the largest in the country to not have a dedicated source of funding for public transit. With that, the further you go out, the more expensive it becomes for those families to get to their jobs, which tend to not grow out with the rest of the development. And so if you don't have public transit like rail, heavy rail, light rail, whatever, and you don't have buses and you have toll roads, that it gets more and more and more expensive the further you go out.
Right.
So there's an argument to be made because we've seen it happen in other communities where when they've increased density, the cost of housing has actually gone down a little bit. Now, we think of that in terms of New York and San Francisco, but you think about it here this way. You think about communities like Celebration, Avalon Park, and Baldwin Park. They are following what's called a new urbanism trend. It's not really a trend anymore. It's been around for 40 years. But on the Planning and Zoning Commission where I sit, a couple months ago, we voted to be the first county in the country of 3,000 counties to adopt form-based new urbanism zoning. And it was very ambitious. I was very proud to be a part of it. And it doesn't mean that things are going to get fixed overnight. It just means that as we grow, we're trying to build more walkable communities that aren't necessarily focused on cars. And over time, that will create a little bit more density. So instead of that quarter-acre lot having a single-family home, maybe it has a duplex on it. Or maybe it has a triplex on it. Or maybe when we build the next multi-unit high-rise, it has not just apartments for one level of income, but multiple levels of income. And I think that's hopefully where we're headed long term.
And I guess my perspective is that we ought to let the market determine all those things. I get massively distrustful anytime somebody tries to determine what other people ought to be doing. That's what it fundamentally, because I look around and I see that when we provide the most high quality products for the lowest cost, it's when people, manufacturers, producers have to respond to consumer needs.
I agree with you. And I think in a perfect system, the Adam Smith principle of the invisible hand works. The challenge is when Adam Smith wrote that, back in the late 17th, early 18th century, it was a much smaller population on the planet. And we have 330 million people in the country. And we have a lot of open land still. We have a lot of green spaces, beautiful spaces. But we live in a more and more compact society where somehow we all have to figure out how to work together. Now, I don't want the government involved in my business any more than absolutely necessary. But we all agree that there's places for government. The one that everybody agrees on is that there's a place for the government to be involved in the building of a lighthouse. Because I benefit from it the same you benefit from it, right?
Well, but you need to know there is a well-discussed opposition to that. Basically, because ships had to insure themselves, then insurance companies got together and they did it in certain places and built the lighthouse. But I will grant you, almost everybody agrees with that.
Well, and so you look in American history, and when corporations, even 250 years ago, when the corporations were starting to become more and more dominant as a part of the growing culture in the United States, you started to have people rebelling against it. So the East India Trading Company becomes the dominant partner with the trading of tea and other things.
Right.
And they start really becoming the de facto government of the United States.
I agree, because the East India Trading Company had a government-mandated monopoly.
It did.
So anyway, okay.
And that still happens today. So for example, we have Walt Disney World, Universal Studios, SeaWorld, and they all spend together combined at least over $2 billion a year marketing just the Orlando attractions. We're giving them an additional $100 million a year, which is a pittance, to advertise like we need to. And that's really it's just corporate welfare. Meaning,
you're crazy.
Right. So
You're
why,
gonna know it?
like I would never ask, for my, like my parents' construction business, that we're supposed to get, millions of dollars from the government just because, hey, we're important to the community.
Right.
And so the idea of the free market starts to erode a little bit when you have the most capitalistic organizations are really the ones in sometimes the greatest demand of
and I would tell you
taxpayer
that's
money.
not the market working.
It's not.
What you need to do is anyway.
It's not.
Okay. So, what time are we? Okay. Ryan, do you know who's supposed to be up next?
Yes.
Ian?
Yeah, we're going to move inside.
Okay. All right. All right. So, what is your solution to get more developers building more apartments?
So I wish I could tell you there was one solution.
There's not. I mean,
There's
I
not.
agree. I don't trust anybody who says he has a relatively
Right.
simple solution.
There's roughly 12, and we built an acronym for it, and it was, basically some variation on the word builder. And it starts with some simple things, such as trying to create more opportunities for density, especially close to public transit. The people that can afford to can live there and go to the buses and take them to work. It also involves the government, like Orange County has this Affordable Housing Trust Fund.
Right.
It was a great project. They put aside $160 million. They've spent well over half of that now. And they're really funding a lot of great affordable housing projects. But what they're really doing is they're not going to solve it by themselves, but they're trying to lead the charge to inspire others to do it. There's other simple things like right now when if somebody's building an apartment complex, typically the developer will build the complex, run it for 4 or 5 years.
Right.
And then right about the time that they need to replace air conditioners and roofs, they decide financially for them, it's time to get out and we're going to sell it to somebody.
Right.
The challenge with that is the rents change when you have ownership changes.
Sure.
And that becomes a real problem when you have to have people relocate to other places. So it's a market, but we can create incentive for those builders to hold on to those facilities longer. The financial incentive for them. We can help them with some of their taxes. We can help them with some of the permitting process. We can make it more efficient. A lot of what really needs to happen is just government getting more efficient and really addressing the market needs and in a way that is much more modern. And we've implemented a lot of computer technology in all this process, but there really has to be, we have to be ahead of the curve here. And right now we're kind of trailing, because you ask any builder, and I know you know many, and they say, what's the biggest problem you face? And every single one is going to say permitting, every single one. And they're going to complain about the permitting at the city or the county or wherever, and they're not wrong. It's a difficult process. But the city and the county folks are not stupid. They understand this too.
Right.
They're doing what they can to do it. But it really requires leadership to come in and say, okay, this is important, not just because we want to have a very efficient system, but because it's basically controlling the economic health of the community. So my theory is that economic development, which we hear people talk about all the time, usually is discussed in the form of we're trying to bring a Major League Baseball team into town, or we're trying to bring a Fortune 500 company into town, which would be great. I would love it if we did that. But economic development in every city of the country has its foundation in housing. And if the housing stock is starting to erode, if we're starting to see that there's not enough of it in different categories, that starts to erode the economic foundation of the community, and it gets to a dangerous place. And so I think what local governments all over the country, not just here, need to do is say, hey, we want to build prosperity in our community, and for the people that you and I serve, that there's more than just a moral reason to help them.
Yeah.
It's an economic reason, because a rising tide raises all ships. And if we can get people, off the streets, get them into housing, it means we get them working. And if we're getting them working, that means they're productive members of society. So I agree with you about the capitalist or market demands. I think, though, sometimes they got to be nudged along. I don't want to own them.
Constitute corporate welfare?
Well, if you are trying to say, listen, we're not giving you cash money,
right?
But we're going to back off the taxes that you have to pay.
Which is giving them cash money.
It's there can be more in their pocket, but if it helps you in the long run, then in the community in the long run, as opposed to say, hey, we're going to give you $100 million to advertise Walt Disney World and SeaWorld and Universal.
I can see the difference.
Yeah.
And I understand in the one case, you're trying to create incentives to do something that you hope is beneficial, especially with the need as pressing as additional housing. Right. Thank you, buddy.
It's good to see you.
Great to see you. Thank you for what you're doing.
This is very
you're a hero.
Cool what you're doing.
You're a hero.
You're a hero.
Give me a break.
You're 8 hours into you're 1/3 of the way in.
Right. That's a terrifying thought, isn't
I'm proud of you. I'm going to go watch.
Oh, God bless you, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let me look.
Hi, I'm Freddie Clayton with the Orlando Union Rescue Mission, and our goal is not merely to provide immediate relief with a bed and a meal. Instead, our objective is to transform the lives of our guests, the 268 men, women, and children who live with us. We do that with a broad range of programs. For example, we have a very focused and successful addiction recovery program. We have classes and counseling sessions in a wide array of topics, from personal finance to anger management, to job preparedness, to parenting. And all these things prepare our guests so when they get out of the mission, they never have to come back to a place like the mission again. We offer programs in homework assistance and tutoring that all kids have access to ensure success in school. We have a range of physical activities and sports, social time, and Bible studies for all our kids.
When we got here, he barely talked. Now he says his whole ABCs, 1 through 20. He's learned so much.
One of my favorite staff is Mr. Tim because he's nice, he jokes around with the kids, and many other kids like to hang around him.
Victorious for Life class really helped me because that helped me become in tune with myself and learn a lot, relieve a lot of my anxiety.
And now when I'm looking for jobs, I can actually put I'm a high school graduate. It's a wonderful feeling, it really is.
I have learned a lot about who God is and who He is as a Savior, who He is as a Father.
I'm grateful for just being here and just learning and growing.
If it wasn't for the mission, I wouldn't be a medical assistant. I wouldn't be a homeowner. All of these things, I would not have been able to become the person that I am now without my time here at the mission.
All these things are free to our guests, and we take no government funding. We are sustained exclusively by the voluntary donations of individuals, companies, churches, and other organizations. We also want to ensure that our guests are introduced to and develop a relationship with Christ. If you'd like to be a part of this, if you'd like to volunteer at the mission or to donate to the mission, I encourage you, go to our website, OURM.org, or call me on my cell phone personally, 407-928-6375.
There's a lot of things I'm not proud of in my life. To think about where I've come from is mind-boggling. The largest robbery in juvenile history, 211 houses. The gang I was in, we didn't care. Our lives were what we can get next, you know, and what I got was an addiction to seeing the fear come over them every time that I pointed a gun in their face. It's evil, and it's a vile place to come from. I was in prison and jail from 15 to 30, in and out, collectively around 8 years. I spent in jail throughout that time. I remember we broke into a car and found a gun. So now it turned into, let's go hold somebody up and see what they'll give to us, you know? And so from going to hanging out outside and playing basketball or football outside, went into hanging out at night and trying to get alcohol and smoke cigarettes. By the time that I got into middle school, I was already heavily involved with a street gang. When I was like 17 or 18, I tried cocaine and then so on and so forth until I was heavily addicted to cocaine. I mean, later on in my life, around my 20s, there was days where I couldn't go without it. If I didn't have cocaine, I was sick to my stomach. Like I couldn't do anything. I remember one time we were trying to sell a bunch of weed, and that was at a gas station, and these guys saw me there, and they decided that they were gonna try to rob me. I'm running away, and the guy shot me. He shot me twice, and then the first time he shot me, I laid on the ground and just waited, and I turned around and I saw the guy coming right for me, and I remember he pointed the gun right at my face and said, "Say goodnight," and he pulled the trigger. I kind of flinched, and when I flinched, I kicked him on accident, and it made him drop his aim from my head to my chest, and it hit me in the chest. I remember I died, you know, and when I died, I knew it because I can see myself on the ground, like as clearly as I'm seeing you right now, you know. I just was laying there and it looked like I was looking in the mirror. And then I saw the EMT cut my shirt open and stick me in the heart with a needle. And when that happened, now all of a sudden in the back of my body, I'm looking around and there's blood all over the floor. That was the moment that I came to the knowledge of who God was. You know, that there was a God. You know, I didn't have any idea of who he was. I just knew that he existed. From that point on, I know that God had his hand on my life. Even though I still messed up, he still didn't let my life go. He still didn't let drugs overtake me to the point of overdosing. He still didn't let other gang members kill me. He still didn't let me get hurt in prison. The same judge I had for like 10 years of my life, the judge looked at me and he was like, "When are you gonna get your life together? Look at where you were when I first met you, you know? At least you had something, you know, to call yours. Now what do you have? You don't have nothing to show for the last 10 years. He goes, you need to either go into a program, a rehabilitation center, or I'm gonna send you back to prison. You know, those are your two choices." And he gave me his card, and I told him I would try the rehab center. And he told me where to go, and I went there and I did the interview process, and they didn't take me. They wouldn't take me because of my violent history. God had his hand on my life. He took me through all of that just to bring me to the point where I needed the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. And that's where I found who God was, who Jesus Christ was as my eternal Savior. When I first came in, I was right here by this bullpen. I remember waiting at this gate, hoping that they had space for me. And this is where I spent my first 2 nights, right here, bed 9. This is where I came, my first chapel service. I would sit right here all the time. This is the spot. This is where I found Christ, right here. Art offered me a position here as a maintenance technician, and I couldn't be happier.
In the 3 or 4 years that he's been with us, he has really gotten to a point where he has grown quite a bit so that he in turn can lead the disciples that we have had, that we have now, to also develop, to also grow, and it's been a blessing.
Great person, great personality, good leader, good coach. You know, he came from the bottom and now he's pretty much up there, somewhere where I want to be.
When I first came to the mission, I needed a place like this, but not that I needed it for my benefit. I needed it to get me through probation, to get me not going to prison. I needed it to get me out of trouble. And now it's a privilege to get to be here, to find people who have the same walk of life as I have and who have had a hard time, and to be able to instill in them what somebody took the time to instill in me. And that's just really the gospel of Jesus Christ. I pray that you would just draw them as you did my own life, Father. That you would just bring them to a place where they realize that they can't do anything without you. I pray that you would bless them on their journey, Lord. Each and every one of these men here deserves to have a life as I have. And that starts with knowing you, Father.
Hey, welcome back to a rainy evening with Conversations on a Bench at the Orlando Union Rescue Mission. I'm Freddie Clayton, and I want to remind you that we desperately need your donations. Your donations will transform the lives of our guests. And one of the cool things that we're going to do is the next several folks in our interviews are guests here at the men's home. First is Ian. Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, man?
Great. How you
Good.
doing?
All right, so give me a quick summary where you grew up, your family, all that kind of stuff, and how you ended up in Central Florida.
Okay. Well, actually, I was born here in Orlando.
Awesome.
I grew up in the area. College.
Where part of Orlando?
College Park area.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
Susan and I live in College Park.
Okay. Yeah, I think we talked about that. Yeah. And I went to school there for a little while in elementary. And my mom was a teacher. My dad was a realtor.
Oh,
so,
fantastic.
She actually worked at Edgewood Children's Ranch.
Did she? God bless her.
Yeah. So.
Did she teach out there?
She taught there.
That's wonderful.
To make things easier, eventually I actually started going to school at the ranch.
Uh-huh.
I was considered a day student.
Yeah.
I didn't actually live there, so my mom could take me home and
Sure.
everything. I was there with her. I finished school, graduated. I did well in school.
Did you do high school out there as well?
Yeah. I
That's
did
fabulous,
middle school,
Ian.
high school.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was awesome. It was a great experience. That was a great place. It was an experience, that's for sure. And I was involved in sports and everything, you know, growing up, and that kind of stuff. I was always outside doing stuff like that. It was fun. I had a great childhood. My parents were awesome. I was actually adopted at birth.
Oh, were you really? Okay.
Yeah, and
now, do you have siblings?
Funny thing, my biological mother was 12 when she ran away from home, and she was adopted. And the people who adopted her, when she was 16, she had me. They also adopted me.
Oh my
so
goodness!
Through adoption,
wow.
My biological mother is my sister.
And your adoptive parents are also your adoptive grandparents.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Yeah,
all right.
Yes. So I have some siblings. They're all a little older than me.
Yeah.
They were involved in my life as well, and actually. My brother is a pastor at a church in St. Augustine, so
fabulous.
Yeah, I'm actually hopefully going to be reconnecting with them here in November. I got invited to the house there.
Did you really?
Haven't seen them in quite a while.
So have you been estranged from the rest of the family?
Yes.
Well, God bless you, man.
So,
congratulations on that.
Yes, amen. God has really been working in that situation.
So I presume at some point you kind of went off the rails.
Yes.
You had difficulties.
Yes, I did.
Tell the audience what happened there.
Sure. Coming out of high school, got involved with the wrong people. Influenced to do the wrong things. Started drinking. Then I went to prescription medications. Then from there, I went to the hard drugs. And
now, what are we talking about? Heroin?
Heroin,
Okay.
cocaine, and IV use. So I was heavily into that. My parents kicked me out of the house, so I was in the street quite a bit.
Now, was this still in Central Florida?
Yes.
All right.
I eventually tried to clean up my life. I moved out to Oregon, where my sister and her husband were at. I did well for a while. I was in school to become a fireman. I did my EMT. I got that done, and when I started to do Fire 1 and 2, got involved with some people out there, and unfortunately
kind of relapsed.
Yeah, gravitated towards that again, and I decided to come back down here, to get away from that. I went into actually a program here. This is in 2010.
Okay.
Central Care Mission.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Spence Flatterer
yes,
was actually sitting where you are earlier today.
Was he?
Yes.
My funny thing, when I was a young kid, he was the pastor of our church.
Oh my
so I've known
gosh.
Spence and his
Oh
children
my
forever.
gosh.
Yeah, and that was actually one of the reasons I went there. And Spence is a really good guy.
He is. I
He's
agree.
amazing. I did great in the program.
Yeah.
I graduated a year, and unfortunately, 2 months after that, my mom passed away.
Yeah.
And I totally went off the rails
Went into
again.
a tailspin as a result.
Yep. And you know, it went off the rails pretty quick, and for quite a while. This last, you know, 2015, I think it was, I made a heartfelt, you know, change to try to do it again. I can't remember the name of the place I went. I was there for 6 months. I did well.
Was it a medically focused program or something more like the mission?
It was a little more like the mission.
Okay.
Open homes.
Okay.
Open homes. So it was another facility in the area. I did well. I wasn't really focused on Christ and really, you know, gravitating towards him. I just was trying to do the things and get through the program. It worked for a while. After I got out, I got married. We had a daughter. She's
How old is she now?
She is 10, I think,
Okay.
or 9 or 10. 10. That's another thing that God's working on right now. We'll
Good.
get there. So she actually was a previous addict. I knew this going into it. 3 years after that, we relapsed together.
Right.
Her parents took over taking care of our daughter. I ended up.
Well, your daughter's fortunate there was somebody to help
yes,
like that.
and they're good
That's
people.
great.
They're
Aaron,
great people.
Ian.
I ended up getting arrested. Did some time, and when I got out, let me back up. I'm
Sure.
sorry. We lived in Winter Springs, and we eventually moved up to Maine, up north where her parents were, and that's where we kind of fell off the rails at.
Gotcha.
So I moved back from Maine down here.
Without her?
Without her.
Okay.
She's up there still. We were not good for each other.
Yeah.
So when I came back down here, I ended up getting arrested for something. You know, I did a little bit of time.
Yeah.
When I got out, I met another woman, a great woman. I'm trying to hopefully work on that right now. She actually works at Skycraft. I don't know if you've heard of
sure.
Skycraft. Okay, yeah. So haven't talked to her in quite a while. We just had a newborn daughter, and she actually has 2 boys, you know, too.
Okay.
So hopefully that situation works out. But we were together for quite some time, doing pretty well. And, you know, again, I was not focused on Christ. I was just going through the motions, working, and, you know, eventually went right back to the same old. Got real deep into it. This time I was not planning on changing either. I was in the woods, living in a tent, you know, using cocaine and heroin again. And, you know, the devil has a way of keeping you there.
Absolutely.
You know?
That's his goal.
It was never a money issue. I wasn't having to steal or anything, but people were just giving me money, and it was just like this hold on me.
Yeah.
I was not planning on doing anything about it. Well, I had got a serious infection in my knee, and it's swelled up massive. I couldn't bend it or anything. I went to the hospital at OURM, Advent Health. They did some tests, and they said tomorrow morning we have to operate. So they cut me open, cleaned it out, put me on IV antibiotics, and I had to stay in there for almost 2 months. So that was a time where I detoxed, you know. I was still, I had gotten into the methadone clinic. That's another ball and chain. So I had that, but I was still going through the withdrawals from everything else. And I was in there for 2 months. So it was almost like God plucked me out of that situation and put me in there to get me away from that. And during that time, Advent Health has a team of people to try to help people in these situations. Heather and Christine are some amazing women. They came to me in the room I was in the hospital. You know, we need to get you into somewhere. This needs to stop. You know, they're looking at my record of overdoses and everything. And so they got me into a place called Men's Residential. It's just a stepping stone. I was there for 3 months. And from there, Heather told me about our old director here. And
Vince.
Vince, and everything here, and Joe. She mentioned Joe, and you know, I was like, man, is that really where I want to go? And I looked it up, and I was reading about it. I was like, man, it sounds like a really awesome place. And when I got here, you know, I was kind of timid. I didn't know anybody, you know. It's always like that. But it was welcoming. It was very welcoming and warm. People were there for you. They would listen to you. Shane, Richard, Joe, you know, everybody here, you. It's just been a really awesome experience being here. And
what has it changed your relationship with Christ?
Absolutely.
How?
Daily, we're required to be in class in the morning and at night. It's Christ-centered. You're required to be there, and you can you know, get through with just doing that, but you really need to dig into the Word. You know, and at first it was difficult. It wasn't a habit for me. You know, I had to work on it. It took a little while, but now it's really becoming a part of my life.
So do you think it's different this time?
Yes, absolutely.
How would you describe the difference?
It's almost like God has taken that desire from me, and I can't explain it. God has just really changed my priorities. He's given me hope. I have a future ahead of me. You know, I still have some things I have to go through, but my family, my father, our relationship has been changed. I've been going over to his home and helping him. He's in his 80s now. Yeah. We've been going golfing. Actually, Pastor Richard came golfing with me and my dad about a month ago. It was awesome, man. And just the counseling, opening up to them, and you know, getting advice and applying it. It's not just hearing it; you have to apply these things, you know. And like I said, it was a work in progress. It still is.
Do you feel more confident this time that the change will stick and you'll be able to escape those difficulties forever?
I do. When I first got here, I can tell you that I wanted to, you know, call these other people at first, and it was kind of like do I, you know, really want to do this? It was still like this tug on me. And over time, it literally just disappeared. It's just not there anymore. And I can only say that's God. I don't know how to explain it. And actually, let me go. At Men's Residential, I rededicated myself. They are not a Christian facility.
Right.
They allow you to go to church Sundays, and they'll take you there. They had a group of people come one Friday, and they were doing baptismal, and they eventually said they can't do that there. It's not a Christian facility, but they were allowed to preach. And he did an altar call. And I don't know what it was, but I just felt the Holy Spirit.
You responded to the call?
I did. I went up, and they laid hands on me, and I felt the Holy Spirit, and I let it out. You know, I was crying in front of all these guys. It was kind of embarrassing, but I couldn't help it.
I understand.
I couldn't help it. And funny thing is, another gentleman that's here is Brandon Hodges.
Yeah.
Me and him have been together since there. He was at that.
Okay. Men's Residential?
Yeah. And he came shortly after me, and we've been sticking it out together.
Well, God
you know,
bless you.
We talk to each other, and you know, we've helped each other a lot. You know, when one's going through something, we'll talk. It's how it is. You know, if someone's going through something, you can go to another brother and talk about it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just that's just been my experience. You know.
Well, God bless you.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Fabulous
Absolutely.
story. Thank you, Ian.
Yes, sir. Yes,
God
sir.
bless you. We'll be back
Amen.
in just a minute.